The Principle of Hope. Volume 2. Ernst Bloch. Contents. Part 4. Construction. Outlines of a Better World. Medicine, Social Systems, Technology, Architecture, Geography, Perspective in Art and Wisdom. 33. A dreamer always wants even more. 451. 34. Physical exercise, tout va bien. 451. 35. Struggle for health, medical utopias. 454. A warm bed. 454. Lunatics and fairy tales. 455. Medicines and planning. 456. Hesitation and goal in actual bodily rebuilding. 462. Malthus, birth rate, nourishment. 467. The doctor care. 469. 36. Freedom and order, survey of social utopias. 471. Introduction/A frugal meal. 472. The roast pigeons. 472. Lunacy and coal portage. Even here. 473. New moral worlds on the horizon. 475. Utopias have their timetable. 479. 2. Social wishful images of the past/Solon and the contented medium. 481. Diogenes and the exemplary beggars. 482. Aristippus and the exemplary scroungers. 483. Plato's dream of the Doric state. 484. Hellenistic fairy tales of an ideal state, Iambolo's island of the sun. 488. The Stoics and the international world state. 491. The Bible and the kingdom of neighborly love. 496. Augustine's City of God from Rebirth. 502. Joachim of Fiore, the Third Gospel and its Kingdom. 509. Thomas More or the Utopia of Social Freedom. 515. Counterpart to More, Campanella's City of the Sun or the Utopia of Social Order. 523. Socratic Inquiry into Freedom and Order, with regard to Utopia and Civita Solis. 528. Continuation, Social Utopias and Classic Natural Right. 534. Enlightened Natural Right in place of Social Utopias. 541. Fichte's Closed Commercial State or Production and Exchange in Accordance with Rational Law. 548. Federative Utopias in the 19th Century, Owen, Fourier. 555. Centralist Utopias in the 19th Century, Cabet, Saint Simon. 561. Individual Utopians and Anarchy, Stirner, Proudhon. Bakunin. 568. Proletarian Castle in the Air from the Vormärz. Whiteling. 575. A Conclusion, Weakness and Status of the Rational Utopias. 578. 3. Projects and Progress Towards Science/Topical Remnants, Bourgeois Group Utopias. 583. Beginning, Program of the Youth Movement. 585. Struggle for the New Woman, Program of the Women's Movement. 589. Old New Land Program of Zionism. 598. Novels set in the future and full-scale utopias after Marx, Bellamy, William Morris, Carlyle, Henry George. 611. Marxism and Concrete Anticipation. 619. 37. Will and Nature, the Technological Utopia. 625. Magic Past/Plunged into Misery. 626. Fire and New Armament. 626. Lunacy and Aladdin's Fairytale. 627. Professor Mistos and Invention. 629. Andreas Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreutz anno 1459. 634. Alchemy again, Mutatio Speciarum, Transmutation of Inorganic Species, and its Incubator. 639. Unregulated Inventions and Propositiones in the Baroque Period. 646. Bacon's Ars Inveniendi, Survival of the Lullian Art. 649. New Atlantis, The Utopian Laboratory. 654. 2. Non-Euclidean Present and Future, the problem of technological contact/plans must also be spurred on. 658. Late bourgeois curbing of technology, apart from the military kind 658. The organization of the machine. Atomic energy, non-Euclidean technology 661. Subject, raw materials, laws, and contact into organization 666. Electron of the human subject. Of technology of the will 674. Co-productivity of a possible natural subject or concrete. Technology of alliance 686. Technology without violation. Economic crisis and technological accident 691. Chain giant, veiled sphinx, technological freedom 696. 38 buildings which depict a better world, architectural utopia 699. Eye figures of ancient architecture / glance through the window 699. Dreams on the Pompeian wall 700. Festive decorations and Baroque stage set 701. Wishful architecture in the fairytale 706. Wishful architecture in painting 709. The church masons guilds or architectural utopia in actual construction 714. Egypt or the crystal of death utopia, Gothic or the tree of life utopia 721. Further and individual examples of guiding space in ancient architecture 726. 2. Building on hollow space / new houses and real clarity 733. Town plans, ideal towns. And real clarity again, permeation of crystal with perfusion 738. 39. El Dorado and Eden, the geographical utopia 746. The first light 746. Inventing and discovering. Characteristic of geographical hope 747. Fairy tales again, the Golden Fleece and the Grail 752. Island of the Phaeacians, the bad Atlantic, location of the earthly paradise 756. Voyage of Saint Brendan, the Kingdom of Prester John. American, Asiatic Paradise 762. Columbus at the Orinoco Delta. Dome of the Earth 772. Southland and the Utopia of Thule 777. Better abodes on other stars. Heek Rota 782. The Copernican Connection, Batters Central Earth 785. Geographical line of extension in sobriety. The Fund of the Earth. Mediated with work 790. 40. Wishful landscape portrayed in painting, opera, literature 794. The moved hand 794. Flower and carpet 795. Still life composed of human beings 796. Embarkation for Cythera 797. Perspective and large horizon in Van Eyck, Leonardo, Rembrandt 799. Still life, Cythera and broad perspective. In literature, Heinz, Roman de la Rose, Jean-Paul 802. The wishful landscape of perspective in aesthetics. Status of the matter of art according to its dimension of depth and hope 807. Painters of the residual Sunday, Seurat, Cezanne, Gauguin. Giotto's Land of Legend 813. Land of Legend in literature, as celestial rose in Dante's Paradiso, as transcendental high mountains in the Faustian heaven 820. Splendor, Elysium in opera and oratorio 827. Contact of the interior and the boundless in the spirit of music, Kleist's ideal landscape. Sistine Madonna 834. 41. Wishful landscape and wisdom subspecie Eternitatis and of process 838. The search for proportion 838. The authentic in primary matter and law 840. Kant and the intelligible kingdom. Plato, Eros, and the pyramid of value 842. Bruno and the infinite work of art. Spinoza and the world as crystal 847. Augustine and goal history. Leibniz and the world as process of illumination 853. The watchful concept or the authentic as a task 862. 2. Wishful propositions, teachable virtue, the categorical imperative 866. The proposition of anaximander or world which turns into likeness 874. Lightness in the depths, Joyfulness of the phenomenon of light 879. 8. 42 8-hour day, world in peace, free time and leisure 885. The whip of hunger 886. From the casemates of the bourgeoisie 886. All kinds of alleviation through benefaction 890. Bourgeois pacifism and peace 893. Technological maturity, state capitalism and state socialism. October Revolution 897. Delusions of free time, toughening up for business 904. Residual older forms of free time, spoiled, but not hopeless, hobby, public festival, amphitheater 907. The surroundings of free time, utopian buen retiro and pastoral 914. Leisure as imperative, only half explored goal 920. Part 4. Construction. Outlines of a better world. Medicine, social systems, technology, architecture, geography, perspective in art and wisdom. 450. The act content of hope is, as a consciously illuminated, knowingly elucidated content, the positive utopian function. The historical content of hope, first. Represented in ideas, encyclopedically explored in real judgments, is human culture referred to its concrete utopian horizon. 33. A dreamer always wants even more. Too many are queuing up outside. From him who has nothing and is content with this shall be taken away even that which he has *, but the pull towards what is lacking never ends. The lack of what we dream about hurts not less, but more. It thus prevents us from getting used to deprivation. What hurts, oppresses, and weakens us all. The time has to go. Just a short breathing space, this never sufficed for long. Above all, dreaming always outlived the brief and private day. So this is the beginning of something other than the desire to dress up, to see ourselves as our masters wish to see us. A larger image is sketched in the air here, a wishfully deliberate one. Even with this deliberate element mistakes have often been made, but it cannot so often be used to deceive. Nor will it be cheaply fobbed off, its will aims at something more, and everything that it attains tastes of this something more. So that it seeks to live not merely beyond its own means, but beyond the poorly available means of conditions as a whole. Longing holds strong and true, especially when it is deceived, even when it is racing aimlessly now in one direction, now in another. All the more so, when the path leads unerringly and caringly forwards. 34. Physical exercise, tout va bien. Fresh, frank, frolicking, free. Motto. Only what is little moves downwards. The child has no say, the woman cooks and washes. The poor man stands hunched up, not many people eat their fill even once a day. How do we stay healthy, that is the question, how do we feed ourselves well and cheaply? Where is the leafy bough, others can be seen on it, they are sitting pretty. A fortnight off, that is already a great deal for most people, then back to a life that nobody wants. Fresher air here stands for much that could sparkle. It is freely available to the body, and everyone has a body after all. Sport has never been more desired, practiced, planned than today, and never have more hopes been pinned on it. It is regarded as healthy, the athlete's heart has ousted the enlarged heart of the beer drinker. A suntan automatically creates a healthy glow, brings back in the flesh the south or the mountains. The price paid for this is that in backward bourgeois conditions sport often stultifies the mind, and for this very reason is promoted from above. It is not just free competition, for which there is now no room, that is replaced in the search for records, but also the real struggle for improvement. A powerful need drives the masses out into the open air, but water only cleanses their bodies, and the home to which the outdoor type returns in the evening has not got any fresher. Though in the Vormärz *, when gymnastics appeared on the scene, the jolt it gave to leaden limbs still seemed to be bound up with another kind of jolt. Let steel spring from rust, from wineskins the must, through the mist. Blows a wind from the east, down with the frost, so went a song in the days when gymnastics replaced drill. Storm and stress of the body came to the fore among bourgeois youth. John, the so-called father of gymnastics, wrote in 1815, "The soul of gymnastics is the life of the people, and this only flourishes in public, out in the air and light." Thus dangerous ideas were spawned by the straightened back or associated with it, and the young gymnast thought of freedom. Though what he meant by freedom was walking upright, the strength not to cower before the enemy but to hold his own, manly pride before royal thrones, and the courage to stand up for his beliefs, none of which followed, as we know. This freedom also remained poor later on, especially amongst the Germans, because there was a double layer of lords and masters here, the bourgeois and the feudal. Thus the tradesman himself emerged as a hero, the bourgeois himself doing the goose step, and the Nazis, even citing John as their authority, completed all this. Exercise of the body without the mind ultimately meant being cannon fodder, and thugs beforehand. There is no unpolitical sport. If it is free, then it is on the left, if it is blinded, then it hires itself out to the right. And only in a nation that is not cowed, where the able body is neither abused nor stands as a substitute for manly pride, does John's wish become meaningful. It is only when the swimmer also parts the given in other ways that he has swum free and loves the deep water. Even athletic exercise remains wishful, hopeful. It does not merely seek to gain control over the body so that there is no fat on it and every movement is pleasantly uninhibited. It also seeks to be able to do more, to be more with the body than this body seemed to promise at birth. Genuine athletic postures are very different from cosmetic postures in front of the mirror, from makeup that is wiped off a woman's face again at night, or from other rebuilding which is dismantled when we take off our clothes again. The body should not be concealed at all but rather shed. The distortions and disfigurements which an alienating society based on the division of labor has inflicted on it too. The wish is to give it a return to health with so many exercises formerly confined to chivalry and so many newly discovered ones too in the new society. Namely a return to health which does not presuppose any illness at all, but is rather the verb, the action of health itself, a healing precisely without an illness. Whereby sport is also relieved of its emergency function in bourgeois society to create a so-called balance with the predominantly sedentary way of life, in both the narrow and broad sense, typical of the indoor worker. There will always be a sedentary way of life, but not always the unpleasant consequences which arise from the lack of open air of any kind. The sportsman wishes to have such control of his body that, even on the ski jump when he is flying through the air, every situation is familiar, even the new, exaggerated one. Thus the mind certainly does not build the body, but it keeps it in shape, often beyond its innate capacity. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. It is easy enough to say this, of course. It is presented as if it was also easy to do, indeed as if the saying illustrated the best thing to do here. For apparently there is another way to make the body powerful, namely that which cheerfully and blindly disregards it. Coué * adopted this approach, with his motto, tout va bien, not to mention utterly silly faith healers. Fortune favors the brave in this kind of world, even though no one needs to be particularly brave. Colds and more serious illnesses are supposed to be driven away by means of tout va bien, in a light-headed way so to speak. The famous rider on Lake Constance is the prime example here, since he rode over the danger so staunchly and unsuspectingly, it simply did not arise, and the ice did not break beneath him. This is the dangerous example of disregarding the trouble. It is as if, by being ignored, it does not exist. Though the whole thing does also acquire a dash of truth the moment the courage is not blind or cheap, but again in a truly sporting way goes under the name. Émile Coué, 1857–1926, French psychologist, whose popular books advocating psychotherapy through autosuggestion enjoyed a vogue in the 1920s. 454. Of chin up. The brighter the mood here, and the more hopes are pinned on chin up, the more this insistence combats listlessness. And this listlessness can even be the beginning of an illness, not just its effect. Tout va bien certainly does not mean that everything is as right as rain, but even here the dream of a better life entails that a will is following its path. Also, not even our body is so constituted that it can get by unchanged, unextended as it were. This man can definitely be helped and so can the woman, along the road that can be planned. 35. Struggle for health, medical utopias. Once cured, the patient must feel a new man, he ought to be healthier than before. Inscription. A warm bed. The physically weak must exercise instead of relaxing. They cannot wish to rest without completely rusting. But the sick man insists on resting and relaxing, his bed both hides and shelters him. And when asleep the sick man also feels healthy, that is, he does not feel at all. He is then like the sound body itself, which does not even have a sensation of itself when it is awake. It is seemingly very simple to prolong this, to shake off discomfort as a dog shakes off water. Illness does not belong to us, there is even something shameful about it, it resembles a kind of nightmare, it has got to disappear overnight. At first we wish for nothing more than its mere disappearance, just as sleep gets rid of tiredness. The aching tooth has to go, even a diseased limb has to go, this desire to shake them off can itself be diseased. As in the case of a randy woman who would take her skin off too if she could. Or even as in the case of fat people who would like to see themselves as skeletons if they could. So the sick man has the feeling not that he lacks something but that he has too much of something. His discomfort, as something which is hanging around him and superfluous, has to go. Pain is proud flesh. He dreams of the body which knows how to keep comfortably quiet again. An allusion to the final line of Schiller's play Die Räuber. 455. Lunatics and fairy tales. Thus every sick man wishes to get well again in a flash. An honest doctor cannot give him this, but this sudden recovery has always been pictured. Swimming around in blood in the morning, healthy and up and about at midday. Even doctors indulged in dreams of this kind, mostly deceitfully, often themselves deceived. The two most general favorite wishes of mankind are to stay young and live long. And a third is precisely to achieve both, not in a painful roundabout way but with a fairytale quality of surprise. As the sick man does not skip and leap around, his wishes do so all the more. The quack lives off this will for abrupt recovery, and now comes the really lunatic stuff. A doctor rushed out into the street in his nightshirt and shouted that the fiery owl had arrived, death and disease were abolished. Healing potions, healing lotions, what a short cut, how literally condensed they seem, how intensively the fairytale has been preoccupied with them. There is the ointment that heals injuries at a stroke, there is the fountain from which old people emerge rejuvenated, which is particularly good for preserving the fleeting quality of female beauty. A cockon of healthiness is spread before us, without pain, with bounding limbs and a stomach that is always merry. It is no accident that quacks are closely linked with the medical fairytale, with magic ointments, wands, and lotions. They are all living dispensers of old wives' tales. Count Saint-Germain, who in the prime of life claimed to be many 100 years old, used to sell a tea for long life. It was a mundane mixture of sandalwood, senna leaves and fennel. On a higher plane, Mesmer belonged to the guild of the half-deceitful, half-utopian shortcut. He believed he could cure diseases by stroking and soft tones, hypnotically in other words. A perfect example of the business of physical renewal in Mesmer's day was Dr. Graham's celestial bed, which was supposed to have the capacity to rejuvenate the person lying in it by a pleasant shock. Electric currents, perfume, and glass domes were built into the frame. The belief in magic herbs seems older and sounder, as it were. It is shared by the fairytale and folklore alike. This same impatience for a sudden cure also characterizes the hope in medicinal herbs, the breakthrough which changes everything. The leaves of the box thorn, for example, are effective as plasters against ulcers. One quick wash with its decoction is said to be good against infected ears and rotten gums, bad eyes and shriveled lips. Even such a common plant as this seems as if it had been brought over from distant islands. It is as if herbs from Frau Holly's meadow were standing around all 456 over the place, and it was just a matter of knowing which ones to pick. Extraordinary things were hoped for and demanded, not just in lunatic medicine but also in this kind that resembled coal portage, as it were. But we must not forget that extraordinary things, on a highly changed path, have also accompanied all major medical plans. There is always an element of adventure and strangeness in them, in the poison that does not kill but frees from pain, in the knife that does not murder but heals, in borderline creations like the artificial stomach. The fact that what is patched up or replaced in this way does not last particularly well and is definitely not better than the healthy organ does not lessen the adventure, certainly does not make it a failure. Disease is not abolished, but its end, death, is amazingly pushed back. If the exploited lives to which so many are returned were worth something, and if a war did not make up in days for years of lost death, then doctors could be half content with the course of the last 100 years. This is the place to die. This inscription at any rate no longer belongs over hospitals but over the states in which they stand. Healing is a waking dream which is only brought to an end by restoring the old state of health. And is there an old state of health? The real medical dreams surface here, they surge around a rock which is itself not as permanent as it seems. The couch from which the sick man arises would only be perfect if he was refreshed instead of merely patched up. Medicines and planning. This means nothing less than rebuilding the body. Conducting life into channels where it has not flowed before or not so easily. New from the start, and added to the body, are pain-killing drugs. They have been sought from the beginning. In addition, there is the sick man's dream of not being present during the operation on his body. The body too can sometimes deaden its pain, as in the shock after an accident. But no doctor will operate while this shock lasts, the number of fatalities is too great. It is different in the case of anesthetics, this unnatural relief added from outside. And most medicines, vegetable and metallic, come from outside, including many reed-dressed poisons. The poison of the foxglove, for example, protects it from being eaten by animals. In drug form it helps to fight heart disease. What a roundabout method, what far-fetched aid. This is even more true of cutting into life, removing diseased tissue, stitching up the opened body after changing its contents, antiseptic treatment, the fight against germs. All this is artificial and does not proceed along the lines of the self-protective 457 mechanisms which exist anyway, of the regeneration which is possible anyway. It took bold planning, a far cry from accepting things as they are. Wishful images of combating disease must be the oldest along with those of combating hunger, and from the start healing was regarded as winning a battle. On the other hand, the frail body also pursues the brightest dreams of a better life. Thus even fairy tales of an ideal state, in which there are no longer any other deprivations, cannot avoid considering disease and the role of the doctor. Plato's Republic, Book 3, even demands that the ideal doctor must also experience all diseases himself in his own body and not have a totally healthy constitution himself. For only in this way can he assess diseases from within, from his own experience, with a soul which has remained spotless and which certainly must not be in a bad state, otherwise it cannot possibly produce a good cure. However extravagant this demand that the doctor must know at first hand in his own body the diseases that he cures, indeed all diseases, Plato nevertheless also includes as part of the disease the treatment which is imposed all too indifferently by the all too healthy doctor. And the treatment can in fact be not only more painful but also more dangerous and longer lasting than the disease itself. The more recent fairy tales of an ideal state, More's Utopia and especially Bacon's New Atlantis, also make medicine easier, less painful, more of a shortcut, an art of newly constructed life or, if life cannot be preserved, of effortless death. Instead of gloomy medieval infirmaries, More portrays friendly, roomy hospitals for all on a happy island. Bacon adds food and drink which do not encumber the body at all anymore, together with wholesome mountain air, artificially produced, serum and vaguely described baths which are nevertheless supposed to make everybody into a Hercules. This is all the more necessary as the existing body itself in these utopias does not live up to the level of the rest of existence, which is imagined as running so smoothly. That is why in the background even here, precisely here, there is the wish to develop a body less susceptible to illness. This finally emerges, quite openly, in a very late social utopia, Suisson's Limonora, the Island of Progress, 1903. The people on this island laugh at the idea that medicine is merely therapeutic. They are well over the crude stage of mere cure of disease, they intervene in the mere laissez-faire, laissez-aller of the body, restraining, promoting, stimulating, arranging and rearranging. Thus the doctor is never conceived here as a cobbler who patches up the old again after a fashion. But they wish him to be an innovator, liberating the flesh not only from its acquired, but even from its innate weakness. For even the healthy body could be helped much further along these 458 lines are all plans which are not preoccupied with each single case of healing but with striving to abolish generic ills. These are, influencing gender, artificial selective breeding, and the abolition of the aging process. These plans, utopian as they are, still partly cast a reactionary shadow of course. It is no accident that the phrase toughening up temporarily smacks more of cannon fodder than of the Superman. The greatest silence now surrounds the plan for influencing gender, though it was the loudest plan of all for a long time. This dream is mostly a bourgeois conformist one, it seeks male sons and heirs for Smith and Jones, as if there were a coat of arms and sword to be passed on. It is pointless in any case. For even if more boys than girls were born in accordance with the wishes of their parents, the girls would become particularly coveted, and therefore particularly precious, and in the course of time the fruits of love would never escape this constant alternation of genitals. Secondly, the plan for efficient breeding existed even prior to the Nazis, it is reminiscent of an agricultural research station. After all, none of our nutrient and ornamental plants is the same as it was in its natural state, all of them are artificially cultivated and changed. As are most domestic animals, they too were grafted onto one another so to speak and interbred, until the fattest pig or the fastest racehorse or even simply the most patient mule emerged. In accordance with Mendel's rules of heredity, this is now to be applied to human beings, it is a question of consciously planned interbreeding, a question of a better sorted blend of genetic inheritance. But this sorting occurs by means of intrusions on human love, which does not consist as such in a particular selection of mutual germ cells. And it would then be only logical to abolish love and, as in the breeding of thoroughbred horses, to use the Prevost syringe, filled with the sperm of the best breeding stallions, bypassing the remaining men who are not so pure-blooded. In his authoritarian novel of an ideal states of Vita Solis, 1623, Campanella had the time of sexual intercourse determined by astrologers. These astrologers have now become the strict breeding masters and gamekeepers. And they do not merely choose the hour of mating, but the couples themselves, according to the auspices of the genetic inheritance. This with regard above all to a product which is useful to the ruling class, in the age of the little man on the conveyor belt. Such selective breeding is to occur before birth, though after it Mendel's rules, which are complicated anyway, no longer hold, but the simple ones of murder. Instead, this is practiced on all those who stand outside the norm, and the norm for the Nazis was simply the ass at the bottom, the beast at the top. The Babbitt is the measure of this in the still inhibited bourgeoisie. All the rest, after 459. Assessment by the same type, are to be exterminated when it becomes uninhibited. Thus so-called eugenics has degenerated to this level. Beethoven, the son of an incurable drinker, would never have been born according to this scheme of things, and even if this had occurred, War the breeder would have obliterated him. Only a society which was no longer a capitalist one would be able to put everything to rights in the problem area of eugenics, with other means and standards of selection. While the best eugenics presumably consists in good board and lodging, in an unspoiled childhood. This promotes successful development, and also makes superfluous that selection according to the strange tincture that has been called pure blood and that presumably only stems from inbreeding, with its rare advantages, and vast dangers. The nobility has propagated itself eugenically along these fines for a very long time, and it has not, in purely physiological terms as it were, proved to be gold, which has retained its value throughout the long series of individual recastings or even become more and more purified. What distinguished and singled out the nobility as such, namely not as individuals but as a group, was solely the class code which gave it obligations and standing, was primarily good upbringing, and therefore not heredity. And that quality in King Lear's face to which one would like to say sire does not stem from his family tree. On the contrary, his family tree produced despicable material enough in the shape of his two daughters. Thus even the chances of nobility do not stem from breeding. It is rather that social hygiene, a society in which an upright posture is not suppressed any more, in which no mean trick pays off any more, reveals noble behavior anyway, indeed it is truly revealed by that society alone. Only here does the breeding of geniuses really succeed, of these true and solely desirable blood minorities. At least so long as the peculiar kind of hormone, or whatever we like to call that which gives rise to creative talent, is physiologically unknown with regard to both its nature and the conditions in which it arises. Certainly, from father comes our stature, from little mother our cheerful nature *, or also, in many other cases, little mother showed signs of hysteria, and this now seems like a prerequisite for the brilliant birth. Yet on the other hand, how many meticulous fathers and fantasizing mothers have merely produced inconspicuous creatures, or possibly even meager and frail ones. The mixture of blood which produces great talent therefore still lies too much in the dark for this talent to be promoted and encouraged physiologically with allusion to lines from Goethe's Zamzini 6. 460. Any prospect of success. Whereas after the brilliant birth has occurred, history is crammed with those unfavorable circumstances which prevented the great talent from even being aware of itself, and then from developing. Most of the goldfish have always swum at the bottom. There have been thousands of Solons who were cowherds, of Newtons who were day laborers, and nobody knows their names. Efficient breeding would have a social field here to keep it busy for a long time, before entering or being able to enter the still largely opaque field of controlled insemination. The control of the individual biological disposition and the abolition of the element of fate. About it are certainly a goal, but first this planning will pull down the real slums before it approaches the slum of the puny body. There is everything to be said for reducing the aggressive drives and promoting the social ones even by means of organic breeding. Just as the nutritional value of cereals and the sweetness of cherries has been improved. But the breeding society must first be bred itself, in order that the new human nutritional value is not determined by the demands of the cannibals. The third kind of planning finally looks purer, i.e. without cannibals, the fight against old age. It probably strikes out most boldly of all, it begins early in women. It does not want to leave the peculiar wound unattended which the body inflicts on itself. As far as the renewal of lost or damaged organs is concerned, human nature is the most obdurate of all. Only in his brain is man the most highly developed living organism, not in other organic capabilities however. After all, progress frequently also represents a certain retrogression in organic development as a whole, by concentrating on one-sided training. By allowing organs to become over-specialized, so that development in a direction other than the one that has become established stops, and even capabilities of an earlier level are lost. The capability of regeneration in particular constantly decreases at higher organic levels. In the case of the earthworm a few rings are sufficient to produce the rest, in the case of newts legs and eyes grow again, the same is true when lizards lose their tails. In the case of mammals however, in the case of human beings, Mother Nature is by no means generous in this respect. When they lose a limb, human beings are dependent on artificial ones, and the strongest wear and tear of all, aging, which begins so much later in many animals anyway, is for them the most severe. The wishful dream of the fountain of youth was placed in this field, and the route towards it was constantly cultivated, by quacks or others. Count Saint Germain's tea for long life has been mentioned above, as has Dr. Graham's celestial bed from the so enlightened 18th century. From Persia came the advice to use 461 breathing techniques, from Tibet the control of one's breathing, from the faith healers the belief that one will soon be immortal in the flesh. Compared with advice like this, that of Hufeland in his Macrobiotics of 1796 sounds modestly correct. Sleep and hope are the two best elixirs. But the more rational wishful path was not lacking even amongst more material elixirs. The Chinese used to take the sex glands of stags and monkeys, the Indians those of tigers. And in 1879 Brown-Sequard actually did discover the supposed material of rejuvenation in the sex gland, the hormone. The further assumption that every organ produces the substances which will heal it when diseased, dentine in the tooth, cerebrin in the brain, quickly fell by the wayside although it was defended by Beer, in a somewhat modified form, even as late as the 20s. But the hope which the sex gland had kindled was not completely illusory in the case of substances which are extracted from the glandular organs themselves. They permit diseases to be treated successfully from the hypofunction of these glands at least. Since then a totally new medical dreamland has opened up. Here, in 1922 a hormone against diabetes was obtained from the pancreas, in 1929 an ovary hormone from the urine of pregnant mares, which is 6 times as strong as the natural one. All diseases which are based on the hypofunction of the endocrine glands, pituitary gland, parathyroid gland, thyroid gland, suprarenal glands, ovaries, and others, can in fact be treated by preparations from these glands. It is precisely with the dream of most general interest, with the active substance against old age, that expectations have not yet been realized, despite mobilization on all fronts. Stinich tied the spermatic cord, and thereby achieved a growth of the puberty gland. The hormones produced to excess passed into the blood, while Voronov transplanted sex glands from monkeys. Both efforts were in vain. Rejuvenation did admittedly occur, but such a momentary one that it seemed as if the cause of aging did not lie in the sex glands at all, and as if the wear and tear on them was itself simply an effect of unknown causes. Though dreams are still left surrounding the thymus gland, the growth gland till puberty, at 16 it is used up and then only has some functions during pregnancy which have not been adequately clarified. It is here, and not in the sex glands, that rejuvenation is said to lie waiting, and means are being sought to keep this organ functional up to a ripe old age, so that if this ripe old age is not a fertile one, it is still an upright, sprightly, open-minded one. The utopian apple of rejuvenation nevertheless still hangs quite a long way off, and as far as the examination of heart and kidneys is concerned, Bloch is playing on the metaphorical meaning of this expression here, i.e. a thorough examination. 462. Old age remains almost the same as it was in grandfather's day. What has changed is the way of handling it, which is no longer hypochondriac, no longer exaggerated. But this is a psychological intervention, not one from the standpoint of the substructure, of the glands and internal secretion, from which vitality is probably fed. The most conscious and also the most felicitous fight against the degrading effects of old age is to be found in the Soviet Union. And this for reasons which capitalist society cannot allow itself at all. In the latter, as a competitive society, old people have to make room, stand down, simply so that so-called younger blood can take their place. From a socialist point of view, however, the fight for a healthy vigorous old age becomes the same as the fight for the preservation of valuable cadres in all areas of the great program of construction. Old age, as Metchnikoff said, which under all previous circumstances has been a superfluous burden for the community, now becomes a particularly useful period of work from a social point of view. It can devote its indispensable experience to the most difficult tasks of the life of society. A future is indicated here in which a significantly possible aging has replaced the pathological kind, and even physiological decline is no longer acknowledged to be inevitable. The successful Soviet attempts at resuscitation shortly after death has occurred even challenge the most definitive fact to be found in the lives of human beings, and show it to be premature. To drive life beyond its previous limits, beyond those which are much too narrow for our capabilities, unachieved works, and ranks of purpose, this is the wish that includes that of healing and clearly surpasses it. Hesitation and goal in actual bodily rebuilding. The wishes of the sick man himself do not extend so far. His main concern is that his complaint is cleared up, that is enough. He wants to be restored to health, is content if he is rid of his affliction, if he can get up and be his old self again, and does not immediately demand any more than this. Equally the plans of the doctor, at the patient's bedside, are far more subdued than the general ones for rebuilding mentioned above. In each particular case, with each actual illness, aging is not an illness, it is enough for him to restore the former state of health. The surgeon by no means regards his work as a process of rebuilding and improving, but as a stopgap measure. The artificial stomach in no way surpasses the one we are born with, good enough if a person can hold out for a few years with such artificial aids. 463. And limbs without complaint. And good enough for the general practitioner if a patient returns from the interesting skitlally of surgical possibilities to his last. Perhaps even Gotz von Berlichingen of the Iron Hand, although knocking off table ends with it and acting as a pulverizer, did not feel this artificial limb to be solely a source of strength. So here is a counter-movement against the utopian rebuilding of the body, against that rebuilding that has ventured so far forward in the case of generic ills. Artificial selective breeding, the fight against the aging process. The general practitioner essentially contents himself with forcing back the end of the disease, i.e. death. He fights against the acquired weakness of the flesh, not against the innate one. His medicine does not yet undertake to assume the high office of being an improver of the body on the same scale as the rebuilding and improving of society and the vast bold changes of inorganic technology. This is a powerful distinction between medical wishes, insofar as they are individual and practical, and those of the more far-reaching attempt to change the world. Thus, however bold the operations and changes may be, in the consciousness of most doctors the goal itself is a stationary one, namely the restoration of the status quo ante. This is also why doctors often succumbed much more easily to the fascist slogan of blood and soil than other less restoratory professions. And it is why the doctor is given a significant, thoroughly incisive role in most social utopias, but few or no purely medical utopias have appeared. Unless Hufeland's or Foucault-Sleben's tranquil works are seen as such, one will not find explosive dreams in them. Both Hufeland's macrobiotics and Foucault-Sleben's dietetics of the soul contain little more than the wishes and images which a clever man had recourse to anyway during the age of spas in the colonnades of the Biedermeier period. One reason for this utopian hesitation may possibly lie in the caution and responsibility of the medical profession. Another reason possibly lies in the empirical sense which is closely related to caution and which acts like a lead weight on the inspired flights of the mind. But the final reason for this astonishing utopian reserve, which is often even salutary itself, alongside all creative medicine, must be philosophical, whether it is conscious or not, the origin of European medicine among the Stoics. This school trusted in the natural course of things, did not want to explode it at any point but to act in accordance with it in every particular. Hippocrates, the older medical teacher, was active before the Stoics of course, but he too came down to us through Galen, the head of the Stoic school of healing. In its view, health is the right mixture of the four main humors of the body: blood, yellow bile, 464, black bile and phlegm, whereas disease is the disturbance of this balance. This already contains the belief in balance as a condition which can merely be disturbed but not ventured beyond. Galen, however, also added the whole Stoic trust in nature, the striven for harmony with nature, without the slightest deviation or overhauling. The world has everything it needs within it, Plutarch says in totally Stoic fashion, and our little world, the body, is also just as undemanding. This conviction did not of course prevent the Stoics from thinking up a very much better model as far as the state is concerned, a kind of universal fraternity, but the bodies within it, if they lived sensibly, i.e. naturally, were regarded as all right the way they are. Even diseases were for the Stoic doctor not just ills but a piece of healing themselves, namely of the disorder that has invaded the body. For a long time even chemical cures were rejected by the Galenists as artificial. Two kinds of antidotes to utopian and all too utopian boldness ultimately continued to be influenced by the Stoics: bon sense and trust in the natural powers of healing. A good doctor follows nature, supports it, never contradicts it. This is the Stoic legacy. Peu de médecine, with this maxim from the 18th century, the heyday of enemas, the doctor finally made himself superfluous, even the empirically spirited one, not just the utopistically high-spirited one. And so-called nature healing began with bon sense enough to do justice to the instinctive desire for air, light, and water, but also with mad dilettantism enough to end up treating patients with curd cheese. Thus once again a utopian streak emerges here after all, the worst kind though, one of ignorant wishful thinking, with hopes which soon become superstitious. This sort of thing is as different as can be from the nevertheless innate medical utopia, the ultimate rebuilding of the body. In fact it is the opposite. But the blow against this utopia still comes from an attitude of devotion to nature, in practical empirical terms, and also suggested above all by the Stoic legacy. And the good thing about this attitude is undoubtedly that it has almost always hampered abstract notions of improvement in the medical profession. If there are few purely medical utopias, there are also no abstract ones, like the fairy tales of an ideal state. So the lower utopian awareness of the general practitioner is itself partly salutary. For everything which is separated too far, too artificially from the usual life of the body becomes gangrenous like a limb with a tourniquet on it. Responsibility and the Stoic legacy maintain the contact with the objectively possible. Unlike what often happened in eugenics and the fight against old age. Only this attitude must not be allowed to interrupt the utopian courage, which is thorough in a different way and without which nothing great happens, even in the art of medicine. This courage refers in a specifically non-utopistic way to the causal liberation from physical ills. Since the final cause here does not lie in bacilli or in the strange imperialist growth of individual cells and groups of cells, as with cancer, but precisely in the corruptible susceptibility and frailty of the flesh itself, the wishful dream of rebuilding it still remains inevitable, and therefore even when we look away from it in the background, indeed a suspicion arises that the medical caution which is aimed to such a great extent merely at the status quo ante is itself rather fishy. We may finally risk the proposition that precisely because the doctor, even at the individual sick bed, has an almost crazy utopian plan latently in view, he ostensibly avoids it. This definitive plan, the final medical wishful dream, is nothing less than the abolition of death. The sick man who has recuperated wants to feel as if he were newborn. This means more than restored to health again, although the sick man is pleased if this is the case all the same. Well pleased, as they say, he can now go about his business again. Restored to health again certainly, but to which again in the course of his life? Is there such a thing as an old state of health at all, which only has to be restored? Is it a permanent rock, firm at all times, as firmly fixed as it is firmly agreed upon? It is not. Health is a wavering notion, if not directly in medical terms, then in social terms. Health is by no means solely a medical notion, but predominantly a societal one. Restoring to health again means in reality bringing the sick man to that kind of health which is respectively acknowledged in each respective society, and which was in fact first formed in that society itself. Thus even for the mere purpose of restoring to health again, the goals of this again are variable, but more than that, they are themselves first posited as the norm by each respective society. In capitalist society health is the capability to earn, among the Greeks it was the capability to enjoy, and in the Middle Ages the capability to believe. Illness was then regarded as a sin, hence above all the terrible treatment of lunatics in chains and dungeons, thus the person with least sins was the best developed. Thus Catherine of Siena, who is a hysteric for every bourgeois enlightened doctor of today, was regarded as absolutely normal. It would never have occurred to any medieval doctor to want to cure this sort of thing, nor would it have been the restoration of a so-called original condition, but the transformation into a much later one normal for the modern age, which hardly existed at that time. Even faith healing, however much Jesus assumes the role of a doctor here and his church that of a 466 chemists, would have been totally incomprehensible in religious times, as far as its notions of health are concerned. For the Middle Ages may also have counted among its prayers those which were sudorific, laxative, and sedative, but none with the goal of making a businessman efficient again. Even the so-called earthiness of that time was, from a modern point of view, by no means a prototype of health, for it produced the Children's Crusade, the Flagellants and more besides. This sort of health contradicts the bracing air of the forest, and yet in its day it was considered as precisely that of the real Christ child, of the real forest hermit. And what of the so-called primitives themselves? They rebuild their body so magically that it is hardly recognizable anymore, they chisel and color their teeth so that they do not, as they say, of the Europeans, look like dogs. They aspire to and revere a kind of health which more closely resembles that of a somnambulist than that of an athlete. A health that is presupposed and remains constant is thus non-existent. Unless in the universally materialistic, and only in this respect eternally youthful, formula, a merry head sits on a full belly. But every text that expands on mens sana in corpore sano is not actual experience but an ideal, and furthermore a different one in each respective society. Thus the doctor in each respective society, instead of restoring a primary general health, rather gives the sick man an additional one. He simply builds up that state of normality again which is socially in vogue at the time, and he is able to build it up again simply because the human body is also capable of functionally changing, and possibly improving itself. Up to now the body has been orientated solely towards limited, even dubious kinds of health, and society has also made possible a lot of diseases, venereal, tubercular, neurotic, of which the animal world knows little or nothing at all. But then the organic wishful dream at least imagined a body on which only pleasure, not pain is served and whose old age does not have frailty as its fate. So it is this fight against fate which links medical and social utopias in spite of everything. The power of replacing lost parts is not so great in the human body as it is in the lower animals, but in return it is only in man that the utopian power directed towards what he has never previously possessed takes effect. It is unlikely that the strength so fundamental to man, the strength to venture beyond and form anew, stops at his body. The exploration of this tendency is of course impossible without knowledge of what is already predisposed towards it in the body itself. Everything else would be folly. As the body of all multicellular beings is predisposed to death, even the most secret medical plan, the abolition of death, is so far up in the air it becomes dizzy. 467. For this very reason such a plan appears crazy and, although it hovers at least before the fight against the aging process, it is never seriously admitted. Which is understandable, even anti-ram, because continuation in the flesh even as a wishful dream does not occur without mixed feelings, nor without horror. The legends of the Wandering Jew and the Flying Dutchman demonstrate this. We do not even first need to imagine the social nonsense of an earth which is incessantly becoming overcrowded, no entrance without any exit, no possible society without a spacious graveyard. All in all, even without grotesque visions, every organic desire for improvement remains up in the air if the social one is not acknowledged and taken into account. Health is a social concept, exactly like the organic existence in general of human beings, as human beings. Thus it can only be meaningfully increased at all if the life in which it stands is not itself overcrowded with anxiety, deprivation and death. Malthus, birth rate, nourishment. So hardly any of the ills of the body are removed when it is seen in isolation. That is why all improvers of our situation who merely concentrate on health are so petty. Bourgeois and odd, the raw fruit and vegetable brigade, the passionate herbivores, or even those who practice special breathing techniques. All this is a mockery. Compared with solid misery, compared with diseases which are produced not by weak flesh but by powerful hunger, not by faulty breathing but by dust, smoke, and lead. Of course there are people who breathe correctly, who combine a pleasant self-assurance with well-ventilated lungs and an upright torso which is flexible to a ripe old age. But it remains a prerequisite that these people have money, which is more beneficial for a stooped posture than the art of breathing. The splendid Franziska Reventlow wrote a book along these lines about the money complex, the root cause of which nobody can ask their doctor to remove. It is the true glutton, the main problem, 90% cancer. All the more interested, of course, was and remained the capitalist desire to cut into the social turnover by purely medical means. Breeding, or rather that which was perpetrated with it, only constitutes the most immediately repulsive, not the sole example. But no less repulsive is the great grandmother of imperialist decimation, Malthus's theory of population. While no elaborated, purely medical utopia exists, a social utopia here appeared as it were with a medical base. By an economist, incidentally. 468. Who was no longer one at all, but already the first hired champion of the capitalist economy. Malthus decided in his essay on the principle of population, 1798, that the reason for misery lies in the natural contradiction between man's boundless striving for propagation and the limited increase in means of nourishment. Malthus promises, mass misery will only exist until a nation sensibly recognizes this connection and restricts reproduction to a degree which corresponds to the degree of loaves of bread available. Thus it is proletarian lechery, not capital, which produces social misery. And the so-called law of diminishing crop yield plainly passes sentence on the proletarian scapegoat. The crisis also simply appears as a shortage crisis, on the assumption of very slowly increasing forces of production, not as one of surplus. This theory was nevertheless modified many times. Indeed, a so-called academic socialist, Adolf Wagner, was preaching as late as the 90s that Malthus was right in all essentials. But the most essential part of his theory only came into its own when the capitalist age was fulfilled, and only baseness can drag it out further by means of lies and murder. From the outset Malthus's theory was inherently misanthropic and bigoted. Marx had already certified its distinguishing feature to be a profoundly low level of thought, in both the moral and the scientific sense. Consequently its brutality broke out completely in the imperialist stage of capitalism. It is not only fated among American murderers, however, but it is also at least excused by right-wing socialists, like Eduard Heimann, and even ennobled in Georgian asterisk fashion by particularly slimy fascists, like Edgar Saline. This renewed Malthusianism justifies war, the scrapping of the superfluous unemployed, the fascist extermination of entire nations, and at the same time it is designed to distract from the true causes of capitalist misery those proletarians whose existence is tolerated after they have been subjected to the numerous clauses of profit interest. All this recommends Malthus to the final spurt of capitalism. The latter is no longer capable of producing original ideas anyway, not even about its baseness and in the service of it. As soon as the wish is no longer a progressive one, it does not even become the father of an idea, but of a plot, or at least of a cover-up. The Malthusian approach, as a diagnosis diverted towards insufficient, socially isolated causes, is thus not just confined to a theory of overpopulation. For even in circles which know nothing about and want to have nothing to do with the hiring of champions, the purely medical recourse replaces or suppresses the recourse to the social causes of misery. The lever to improvement is here always placed as far down, as far beneath the real man and his milieu as possible. Hence, even without a literal Malthus, the interested or at least ignorant narrow view which, from a drop of blood as it were, sent into the laboratory, thinks it can discern the entire sickness of mankind. The whole living sufferer is overlooked, but also particularly the circumstances in which he finds himself. Hence the overestimation of bacilli as the sole causes of epidemics. The microbe above all concealed other attendant symptoms of the disease, bad milieu, and the like. It thus relieved people of the duty to look for the causes there as well. Consumption, for example, rages chiefly amongst the poor, but if that were taken into account, then poverty would have to be combated, as a particularly damp patch, for which bourgeois medicine shows less inclination. A one-sidedly medical abortion of these ills is thus often only an intentionally or unintentionally chosen means of not having to remedy the real ills, ut alicid fieri videator, as it says on false prescriptions. Thus the entire Malthusian system, even apart from the man himself and his theory, epitomizes a whole area of repression. A mere mechanistic first aid chest, without primacy of the social milieu and without plans to change it, without Pavlov and knowledge of the whole human being as a creature who is cerebrally and socially controlled. This prevents the cooperation of doctor and red flag, with the latter leading the way. The social question is solved. Least of all by the poor exercising sexual self-control. We must intervene in production in a different way, and in a different production. An element of Malthus also had an effect on Darwin, who projected overpopulation back into the animal kingdom. Soviet Darwinists have recently rid Darwinism of its Malthusian mistakes. What remains is merely the plan for a birth control which for many people would certainly be beneficial and hence progressive. Namely, as long as there is a capitalist society. And life within it is so precarious that such a society needs this kind of limitation or abortion. As long as it remains in the state it is in today, namely that of no longer being able to feed its slaves. The earth has room for everyone, or it would have, if it were run by the power of satisfying people's needs instead of by satisfying the needs of power. The doctor's care. Only then would the doctor's work really make a clean start. The doctor 470 washes his hands before he begins. All the instruments are shiny, but that is no good on its own. Society itself is dirty and diseased. It is the first thing that needs clinical attention and planning. From this point of view, disease is really to blame, not that of the individual but of the group itself. That ought to be obvious to the doctor too. Whenever he enters the slums, and even during treatment, everything makes a mockery of his medical conscience. The poor devil with diseased kidneys rides on the rattling lorry so as not to lose his wages, clenching his teeth in pain, while the rich man rests beneath his quilt. And after treatment, what is the life of most people, for which the doctor makes them fit for work again? What is a health which merely makes people ripe to be damaged, abused, and shot at again? A German pediatrician wrote even in 1931, with a common sense which was to lead to certain non-bourgeois conclusions: to cure, curare, to take care of somebody, means to see that their health is not disturbed in any way. If this has happened though, the cura of the doctor should be directed towards bringing the patient into circumstances which are as favorable as possible for him. A splendid goal, an economical one in human terms, but one which is only attainable in socialist society. The message is clear. As things stand now, America leads the world in the number of its citizens who are mentally ill. Capitalism is unhealthy even for the capitalists. And the dreams of surgical intervention and organic rebuilding are only really detoxicated in a different economy to that based on profit. This holds true from the cradle to the grave. Indeed, even before the cradle, all this as support for the political animal, but the right one. The Marxist approach is consciously to make history and no longer to suffer it passively. And the Marxist approach is also consciously to intervene even in the preconditioning from which human beings emerge and in which they physically live, before they surface historically at all. This is their existence in the womb, furthermore the physical state given to them at that time. The idea of no longer putting up with it, in the form it has assumed, suggests itself to the man who never accepts the idea of fate. The bold plan suggests itself to him of seeking to set the course of the body before birth in its very predispositions, just as we do with time when we set a clock. To continue to mold it consciously after birth, in a possibly changing and vital way, by means of controlled internal secretion or through as yet unknown shaping energies. All this not in order to make people the same, of which there is no prospect, and for which there is no cause, but rather so that their organic start is not much more unhampered than their social one, so that they do not remain slaves to their own bodies. 471. After they are no longer the slaves of society, they would all like to turn out well, in the measure of freedom which is socially in store for them and becoming clear to them. But for all that, the most visible hope remains the centrally steering influence of life in a society which has become healthy on the very diseases associated with being born and being grown up, especially on their prevention, and on our lifespan. There is a long way to go, and one which, as far as sensitive flesh is concerned, it may not be possible to cover very satisfactorily for a long time to come. It is certainly not covered within the mere fitness for work in capitalist enterprise. For health is something which should be enjoyed, not abused. A long painless life to a ripe old age, culminating in a death replete with life, is still outstanding, has constantly been planned. As if newborn, this is what the outlines of a better world suggest as far as the body is concerned. But people cannot walk upright if social life itself still lies crooked. 36 Freedom and Order, Survey of Social Utopias. The earth belongs to nobody, its fruits belong to all. John Ball. I simply cannot imagine the present situation of mankind as being the one in which it will now remain, simply cannot imagine it as being its whole and final destiny. Everything would then be a dream and an illusion. And it would not be worth the trouble of having lived and having joined in this constantly recurring, fruitless and meaningless game. Only in so far as I can regard the state as the means to a better one, as the crossing point to a higher and more perfect one, does it acquire any value for me. I am able to bear it not for its own sake, but for the sake of the better life for which it prepares the way. Fichte, The Destiny of Man. In place of the old bourgeois society with its classes and class differences, there arises an association in which the free development of every individual is the condition for the free development of all. Communist Manifesto. 472. Introduction. A frugal meal. Many things would be easier if we could eat grass. In this respect the poor man, kept as a brute animal in other ways, does not have it as good as that animal. Only the air is readily available, but the soil first has to be tilled, over and over again. In a stooping, painful posture, not as one grows choice fruit upright against the wall. The days of collecting berries and fruit, and of free hunting have long been a thing of the past. A few rich people live off a lot of poor people. Constant hunger runs through life, it alone compels us to drudgery, only then does the whip compel us. If our daily bite to eat was as certain as the air, then there would be no misery. As it is, bread grows like leaves on the trees only in dreams. Nothing of this sort exists. Life is hard, and yet there has always been a sense of escape, and that it is possible. Since this escape route was not found for so long, dreamy courage swarmed out on all sides. The roast pigeons. A body which is full should have nothing to complain about. Provided it does not lack clothing and shelter, almost everything in other words. Provided there is no lack of friends, and provided life proceeds easily and peacefully instead of being the stormy ride accorded to most people. But only the fairytale, which is always instructive, and the fairytale of an ideal state can tell us about the magic table, and the land of Cocken. Just as the fountain of youth reaches into medical wishful images, so the land of Cocken reaches into social ones, is a cheerful prelude to them. All human beings are equal there, i.e. well off, there is neither effort nor work. Roast pigeons fly into people's mouths. Every pigeon in the bush is already like one in the hand. All things and all dreams are ready to hand as commodities. Thus those in Cocken lead a pleasant life. They are no longer prepared to let the rich tell them how unenviable riches are, how unhealthy a lot of sleep is, how deadly leisure is, how much we need deprivation so that all life does not come to a standstill. The people have merrily embroidered on their most nourishing fairytale, their most obvious utopian model. And 473. Even caricatured it, the vines are tied together with sausages, the mountains have turned into cheese, the streams are flowing with the best muscatel. The magic table and Indian magic meadows here exist as a public institution, as a state of happiness per se. Lunacy and coal portage even here. The fiery owl undeniably flies into these images too. It flies further than it did in the medical dreams, and an end to deprivation does not sound mad. But several world improvers were paranoid or in danger of being so, in a way that is not wholly incomprehensible. Lunacy, as a loosening up for an invasion of the unconscious, for possession by the unconscious, also occurs in what is not yet conscious. The paranoiac is often a project maker, and there is occasionally also a mutual connection between the two. So that a utopian talent slips off the rails in a paranoid way, indeed almost voluntarily succumbs to a delusion, cf. Volume I, p. 92 ff. An example is furnished by one of the greatest utopians, Fourier. In his work Strangest Images of the Future grow alongside a sharp tendency analysis concerning not society but nature, in so far as it is included in our own harmoniously polite order and sings along with it as it were. Thus, as a bonus to social liberation, Fourier plans a North Pole crown, that is to say a second sun which will provide the North with Andalusian warmth. The crown emits a fragrance, warms and glows, an aura emanates from it, which desalinates the ocean, in fact improves it into lemonade. Herrings, cod, and oysters will immeasurably increase, by a shifting of the faulty position of the Earth's axis, whereas the sea monsters will perish. These monsters are replaced by an anti-shark, an anti-whale, friendly paradisial creatures who pull the ships when they are becalmed. But on the land Fourier prophesies an elastic conveyance, the anti-lion, with which a rider who sets out from Calais in the morning has his breakfast in Paris, spends his afternoon in Lyon and his evening in Marseilles. Though in the case of great utopians we see that there is also method in their madness, not merely its own method but also the technological one of a later age. The anti-whale is the steamship, the anti-lion is the express train, indeed the motor car. Just as foolish, just as anticipatory is Fourier's theory that man will develop a new organ, even though it will be on the end of a tail which he will grow, Daumier supplied a drawing of this fantasy. By means of this organ, people absorb the ethereal auras, are able to 474. Contact the inhabitants of other stars, while the planets copulate. The ethereal auras have since been received through the radio, although the rapport with the stars is still a shambles, the technological body and the copulation of the planets even more so. These fairy tales are not so very different in appearance from those of Jules Verne, or at least from the starrily utopian coal portages in Laswitz, and especially Sheer Bart. But all playfulness is lacking in Fourier. The paint pot of the seriousness stands in the realm of paranoia, not just in that of coal portage, though of course this coal portage is also colored by paranoia. Is there not a sense of the fine element of madness that even tinged the liberal utopianizing Freemasons of the 18th century, the bourgeois with their set squares and pyramids? Is there not a kind of jester's cap perched on the whole ceremonial, on the preparations and symbols which are supposed to lead the young Mason towards the realm of Astrea? Even Saint Simon, the great utopian, in his last works concerning the Pope of Industry, quietly touched on the delusion which occasionally threatens world improvers. His disciple, Auguste Comte, was completely lost in it, in his final phase. Comte extended St. Simon's Church of Intelligence so far that not only humanity but also space and the earth were supposed to be worshipped. Humanity as the great being, space as the great medium, the earth as the great fetish. Clotilde, Comte's dead mistress, became the new Virgin Mary. These are the bizarre ideas which adorn some of the most energetic castles in the air. Yet, as noted above, they are also not wholly unrelated to coal portage. that Cole Portage touched on and occasionally incorporated in a fruitful way by the novel of an ideal state. Almost all older utopias use space machines, almost all newer ones the time machines of an exotic imagination, when they travel into the social dreamland. Many seek, in their titles at least, to give the happy island the sparkle of lurid Cole Portage. Thus there is a kingdom of Macaria *an Isle of Felsenberg which was so famous, a Crystal Age names like those of booths at a fair ground in which mermaids from distant shores are displayed. Even the secret tones of an invisible lodge, a long way out, were not lacking. The fairy tales of wonderlands, of wishful times and wishful spaces give a sparkle here since Alexander the most beautiful utopias are set in South Sea Islands, in a Ceylon of the Golden Age, in the wonderland of India. Sailors' yarns lend the trappings even to important social utopias, as in that of Thomas More. Happiness appears in this setting long before the times were ripe for it. For more than 2,000 years the exploitation of man by man has been abolished in utopias. Social utopias contrasted the world of light with night, broadly pictured their land of light, with the sparkle of justice in which the man who is oppressed feels uplifted, and the man who goes without feels content. The fact that this fantastically pictured state of affairs was so often conceivable only in Cole Portage, as the sole remaining form of adventure and of evidently good victory, is not surprising. It is the state of affairs which even today the soldier in Brecht's threepenny novel Dreams has finally come about. Baseness lost its high fame, the useful became famous, stupidity lost its privileges, people had no dealings with brutality anymore. Once the islands of the sun are reached, through lunacy, sailors' yarns or even simply, in the latest social utopias, in the work of Bellamy or Wells, through magnetic sleep, then things are by no means so lively on them anymore. Apart from the splendors of nature, things are more normal. For one would think it is surely normal, or ought to be so, for millions of people not to allow themselves to be ruled, exploited, and disinherited for thousands of years by a handful of upper class. It is normal for such a vast majority not to put up with being the damned of this earth. Instead, the very awakening of this majority is the utterly unusual occurrence, the rare event in history. For 1,000 wars there are not even 10 revolutions. So difficult is walking upright. And even where they succeeded, as a rule the oppressors turned out to be exchanged rather than abolished. An end to deprivation, this did not sound at all normal for an incredibly long time, but was a fairytale. Only as a waking dream did it enter the field of vision. New moral worlds on the horizon. Only far away from here does everything seem better, things are held in common. This is how the citizens live in the work of Thomas More, moderate work, not above 6 hours a day, the proceeds are distributed equally. There is no crime anymore and no compulsion, life is a garden, cozy and noble happiness hang around openly. Things are strict, however, in the great counterpart to More's utopia, in Campanella's city of the sun. The happiness of all is here set straight not by means of freedom. 476. But by means of an order which is planned down to the slightest detail. Despite even shorter working hours than in More, only 4 hours a day, and a communist distribution of the proceeds once again, the beneficial burden of rules lies on every hour, and also on every pleasure. The rules are ascertained and upheld by savants, particularly astrological savants. The city of the sun is precisely fitted into the universe. It is a long way from here, via 1789, via the formal freedom and equality of all, which followed and turned into the cruelest misery, a long way to the utopians of the industrial age, to Owen, Fourier, Saint-Simon. Natural right lies on this path, and also Fichte's dream of a closed commercial state in which everyone possesses de jure, and thus in utopian terms in facto, the provisions and goods to which he has a fundamental right. but in the meantime cash payment had become the sole link of society. A different link was sought, the forgotten one of fraternity, for example. Owen at first turned directly to the workers and remained active in their midst, not just as a factory owner. Private property, the church, and the prevailing form of marriage destroy human happiness. In new harmony they do not exist anymore. The capitalists of distribution and production, merchant and factory owner, are regarded as dispensable phenomena. Bazaars are to arise in their place, in which the worker receives in exchange the commodity which other workers have produced and which he needs, in accordance with the number of hours of work he has put in. Fourier, the other, harsher utopian, pre-Marxist in the sharpness of his analysis, Fourier constructed the Nouveau Monde industriel et sociétaire not so much on philanthropy as on criticism of bourgeois civilization, as the last order that has appeared. It is the curse against which Fourier sets the vision of gentleness, of the disappearance of the fear of life. Fourier was the first to see how in present society poverty springs from affluence itself. The remedy is a departure to communist islands, to the social islands which Fourier calls phalanxes. And they are all attuned to one another as if under world leadership. A kind of harmonic theory of passions completed the smoothly designed economy. The new world was to be as clearly tuned as a harp. Owen and Fourier designed their state, more a happy group than a happy state, along federalist lines. In Saint-Simon, however, it appears in centralized form. Again closer to order than to individual freedom. Almost more fervid than in Owen and Fourier is the hatred here of unearned income and the misery it presupposes, of the feudal and bourgeois men of private means, as painted by Goya and Daumier. All love is reserved for work, and the magic word for Saint-Simon is l'industrie. For him workers are of course also the factory. 477. Owners, merchants, bankers. Thus the industrial system fell back behind Owen, who managed without these types. But Saint-Simon's industrialist does not remain private, he becomes a public official, and society as a whole a church of intelligence. Exploitation is eradicated, because individual economy is eradicated. In its place blossoms the red dawn of plan land, the blessed gift of industry with a social high priest at its head. All this consequently leaves the old land, more or less peacefully and rapidly. Comfort seemed to be most rapidly attained when new inventions also came to its aid. The newer fairy tales of an ideal state are often interspersed with them. More paints flat roofs and large windows of light into his dreamland, Campanella even motor cars. There are also fairy tales of an ideal state which do not so much picture social dreams as technological ones instead. As does Bacon's New Atlantis, the land beyond the Pillars of Hercules, beyond the known world. A happy people lives there, happy above all because it does not content itself with that which nature casts off as flotsam and jetsam as it were. But the Atlanteans delve into the natural forces themselves, with senses sharpened to the extreme by instruments, and after they have taken a deep look they utilize what they have seen. New plants and working animals surround man, life is chemically prolonged, even the old dream of being a bird is realized there, by carriages which rise into the air. A social section of this novel, with its many open doors to tomorrow, remained unwritten. So it is not known by which means the magic table that has grown enormous only yielded good things, and not also, for hostile wishes, poison as well. Purely technological images of progress have thus always made progress appear too cheap, too linear. Just as today, presented in isolation and with social change left out, they are delusions or means of deception. In the honest, yet abstract utopias, the technologically supported belief in progress has very often facilitated the illusion of undisturbed success and advance. Among all the utopians only one, Fourier, has maintained that even in the better future every phase has its ascending line, but also the danger of a descending one. In abstract utopia, even the so-called socialist state of the future, namely that which is only for our grandchildren, very rarely knows any real danger. Even its victory, not just its path, then seems undialectical. This even though a more sorrowful than trusting mood undoubtedly hangs over the first and most famous, though coolest utopia. That of Plato. Of course, unfriendliness is here transferred from the existing state to the ideal one anyway, the aversion of the upper classes to the masses. The wishful image does not serve the latter, the farmer class, they are to be kept in their 478 place instead. A military state is dreamed up which is also an inward one, with Brahmans of this world at its head. It is the idealized Doric state, even though crowned with philosophy, from which Sparta was far removed. And the let everything be in common, which is not lacking in Plato, and indeed through him became the most distinguished utopian catchphrase. This dangerous phenomenon was confined to the two upper classes. It was a monastic privilege, not a democratic demand. Thus the restraint in this utopia, though admittedly at the cost of its being the most reactionary, is not one in the fairytale sense at all, in the sense of the Golden Age. And there is restraint even in the second most famous utopia of the ancient world, in Augustine's City of God. It was of course originally designed in its salvation for Adam and Eve. But their fall prevented it, and since then the city of God has been making a pilgrimage on earth. It cannot appear as an earthly state, for it embraces only the chosen few. It is a Noah's Ark. Its peace is threatened and lonely, sunk into the ocean of sorrow and injustice of which the world consists. But neither Plato's restraint, which was certainly dearly paid for with its reactionary foundation, nor the pessimistic restraint of Augustine have deeply affected the carefree nature of the social utopian image of happiness. The novels of an ideal state very often saw all contradictions resolved by their prescriptions. Health has become parleyed in them as it were. No fresh questions, no different countries appear in the margin any more. The island, although a future one itself, is largely insulated against the future. This is connected in many ways with technological optimism, as noted above, but it is ultimately connected above all with the contraction which the utopian has undergone in this its most obvious expression. Utopia was confined to the best constitution, to an abstraction of constitution, instead of being perceived and cultivated in the concrete totality of being. Thus apart from levity or fanatical abstraction, the utopian has also received from the novel of an ideal state a departmental character totally inappropriate to its raw material which permeates all spheres. Instead, utopian organization, that is, the intended complete satisfaction of needs, without the empty wishes which are to be forgotten, with the profound wishes which are still to be wished and the gratification of which leads to the so unbluntable happiness of an ever-increasing intensification of human profusion, must be comprehended as a totem on which the social utopias themselves depend, and into which they also finally wanted and had to overshoot. Within their department, with socially radical, necessarily good conditions in mind. This totem ensures that the old fairy tales of an ideal state are still new. 479. And meaningful, that even their mistakes are instructive and their claims are binding. They make the claim to which Oscar Wilde's proposition refers: no map of the world which does not contain the country of utopia is worth looking at. The old social dreams painted the Isle of abstraction and love. Because of these two qualities, nothing was to be difficult on it either. Utopias have their timetable. The dreams of living together in a better way were for a long time only thought out internally. Yet they are not arbitrary, not so completely free-rising as it may occasionally appear to the originators themselves. And they are not disconnected with one another, as if they only had to be empirically enumerated like odd events. On the contrary, in their apparent picture book or review character they show themselves to be rather precisely socially conditioned and coherent. They obey a social mandate, a suppressed or only just evolving tendency of the immanent social level. They give expression to this tendency, even if mixed with private opinion, then with the dream of the best constitution per se. Of course, the social utopias do not reflect the existing tendency with nearly the same tenacity or even sharpness typical of a different form of anticipation, bourgeois natural right. Yet they are by no means independent of the surge towards the next level, despite all skimming, all romance of an unconditional social happiness. They speak with consternation, even if seldom in concretely mediated terms, of what is imminent. They couch their communist final happiness in forms of the next tendency in each case. This is so in Augustine, and clearly so in Thomas More and Campanella, in Saint Simon. Augustine's work is influenced by the incipient feudal economy, that of More by free trading capital, that of Campanella by the absolutist period of manufacture, and that of Saint Simon by the new industry. Although in a transparent way each time, with heaven on earth and nothing less in mind. Thus even utopias have their timetable, even the boldest are tied to it in their direct anticipations. Differences in respective location also play a part. It influences the Englishman More and the Italian Campanella most decidedly. More's utopia of freedom thus corresponds in its non-communist sections to the coming parliamentary form of English domestic politics, as does Campanella's utopia of order to the absolutist one on the continent. Such things show that however privately the dream rises, it contains the tendency of its age and the next age expressed in images, though in 480 overshooting ones even here, images almost always overshooting into the original and final state. So much for the social mandate and coherence in the series of social utopias. It is always stronger than the individual characteristics of the utopians. And utopias are taken even less from the drawers of a priori possibilities, for instance, independently of history, than they are from the depths of sheer private feeling. All possibilities only attain possibility within history. Even the new is historical. Even the novum of an abolition of private property, which is anticipated by most social utopias, in that no longer topical section which transcends to the final level, even this novum is not a priori unalterable. It looks very different in the work of the not very liberal Plato than in that of Thomas More, and very different again in his work than in that of Robert Owen. Not even the new itself, in its respective dimension, not even the utopian element, as pertaining to the superstructure, is invariant. The future ages which Jacob shows to his sons on his deathbed are not the same, either in their content or in their concept of the future, as those which the Chiliast Joachim of Calabrese had in mind in the 13th century, let alone those meant by Saint Simon. What is invariant is solely the intention towards the utopian, for it is continuously discernible throughout history, yet even this invariance immediately becomes variable when it gets beyond expressing the first word, when it speaks the contents which are always historically varied. These contents are not at rest like Leibniz's possibilites aeternales, from which the anticipator selects now this one and now that. They move solely in the history which produces them. Which is true of all utopian contents, not merely of the social utopian ones of the best of all societies. The social waking dreams themselves, of course, are not yet the most significant or profound amongst the structured ones, yet in return a utopian element develops in them at its social base. Thus they do not merely exhibit the largest scope, but together with technological utopias they are also the most practical manifestation of human wishful landscape. A proud one too. For social utopias, even in their tentative beginnings, were always capable of saying no to the despicable, even if it was the powerful, even if it was the habitual. The latter is in fact subjectively even more of a hindrance for the most part than the powerful, since it presents itself more continually and therefore less dramatically. Since it numbs the awareness of contradiction, and reduces the cause for courage. But social utopias have almost always arisen in contrast to this numbness, in contrast to that kind of habit which among despicable acts, especially among intolerable ones, constitutes half of moral unimaginativeness and the whole of political. 481. Stupidity. Social utopias functioned as a part of the power to be amazed and to find the given so little self-evident that only changing it can clarify it. Changing it into a state of society which, as Marx says, does not merely end the isolation from the political community, but the isolation from essential humanity. The social dreams have developed with a wealth of fantasy, but at the same time, as Engels adds, with a wealth of brilliant germs of ideas and ideas bursting out of their fantastic cloak. Until the designing of the future is concretely corrected in the work of Marx and brought into the truly comprehended timetable of a due tendency, so that it does not stop but only now vigorously begins. Without the growing wealth of anticipations, of still abstract plans and programs, which are now to be recalled, the final social dream would not have come either. It is now to be found at the height of consciousness and thus becomes, really full of planning at last, social awakening. Two social wishful images of the past. Solon and the contented medium. As long as we are children, we will not put up with a lot. A poor man who has been made to get used to pressure takes things differently. Only late in life comes a feeling of how badly people behave and a glimpse of how things could be different. At first this glimpse is fugitive, evasive, the individual falls back on himself as quickly as possible, without needs. Thus Bias said that he carried all his possessions with him. He did not need much and did not ask much of others. Life without luggage appeared to be the best from both an economic and a social point of view. This sort of thing was never wholly forgotten. Friction becomes slight, envy and cheating come to an end, there is no cause for either among those who are idle. Epigrams from the time of the 7 sages were all of the same opinion in this respect. In a figurative sense they all wish that man should be contented. He can be happy with a little and only with a little. Too much property, says Solon, should be shared. It is not riches that are desirable for us, but virtue, and that alone makes communal living easy. Nobody is to be considered happy before his death. This maxim also means that there is no relying on riches, that they are advisable neither for an 482 individual nor as the condition of lots of people. As general and condescending as all this is, it still seeks a quiet medium. This medium was to feature that happiness which grants the same thing to everybody and thus persists. Diogenes and the exemplary beggars. If life that was too fat was made lean, then where was the place to stop? Certainly not at anything to which man had previously been accustomed, nor at sweet contentment. Diogenes lived out everybody's wish of going to the dogs * for man, and the group he forms are the false, devious animal that has become artificial. Antis thence, as head of the Cynics, taught from the start that the real community was like that among dogs who know how to beg and are not shy of doing so. A free herd, satisfying its simple needs. All people should live together as this loose herd, and no nation should be separated by borders from another. Gold is abolished. Marriage and households too, and extreme absence of needs, something which dogs do not possess of course, frees people from one another and from their surroundings. Since the man dreamed as a dog is no longer involved in unnecessary pleasure, his other involvements come to an end. He becomes independent of the circumstances which stand around life. He and his kind are at home in every situation, as long as it is an undisturbed one, one which has as little to do with the state as possible. Freedom therefore begins here by no means boldly and lavishly, it begins fugitively and offensively. Thus among other things Diogenes publicly masturbated from his barrel, and also regretted that he could not drive away his hunger just as simply. Crates and Hipparchia, a girl from a wealthy family who adopted the life of a beggar with the cynic, publicly consummated their sexual relations in a pillared hall. Apart from dogs, the simple manners of their forefathers served as a model, satisfied with life and unafraid of it. The olden days with rye bread, milk, and turnips were the only healthy, natural ones, and people who declare their faith in them get along with one another as easily as all those who have eaten their fill. Also almost all work becomes superfluous amongst those without needs, only a little splashing on the water is needed to keep the naked swimmer afloat. And a city of barrels for the free man to live in makes it easy enough to keep envy at bay. Above all, the man who is frugal in this way sleeps soundly at night, and walks upright during the day. For he does not settle in the vicinity of conditions over which he has no power. Aristippus and the exemplary scroungers. But parallel to this ran the lure of the merry life which goes short of nothing. The original golden age was then conceived not as that of frugal equality but as that of lavish equality. Instead of a rugged bohemia, one of pleasure and scrounging here fills a proper existence. It taught that pleasure is the human share, enjoyment for its own sake, independently of stilling our needs, that is what distinguishes man from the animals. The power of enjoyment, it was affirmed here, elevates man above dogs, above animals, above the satisfied ascetic. Marx would by no means have denied this. Human wishes, unlike animal ones, ultimately aim at orgy, and they are completely natural in this respect. Thus Aristippus, the head of the hedonists, taught that not absence of needs but the unlimited, shrewd capacity for enjoyment was the natural human condition, and that it should be cultivated. A hedonist breed thus arose, in contrast to the cynic one, and its state is dreamed as one of mutual or patronizing egoists. The best of all communities is that which is least of a hindrance to the highest possible pleasure of its citizens. The hedonist group demands no individual sacrifice, recognizes neither family nor fatherland, least of all prohibitions which hamper an individual's desire for happiness or even simply determine it from the start. This links cynics and hedonists, the free thinkers of absence of needs and of pleasure. They are both anarchic. Their own lives are to be the state that is organized, social life is to be unobtrusive like strolling in the marketplace. Aristippus delighted in his social independence which allowed him to wear the beggar's cloak and fine clothes with equal propriety. He delighted, as Xenophon relates, in the political independence of his roving life, in his ubi bene, ibi patria, and he set it up as an example. Dependence was allowed at most within friendship. A later hedonist by the name of Anicares even taught that a city of friends should be established, not because of its usefulness but because of the self-generating goodwill and the pleasure that results from it. The democratization of this essentially aristocratic image of enjoyment was furthered by the fact that even the poorer citizen benefited from slavery. On this basis a commune of enjoyment could be generally conceived. But above all, the hedonistic image corresponded much more exactly than the cynic one to the 484 conceptions of the Golden Age, to those that still remain vivid. In his malicious comedy The Birds, Aristophanes indicated the scale and the power which the popularity of this image of pleasure had assumed. The image of pleasure became a rebellious one in the play in so far as it was never accommodated, never remained undisturbed. After all, the heroes of the comedy, Euelpides, Hopegood, and Peistheteros, trusty friend, who were little satisfied with the earthly fortunate islands, decided to remain in the clouds with the birds and to propose that they found a new state in the air. Yet the different, considerably more earthly and actually existing Utopia of that time is also already cited in the comedy. It is really against this that Aristophanes directs his armory of wit. A man will never die of want any more, because everything is the property of everybody. Bread, cake, garments, salted meat, wine, peas, lentils, and garlands. This verse 1, like it has already appeared in connection with Derided Wishful Images, Volume I, p. 436, undoubtedly refers to recollections of the Golden Age, which were beginning to grow dangerous and serious at that time. The verse satirizes the plebeian natural state with its reference to lentils, and with the profusion of other goods it satirizes the hedonist ideal, or rather, the democratic sell-out of this ideal. The violent belching which fills such travesties is Epicurus among the people as it were. Freedom is meant to appear as gluttony. It appeared among the hedonists themselves as wine for all, in so far as they are human beings and not slaves. The freedom of pleasure was democratic, despite boundless egoism. For happiness was conceived in generous terms once again, in terms of live and let live, with polite good manners. Plato's dream of the Doric state. It is one thing to mock such wishes, another to render them harmless. Plato undertook to do the latter, in such a way that he both took up the utopian drive and reversed its trend towards freedom. Plato wrote the first detailed work on the best state, the Republic, and this work is as well thought out as it is reactionary. Here, there are no vague dreams any more, no vague notions dreamed through to the end, but neither is some. 485. Original Golden Age longed for and extolled. Lost freedom, of a rustic or lavish kind, is replaced by unattained order, the dreaming is consolidated by its content and becomes imperious. And it is even based on an empirical model here, a model which is found very close at hand, with a realism which is surprising in this great idealist. Namely in Sparta. The love for Sparta and its aristocrats began to answer the interests of the Athenian upper classes after the Peloponnesian War, their interest in dismantling democracy. The ruling class always tends towards the dismantling of democracy as soon as conditions arise like those described by Plato. The present state is falling into two states, that of the poor and that of the rich, who pursue one another with implacable hatred. At such times there is a tendency towards total state authority, towards a police state, one based on order. Thus Plato's utopia, the paradox of a utopia of the ruling class, became an idealization of Sparta. The growing tension between classes recommended Sparta as the strictest Greek state, as the remedy based on authority. Farmers, guardian auxiliaries, guardian rulers, these three castes of Plato's ideal state have their prototypes on the Peloponnese. They are the Helots, the Spartiates, and the Council of Elders, Gerousia. Thus Plato takes up the popular dreams of an ideal state and reverses them. Thus he builds a splendid social utopian ship and gives it a headwind. Thus he transposes the land for which the ship is destined and replaces the Golden Age with that of black soup. Only in passing does Plato also recall the Golden Age as that of plenty, indeed he adds that only through the worsening of the world had authorities and laws become necessary. And the famous verdict on the natural state as being one of pigs refers not to its obscene but to its undemanding character. Socrates gives an account of these undemanding creatures in the second book of the Republic, and how their healthy state is to be described. We will give them peas and beans, and they are to roast myrtle berries and acorns at the fire and wash them down with a sip of wine. And Glaucon then calls this a state of pigs, for these are just the things we would throw down for them to eat as well, whereby the cynic state is therefore also rejected. From the angle of its undemanding nature, not merely from that of its lack of discipline and its bohemia. But immediately afterwards, in the same book of the Republic, Socrates also tackles the hedonist state, the state of gluttons. He treats its effeminate happiness ironically. We must introduce painting and gold and ivory and Everything like that. This also includes all heroic hunters, the imitative artists, the poets and their servants, the rhapsodists, actors, dancers, showmen, artists in all sorts of fields, among 486 others those who make jewelry for women. And a higher happiness was only granted to the Golden Age in so far as people in those days exploited the advantages of their situation in order to gain higher knowledge. So there is no room for any Saturnalia in Plato's temple state, no carnival of nature, none of art and superfluous beauty. A thoroughly ruled world arises, the rational structure of a permanent realm. Its people have a Doric toughness, its order remains precisely that of Spartan aristocratism. Even the holding in common of women and other things, among the upper castes, even this so apparently dangerous similarity of Plato's ideal state to the anarchy of cynics and hedonists stems from the Spartan camp. In Sparta too an elderly man could supply his wife with another man, and an unmarried man could borrow the wife of his friend. In Sparta too the possession of gold and silver was forbidden, the warrior caste, the provisions and tools of others could be shared. The Gerousia though, Lycurgus Council of Elders, only provided the framework for the upper caste in Plato's state, the philosophical caste. For even the eldest members of the Gerousia were not Plato's academicians, quite the opposite. So when Plato called for the philosopher ruler, when he taught that the state would not become a good one until the regents became philosophers or the philosophers became regents, the anti-intellectual model of Sparta is certainly abandoned in this one point, as far as the content of the framework provided by members of the Gerousia is concerned. But it is noteworthy that even the caste of philosophers in Plato's Utopia does not last. The deeply disappointed work of his old age, the laws, wholly does without an aristocracy of education. Instead, in this work the ideal society is posited entirely as a police state, now incidentally retaining private property and marriage. The laws are instructive as a restrained, and as it were burnt-fingered social utopia. They content themselves with the design of a second or even third best state. Of course in this diminished ideal, precisely because it is diminished, the growth of reaction is particularly strong, extending as far as a criminal law against political and particularly cultural innovators. So that it almost seems as if even Plato, who had become highly conservative as a result of his pessimism, no longer regarded such an ideal of order as an ideal. However, definition of the state and criticism of the state in the Republic, and even more so in the laws, are exclusively orientated around the idea of tiered architecture, tiered human architecture. And what is more, this structure is already supposed to be exactly predetermined in the human predisposition. Man accordingly has 487 forces or parts in his soul: desire, courage, and reason. These three active voices are arranged in order of value from bottom to top, thus there is a various order of rank even here. Desire, courage, and reason are allocated to the loins, chest, and head. As each predominates, they form the fiery character of southern peoples, the bold one of northern peoples, and the level-headed character of the Greeks. They constitute the three kinds or directions of level-headedness among the Greeks. The level-headedness of desire is obedience, that of courage bravery, that of reason wisdom. Greek virtue derives from level-headedness, the virtue of obedience thus further constitutes the farmers, the virtue of courage the military class, and the virtue of wisdom the class of philosophical legislators. So in this way a state willed by nature, so to speak, is supposed to arise, a state whose laws so little contradict nature that they complete and crown nature in the social stratum. Very much unlike the cynics and hedonists, Plato consequently deduces no libertine natural right from nature, but a directly hierarchical one. The principle of suum cuique is contained in physis itself. The third book of the Republic even maintains, in a literal sociological application of chemistry, that those who are suited to be regents have had gold added to their souls, the warriors silver, and the traders copper and iron. So the suum cuique certainly seems easy. Plato also adds that as a rule children will resemble their parents, so that by nature a son from a lower class would only rarely fit into a higher one, or even a soldier's child into the trading class. Statecraft in general is the fusing of basic characterological social circumstances into a harmonious whole, into the harmony of justice. We will often encounter the structure of Plato's ideal state later on. For it is that of a longed-for state morality. The fact that, along with the slaves, there was the broad exploited mass of peasants and traders in this ideal state. This pervasive immorality was cloaked by the ideology of a tiered justice. And the exploitation here, as is obvious, was ideologized by the doctrine of an innate servant soul, of base metal. The upper classes are completely supported economically by the work of the third class, and their communism is not one of work but one of non-work, of the police and the learned Jerusha. It is not as if Plato did not want to tax the lower class with the military and monastic communism of the upper classes, for instance, as if it were too tough. He sees it instead as too noble. The Philistines are not worthy of it, they must definitely continue to have cares, unlike the aristocratic commune which has no cares any more, but takes care of its state. Even the task which Plato assigns to the upper classes of watching that poverty and wealth do not creep into the state unnoticed. 488. Even this variety of financial asceticism, applied to the third class, simply means letting no rich and hence dangerous plebeians appear on the scene. Despite these not exactly revolutionary contents, Plato's Republic subsequently continued to act like a socialist, indeed communist work. It was regarded, particularly in the Renaissance, as a kind of set of instructions for socialism, supported by the powerful authority of the great philosopher Thomas Munzer, the theologian of the German Peasants' Revolution, also cites Plato's Utopia, moreover in the spirit of omnia sint communia, not in the spirit of suum cuique. This is a productive misunderstanding. The image of the Golden Age, which Plato had given a Spartan turn, was now again recalled in terms of primitive communism, and as if Plato, by distinguishing the commune as what was best for his nobility, had also been the guide to this best form of society for all. Thus the idea as it were of social utopia, one without classes and stations, was restored in this version of the great idealist. There and then, Plato's best state looked different, of course. He had the wishful dream, in the framework of Sparta, of a medieval, indeed military clerical ecclesiastical realm rather than a socialist construction. And long before freedom found its novel of an ideal state, Plato's Republic utopianized order. A perfect Spartan order, with people as pedestals, walls, and windows, where all of them are only free to be supporting, protective, and illuminating in the ranked limb structure. Hellenistic fairy tales of an ideal state, Iambolo's Island of the Sun. The more lively and more popular wishes persisted, as if nothing had happened. If they were not accommodated at home, then they sought their ideals in the distance. And not just in the golden age of long ago and tomorrow. But this temporal distance cloaked itself in a spatial one, it became that of a remote wonderland. The decisive factor here was the broadening of the geographical horizon by the campaigns of Alexander. The accounts of Arabia and India, which Nearch, Alexander's admiral, sent back home, gave a solid footing, as it were, to the hopes of the Golden Age. The Hellenistic utopia was reinforced and illustrated by the discovery of India. In much the same way as the modern one was by the discovery of America, the space of the ideal state found a geometrical locus. Also there is only one single utopian account, that of Theopompus concerning the fabulous Meropes, in which the land of happiness is assigned to the 489 dim and distant past, as in Plato's Critias concerning Atlantis. But the strange novel by Euhemeros' holy inscription, around 300 BC, which has survived in fragmentary form, is the first to have the fiction of a present-day utopia. An almost paradoxical gain results from the connection with sailors' yarns, utopian graphicness. From Arabia, Euhemeros sails to a previously hidden land, the island of Punchia. There things are produced in common, the proceeds evenly distributed, the soil, this motif also appears for the first time, yields fruit without cultivation and sowing. A people lives here whose happiness and prosperity stem from their connection with the days when Zeus was still on the earth. Kingship and authority, apart from the mild one of priests, are unknown and superfluous, for Zeus had taught the principles of bliss so perfectly that no further interventions from above were needed. But Euhemeros was not merely giving an account of the social utopia of a far-off land, this social utopia itself was again the veiled expression of an educational fairy tale about Zeus and the gods. For it is in a temple that Euhemeros claims to have discovered the holy inscription from which his utopia gets its name, the history of the gods from primeval times, from which the secluded happiness of Punchia has survived. Uranus, Kronos, Zeus, and Rhea were princes and princesses, only later were they elevated to the status of gods exactly like Alexander and the Diadochi * in the days of Euhemeros. This is sheer atheism, the gods became beneficent human local dignitaries, have nothing to do with running the world, heaven, and the like, are products of fame. On this point Euhemeros was close to the hedonistic school, particularly to the precursor of Epicurus, the first Greek atheist Theodoros. Accordingly the happy land of Punchia was also mentioned in the great Epicurean didactic poem by Lucretius, De Rerum Natura, 2, 417. An incense land of this world. Happy utopia and religious enlightenment become one and the same in this land, the earthly tyrants and the gods, above all the stern, aloof ones, fall at the same stroke. It was, after all, precisely the temple of Zeus in Punchia that contained the document which caused Zeus and all the gods to be worshipped as former human beings, as people from a milder, almost matrilinear age, from an age when even Zeus still presided over agriculture. Now Euhemeros fundamentally continued to have an influence only with this derivation of the gods from good kings, not with his dream of an ideal state. But Hellenism also produced another dream of an ideal state. Diadochi, the Macedonian generals amongst whom the empire of Alexander was divided after his death. 490. In which there was only pleasure and plenty. Unencumbered with holy inscriptions, but provided in an intensified way with good nature, with that outside man, which Euhemeros had also trusted. It is Iambolos' Island of the Sun, a communist and collective feast, hence thoroughly popular and yet new in its political festive character. Wishes that were more than popular, namely rebellious ones, may also have played a part here. Iambolos displays no frivolity, the surviving fragment of his work is at once vigorous, ceremonial, and cheerful. It sweeps away slaves and masters, posits mutual work and joy, is consistent in both. That is why this novel of an ideal state also continued to be recalled for centuries, it was almost placed beside that of Plato. The fragments were well known to the Renaissance, and also circulated in Italian and French translations. Some influence on Thomas More and his Utopia is probable. Campanella Civita Solis has points of contact with Iambolos not just in its title but also in its collective ethos. The collectivism in Iambolos is more detailed and better thought out in economic terms than that in Euhemeros. Though a fabulous nature myth, in the shape of a thousand-fold fertility, is not lacking here either. This tropical element is conditioned in terms of the novel by the situation of the island of the sun, in practical terms it is a stopgap for still undeveloped forces of production. The Dionysian cult and the cult of Helios, from another age than the patriarchal age, or age of masters, may of course also have influenced the Hellenistic utopia. Such cults were still alive around the eastern Mediterranean, as cults of Dionysian liberation. In fact, as the cancellation of all class differences in intoxication and feasting. Iambolos transfers his novel of an ideal state to 7 equatorial islands. The happiness of all is established there by the total lack of property. By alternating work in regular rotation, by doing away with the division of labor, and by deliberate education towards agreement and harmony. Slavery is likewise abolished, as is every kind of caste and Platonic utopia based on caste. Everyone is subject to the same requirement to work, a totally unprecedented demand, isolated in a backward and forward direction, both in antiquity and in the feudal society which followed it. The fact that in this connection no separate economic systems remain even for house, home, and family rounds off the collective image of this utopia, the last and most radical to have been devised by antiquity. The uniting element still contained in the feast was also meant to enliven and cheer the requirement to work. Tropical nature helped things along, added plenty and ease to the rotation of work. The 7 equatorial islands thus thoroughly give the impression of lying in 491. The land of the shortest shadow, in the land of wine without mine and thine, where a Dionysian sun still shines, one which melts together. Helios here beams equally on the just and unjust, does away with the justice of suum cuique, as if he really was a benefactor from the Golden Age, in fact the Golden Age itself. The Stoics and the international world state. In a way, the dreams considered so far were still modest in one respect. They settled on an island or in a city, did not go beyond this. The island was admittedly the model one per se, it provocatively demonstrated how a community ought to be, indeed almost how it could be. Yet the model kept its humble proportions, it never outgrew the Greek city-state. That all changed with the Stoic designs for an ideal state, they have larger spaces in their favor, ultimately even Roman ones. Though this was at the expense of detailed, certainly of radical content, and also of the fire which usually radiates from a person, not from a school. Stoic literature is long and multi-layered. It was in fact more effective than Plato and Aristotle put together, but unlike their schools it has no first-rate star in the middle, like the multi-layered Neo-Platonism in Plotinus. In addition there is the threefold, though coherent phenomenon of the school, the Greek one with Zeno and Chrysippos, the Hellenistic one with Paenaicios and Posidonios, and the Roman one with Epictetus and Seneca. But despite this multi-layered aspect the Stoics exhibit as a historical phenomenon something of the concentrated and imperturbable qualities which they assign to the wise man in their teachings. Thus they outlast pedantic Alexandrianism, that strange winter garden of Greece, and by no means become intricate and weak in the antiquarian hothouse. In the enormous processing of material, in which the Stoics competed with Alexandria and also agreed with it in many ways, they by no means become lifeless, scholarly, and disengaged themselves. They retain their masculinity. A connection with practice, for all their abstraction, attain a relevance both to the present and the future, are ripe for Rome, and even for the Christian break with Rome. The Stoics, particularly in their social dreams, draw the logical conclusions from historical changes, they ideologize and utopianize the tendency of these at one and the same time. This is precisely the case in the image sketched by Zeno around 300 BC, in the image of the ideal world state, of the humanitarian state. This concept was first developed by 492 Paenaicios in the society of the younger Scipio. The ideal state was to be so great and so good that nothing else at all could rank alongside it. It was the first utopia to raise the banner of a universal republic, and later of a universal monarchy. Plato's utopian polis sought to have a timeless existence like the idea of the good. The empire of Alexander and the Roman Empire added utopian breadth. The departure from humble dimensions already began in Zeno's social utopia. As the decline and transition of the Greek polis, even the utopianized one, into the supranational empire of Alexander. Plutarch's speech De Fortuna Alexandri still brings together the history of Alexander with recollections from Zeno's Politeia in a late retrospective glance, with the usual causal inversion of reality and reflection. Alexander appears here as the accomplisher of the Stoic ideal state. He is portrayed as bringing together the life, ethos, marriage, and way of life of nations in one festive crater asterisk as teaching them always to regard those who are good as relations, those who are bad as strangers, and the ecumene as their fatherland. The empire of Alexander very quickly disintegrated into individual states again, but after the Punic Wars Rome rose to power, and its imperialism brought with it a much more colossal crater. For Rome too, just as the Greek nation was submerged in the empire of Alexander, so was the Latin nation in Caesar's Mediterranean monarchy. Destiny itself, the tick so important to the Stoics and which still appeared to them to constitute order, seemed to contain the Roman expansion. The historian Polybius, who had close connections with the Stoics, thus dates a very different world situation from the Second Punic War onwards. Previously events were dissipated, now they cohere physically as it were, in a grand successful sweep. In Polybius the tick causes the ways of the world to converge, and creates a spatial temporal overall destiny for all, Rome, Pax Romana, and the Stoic universal state complemented one another to such an extent in the end that it is hardly possible to distinguish where the submissive or conversely patriotic compromise of the Stoic literati begins when their cosmopolitan utopia ultimately looks like the Roman Empire itself, disregarding its human weaknesses, as Cicero says. It is certainly not the crushing military might, but rather the universal element, the ecumene, which made Rome so seductive in the eyes of the Stoics. And an admittedly rigorous, but hair-splitting and by no means rebellious school found it perfectly tolerable when this a large bowl in ancient Greece in which the wine was mixed with water. Polybius, 205, 123 BC, Greek historian under the patronage of Scipio the Younger. He wrote in 40 books a history of Rome from 246 to 146 BC. 493. Seduction was of service to it. When the utopia of fraternity, in countless rhetorical presentations, later turned into eulogies of the Roman Empire, Zeno had already prophesied the world state. This in marked contrast to the restricted nature of Plato's polis, and also to its restricted castes. And if Zeno had even linked individuals with the universe by skipping over nations, then he had already done so all the more by skipping over borders. He started out from individual, inward, morally liberated human beings. They were to be formed into an enormous association in which those who were less wise were educated by example. Zeno tolerates no coinage in his Politeia, no power over other people, no law courts, not even schools of wrestling. Chrysippus said that all existing laws and constitutions were wrong, chiefly because of the power which they contain, and with which they are maintained. An existence is imagined without fixed law, without war, the golden age all over again, and friendship, both in small circles and in large associations, guarantees an undisturbed coherence. The surviving fragments provide only a dim picture of the particulars of this utopia, and of the fantastic parts as well. But because of the inwardness from which it starts out, because of the indifference of the Stoics towards external circumstances and because of their feigned and genuine contempt for them, it is probable that this utopia remained unrealized at least in economic terms. And as far as the political aspect is concerned, the best constitution, the Stoics soon became eclectic, despite Chrysippos. They preached mixtures of democracy and aristocracy, following a non-utopian like Aristotle in this respect. They were even well disposed towards monarchs. In fact, they finally praised the uniform head of the ideal centralized state. So that a king among the Diadochi devoted to the Stoics, Antigonos Gonatas, was the first to describe kingship as a glorious act of servitude to the people. The emperor Marcus Aurelius even more emphatically derived a morality of the ruler from the Stoic ideal of the state. Thus far does a social utopia here plunge into given fact. The ecumene alleged to be moral does not yet break as the religious one does later, under Augustine, with Caesar. But the significance of the Stoic utopia does not lie in its institutions anyway, nor in the consistent communism which it declaims. Its significance lies in the program of world citizenship, which here means the unity of the human race. At the bottom the individual remains its representative. The superior state begins as the selection of individuals for moral education and nonviolent communal life. But it by no means ends there. It is one-sided and exaggerated when Wilamowitz remarks on one occasion that Plato's ideal construct is a community, but Zeno's is an individual. Even 494. In the ideal of the wise man the non-personal, typical characteristics of a general rational rule of life predominate. And even in the Stoic state there is much more pathos of communal life, appropriate to the general law of reason which has to permeate it, than cultivation of inwardness from which the Stoics started out. This communal life is not even confined to the human sphere. Instead the human sphere is backed up by the cosmic sphere, of which it forms a part. The most important part. For according to the image of the Stoic Cleanthes, the earth is the common hearth of the world, and above this hearth, linking men and gods, reigns systematic reason. It gives its uniform law of life to all human beings, demands the international of all rational beings, fits things into the cosmos as the supreme community, as the city of Zeus, from which the individual states are to form their individual houses. This cosmic reason at the common hearth of the world even exhibits matrilinear characteristics in the Stoics. They had already become apparent in the agricultural Zeus of Euhemeros. The Stoic utopia intensified them in general. Bona Dea and Zeus, the cosmos as city of Zeus and as mother house, world reason, and the most trustworthy mother nature who settles everything, here often become interchangeable. And this strengthens the footing of the golden age in the universe itself, in the syncretistic notion of Zeus, kind as a Demeter of heaven. The existence without money, law courts, war, power, which Zeno had imagined, obtains in this worldly megalopolis the footing, believed to be cosmic, which it had not been given in economic and political terms. The cosmos in the state now levels all social distinctions, even that of the sexes, man and woman, Greek and barbarian, freeman and slave. All distinctions due to limitation vanish in the intellectually and quantitatively unlimited realm. Even blood and family, the ties from the age of agriculture and the polis, do not hold the new human beings together. Instead, equality of moral inclinations determines the bonds in megalopolis. The difficulties are solved by the law of large numbers asterisk as it were. Or rather, by the expansion which has a cosmomorphic effect, by world harmony. This is the grand systema, uniting the gods and the divine in man, in the words of Posidonios. A pantheon on earth, at the common hearth of the world. This is the new natural state, that in which physis stands against the statute, thesis, but coincides with the right law, nomos. A far-reaching equation. It had less of an influence on the later social utopias, but a decisive one on natural right. Though in individual practice the Stoics hardly championed this Masonic state any more than could be expected, given its formal inwardness together with the colossal cosmos. Thus the sense of brotherhood remained unrealized in economic terms, the preached superiority to external circumstances allowed these to persist unchallenged alongside utopia. Even Stoics outside the upper classes, such as the slave Epictetus, were as far away from social revolutionary activities as their inwardness or even their world reason was from the suffering earth. So from this point of view as well, a compromise with Rome must have been easy, apart from the gratitude with which prophets are stirred when their prophecy, here that of the world state, seems partly fulfilled. In addition there is the markedly antiquarian sense which the Golden Age and the identification of the wishful state with it had gradually assumed. For the Golden Age was regarded by the Stoics as irretrievably lost, only a new course of the world could set it in motion again, and this new course presupposes nothing less than Zeus taking the entire world back into himself again through world conflagration. And even then, after this somewhat too violent upheaval which is also independent of human beings, the Golden Age restored again in the New World will not last, nor is it known why this should be so, in the doctrine of universal optimism like that held by the Stoics. Again it is precisely this emphatic peace with statically celebrated world perfection, this pantheistic acclimatization to approved fate, which is averse to change, unless it is a mitigation or reformation. Influences on slave economy, married life, and even the running of the state are discernible here. If diseases look like a kind of purgative in Stoic medicine, with which rational nature heals itself as it were, law and justice are of course shown no such mercy, but neither are they attacked anything like as much as in other utopias. The whole is held up to them as an example, a prevailing model, so that the parts keep and are kept to it. Nor is the utopia of the Stoics directed towards what is explosive but rather towards what is complete, towards an increasingly improved harmony with the existing God nature that is the world. Pretended world perfection thus prevents the intended world change, just as it seeks to govern it. This makes the Stoics, even their utopia, strangely reformist and conformist at the same time. There are a few exceptions. The tutor of the Spartan king Cleomenes, who ordered a kind of socialist economy, was the Stoic Pharos, a pupil of Zeno. And he is said to have influenced the king with Zeno's Politeia. The tutor of the tribune Tiberius Gracchus was the Stoic Blasius, and the result, the call for a sharing out of the land, the fight against the patrician upper classes, was different at any rate from the result in the case of Marcus Aurelius, who did not shake up the Roman Empire as everybody knows. The Stoic utopian concept. 496. Of ecumene above all had an inspiring effect. It outshone the mere ideologization of the Roman Empire undertaken by later Stoics, and it also had an effect outside the Stoic school. As in Judaism, touching on old prophetic universalisms again, which the Jewish national church state had buried, after the return from Babylon. It is more than probable that the world citizenship supported by St. Paul in contrast to St. Peter was produced, or at least strengthened, by Stoic influences. His quotation from Cleanthes or Aratus, in the speech to the Athenians, Acts of the Apostles 17:28, proves that St. Paul had read Stoic writings. And the quotation refers to the unity of the human race in the world reason of Zeus. But in early Christianity, partly even in St. Paul, the explosive element was considerably clearer than the element of reformatory completeness which is part of Stoicism, even where it converts to Christianity. This is the end of the resemblance, to which St. Paul had alluded, of the Stoics, the Freemasons of antiquity, to early Christianity. The Stoic utopia seeks transfiguration through correspondence to nature, the Christian utopia does so through the critique and crisis of nature. The Bible and the kingdom of neighborly love. What do the scriptures tell us, immediately after they become historical? They tell of the sufferings of an enslaved nation. They have to haul bricks, labor in the fields. The Egyptians made their lives bitter. Moses appears, kills an overseer. It is the first act of the future founder. He has to leave the country. The God he imagines when he is abroad is in his very origin no master's God, but one of free Bedouins, in the Sinai region of the Canaanitic nomadic tribe into which Moses had married. Yahweh begins as a threat to the Pharaoh. The volcanic God of Sinai becomes Moses' God of liberation, of flight from slavery. An exodus of this kind gives the Bible, from here on, a basic resonance which it has never lost. And there is no book in which the memory of nomadic, and thus still half-primitive communist institutions remains so strongly preserved as it does in the Bible. A community without division of labor and private property still appears to be God's will for a long time to come, even when private property had emerged in Canaan and the prophets accepted it, on a modest scale. Jeremiah called the period in the desert the bridal period of Israel, following in the footsteps of the elder Hosea, and this was not only because of Yahweh's greater proximity, but also because of economic innocence. In 497, the promised land, of course, after they had settled down, the communal life quickly came to an end. From the conquered Canaanites, who had long reached the agricultural and urban stage, farming and wine growing were adopted. Crafts and trades, rich and poor developed, in glaring class distinctions, and debtors were sold abroad as slaves by their creditors. The two books of Kings are as full of famine as of the glitter of wealth which produced it. On the one hand, and there was a sore famine in Samaria, 1 Kings 18, 2, on the other hand, King Solomon made silver to be in Jerusalem as stones, 1 Kings 10, 27. In the midst of this exploitation, and thundering against it, the prophets appeared, drew up the notion of judgment, and in the same breath the oldest outlines of social utopia. And they did this giving. Proof of continuity with the semi-communist Bedouin period in connection with semi-nomadic opponents still close to the Bedouins, with cumbersome and isolated figures, the so-called Nazarites. There was also a connection with the Rechabites, a tribe in the south, which had held aloof from the opulence and money economy of Canaan, and remained faithful to the old desert god. The Nazarites themselves were also externally recognizable by their desert clothing, their hair cloaks and unshorn hair, and they abstained from wine. Their Yahweh, still a stranger to private property, became for them the God of the poor. Samson, Samuel, and Elijah were Nazarites. 1 Samuel 1, 11, 2 Kings 1, 8, but so was John the Baptist, Luke 1, 15, all of them enemies of the golden calf, and also of the opulent master's church which stemmed from the Canaanite Baal. Thus a single line, full of twists and turns, but recognizably the same, runs from the half-primitive communism remembered by the Nazarites to the preaching of the prophets against wealth and tyranny, and to the early Christian communism founded on love. It runs almost unbroken in the background, and the famous prophetic depictions of a future kingdom of social peace take their color from a golden age which was not just a legend. Similarly, their criticism of the apostasy from Yahweh takes its bearings from Nazaritism, for this apostasy is a turning from the pre-capitalist Yahweh, so to speak, towards Baal, and also towards that master's Yahweh who conquered Baal at the price of becoming a god of luxury himself. Accordingly, prophets arose in times of great internal and external tension, admonishing people to change their ways. Amos, who says of himself that he is a poor cowherd who picks mulberries, is the oldest of the prophets. Around 750 BC, and perhaps the greatest, and his Yahweh sets things alight. But I will send a fire upon Judah, and it shall devour the palaces of Jerusalem. Because they sold the righteous for silver, and 498. The concept of the future, and therefore of time, of the ancient Israelite prophets, and in a broader context of the ancient Orient, coincides with that which has developed since Augustine. The experience of time has certainly undergone many changes, the futurum above all has only recently been augmented by the novum and become charged with it. But the content of the biblically intended future has remained intelligible to all social utopias. Israel became poverty as such, Zion became utopia. Necessity is the mother of messiahs, O thou afflicted, tossed with tempest, and not comforted, behold, I will lay thy stones with fair colors, and lay thy foundations with sapphires. In righteousness shalt thou be established, thou shalt be far from oppression. For thou shalt not fear, and from terror, for it shall not come near thee. Isaiah 54:11 and 14. An aura of this light in the night lies above social utopias again and again, right down to whiteling. The Romans came into the promised land, which had become less and less of one. The rich did not get on badly with the foreign occupiers, who protected them from desperate peasants and patriotic resistance fighters. They protected them from prophets, who could quite unreservedly be called agitators now. The Nazarite John the Baptist preached at this time among the common people and promised an end to their misery. And now also the axe is laid unto the root of the trees, therefore every tree which bringeth not forth good fruit is hewn down, and cast into the fire. Matthew 3:10. In those days there was more than enough room for glad tidings, of a social revolutionary, national revolutionary kind. Change seemed imminent. He that cometh after me, said John, whose fan is in his hand, and he will thoroughly purge his floor, and gather his wheat into the garner. But he will burn up the chaff with unquenchable fire. Matthew 3:12. And the coming of Jesus himself was by no means as inward and otherworldly as a reinterpretation since St. Paul, which always suited the ruling class, would have us believe. His message to those that labor and are heavy laden was not the cross. They had that in any case, and in the terrible cry, My God, why hast thou forsaken me? Jesus experienced the crucifixion as a catastrophe and not in a Pauline way. The great Logian in Matthew 11:25-30 is of this world, not the other world. It is the edict of the royal Messiah who puts an end to suffering in every form and does so on earth, as a man to whom a change in all things is entrusted. My yoke is easy, and my burden is light. Jesus never said, the kingdom of God is within you. Instead, the momentous phrase, Luke 17:21, literally reads, the kingdom of God is among you. And it was said to the Pharisees, not to the disciples. It means, the kingdom is already alive among you Pharisees, as the chosen community, in these disciples. The sense is therefore a social one, not an inwardly invisible one. Jesus never said, my kingdom is not of this world. This passage is interpolated by St. John, John 18:36. And it was designed to be of use to Christians in a Roman court. Jesus himself did not attempt to give himself an alibi in front of Pilate with such cowardly pathos of the other world. This would have contradicted the manifest courage and the dignity of the founder of Christianity, and above all it contradicts the sense which the words this world and the other world possessed in Jesus' day. This sense is a temporal one and stems from the astral religious speculations of the ancient Orient, that is, the theory of world cycles. This world is synonymous with that which now exists, with the present eon, whereas the other world is synonymous with the future eon, thus Matthew 12:32-24, 3. What is therefore intended by these contrasting terms is not a geographical division between this world and the other world, but a chronologically successive one in the same arena, situated down here. The other world is the utopian earth, with a utopian heaven above it in accordance with Isaiah 65:17, for, behold, I create new heavens and a new earth, and the former shall not be remembered, nor come into mind. The aspiration is not another world after death, where the angels are singing, but the equally terrestrial and superterrestrial kingdom of love, of which the early Christian community was already supposed to represent an enclave. The kingdom of the other world was interpreted as otherworldly only after the catastrophe of the cross, and above all after the Pilates and especially the Neros had become Christians themselves. Since for the ruling class everything depended on diffusing the communism of love and rendering it as spiritual as possible. The kingdom of this world was for Jesus the kingdom of the devil, John 8:44, which is precisely why he nowhere stated that it should be allowed to persist. He never concluded a non-intervention pact with it. Armed force is rejected, though not always. I came not to send peace, but a sword, Matthew 10:34. But the rejection of armed force, in the Sermon on the Mount, significantly places the kingdom of heaven at its immediate end in every beatitude, Matthew 5:3-10. So armed force is rejected because it is superfluous for Jesus the apocalyptic thinker, because it is already obsolete. He expects an upheaval which will leave no stone standing on another anyway, and he expects it at any moment, from nature, from the superweapon of a cosmic catastrophe. The eschatological sermon has precedence for Jesus over the moral one and determines it. The money changers will 501. Not only be driven out of the temple with a whip, as Jesus did to them, but the whole state and temple will fall, totally, through a catastrophe, before long. The great eschatological chapter, Mark 13, is one of the best attested in the New Testament. Without this utopia, the Sermon on the Mount cannot be understood at all. If the old fortress is to be so soon and so totally razed to the ground, then economic questions also seem pointless to Jesus, who regarded the present eon as finished in any case and believed in the immediately imminent cosmic catastrophe. Thus the phrase about the lilies of the field is much less naive, or at least surprising and disparate on quite a different level, than it appears. And the instruction, render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's and unto God the things that are God's, was uttered by Jesus out of contempt for the state and with a view to its speedy destruction, not as a compromise, as St. Paul would have it. A natural catastrophe is of course a substitute for revolution, but an extremely extensive one, and in this appeal to the Last Judgment it does of course diffuse every real revolt, as it does even in the account of the old servant in Cabal and Love, Act 2, Scene 2, but it still did not make any truce with the existing world, there was no forgetting the future. Ian. The catastrophe of the kingdom of this world is even cruelly fulfilled according to Jesus. There is little more talk of loving one's enemies when it comes to the last judgment. The new team owed its allegiance solely to Jesus. The new social community, redeemed from the previous eon, exists through him, in him, for him. I am the vine, ye are the branches, John 15:5, the founder had ordained. Thus Jesus merged into the community just as much as he encompassed it. Inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me, Matthew 25:40. The saying grounds the social utopia intended by the early Christians in its communism of love and in the international of whatever bears a human face, however poor. The saying also adds, in a momentous way, an element that was completely lacking in the Stoics, a social mission from below and a mythically powerful person to watch over it. Even where the social mission had almost disappeared. As in the case of Augustine, the opposition to the power of this existing world and to its misanthropic content remained predominant throughout all church building and all compromises. As it certainly did in the Christian revolutions, bearing in mind the killing of the Egyptian overseer, the Exodus, the thundering prophets, the expulsion of the money changers. A play by Schiller. 502. And the promise to those that labor and are heavy laden. The Bible did not elaborate any social utopia, and it is certainly not exhausted by the latter, nor does it constitute its decisive value. To believe that would be both a false overestimation of the Bible and a shallow approach. Christianity is not just an outcry against deprivation, it is an outcry against death and the void, and inserts the Son of Man into both. But even if the Bible contains no elaborated social utopia, it does point most vehemently, in both negative and positive terms, to this Exodus and this kingdom. And when the scouts told of the land flowing with milk and honey, there was no shortage either of warriors who wanted to conquer it, nor afterwards, when the land proved to be no Canaan, of tough and ardent dreamers who sought for it further and further afield, lavished more and more stirring superlatives on it, and wanted to bring it ever closer to mankind. No mercy was shown to the great Babylon. The great is fallen, and the kings of the earth shall bewail her, and lament for her. And the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her. 4. No man buyeth their merchandise any more, Revelation 18, 2ff. But the kingdom is nowhere regarded in the Bible as a baptized Babel, not even as Augustine later regarded the millennium as a church. Augustine's city of God from rebirth. Nearly all the forward dreams of the Greeks were well and truly directed towards this world. Life itself, without any outside contribution, was to be improved in them, in a sensible though colorful way. Even the distant islands in the pagan wishful image lay in a still coherent world, together with their happiness. This happiness, with its institutions, was imminently inserted into existing life, and held up as an example to it. But to the Rome which was going to pieces nothing could be set up as an example of an imminent kind any more. A completely different example, something completely new, was longed for. In the end, in the competition between various salvations, Pauline Christianity making political use of this new element was triumphant. Jesus had by no means demanded the leap, as we have seen, out of this world into inwardness and the other world, but the fresh leap onto a new earth. The Christian utopian wish for community formed around the core of Jesus, though in such a way that it shifted more and more into the other world, into an inwardly transcendental gathering, and empty promises. Instead of a radical renewal of this 503 world, an institute of the other world appeared, the Church. And it applied the Christian social utopia to itself. This was joined by references to the Stoic utopia, in the form of the superior state, as already taught by Chrysippus. His ecumene apart from the Roman Empire provided the framework. But it was precisely in the Stoic utopia that the leap into the new was lacking. The ordinary world was presented as complete in itself, unable, and in the whole disposition of antiquity also, unwilling, to develop new dispositions, tasks, let alone breakthroughs from within itself. For this an impulse towards exodus was necessary which was not to be found on pagan soil. Only the impulse of Jesus cancelled what was complete, posited the explosive, the city of reason, in the world, with Zeus, became the city of God. Against the world, with Christ. Augustine's Utopia de Civitate Dei, around 425, gave the most powerful utopian expression, though of course also a church building. 1. To the new earth as an other world on earth. Earthly wishes can only be considered incidentally here, can never be fulfilled. They are bad, as such they have had their fling up till now, driven off course from the right life. Their location is the secular state, and the will that makes the latter is wicked. Thus it cannot be improved, it must be converted, both the previous will and the previous state. The target of this conversion is Jesus, though to begin with Augustine still admits the necessity which compels the good to live together with the wicked. Their two states are still intertwined, and the wholly desired one must accept the evil of the unholy one for the time being. Though at this point, Augustine is still a disciple of the Pauline social compromise throughout. Here, this father of the Church even goes so far as to condone slavery, which almost all the Stoics had rejected. Our duty is to be contented. It is still better to serve a foreign master than our own lusts. Augustine further ascribes the right of punishment to the existing authorities, as a good paterfamilias, no one knows why. And this even in connection with so-called salvation history. For the secular state is the bad one, but not the worst. Below the civitas terrena there is still the completely diabolical primordial condition, the anarchic one. Accordingly there is, if not salvation history, then certainly healing history asterisk. Even in the existing states on earth, home and family offer the first refuge. Tribal association and city-state, civitas as urbs, the second, and the international state of peoples, civitas as orbis, the third. The Roman Empire is instantly recognizable in this international state, the very same empire which Augustine contemptuously opposes from the standpoint of the utopia of the civitas Dei. Unlike other fathers of the Church, particularly Tertullian, Augustine has no longing for an initial golden age, which for him lies before every kind of civitas whatsoever, and is hence never otherwise described than as a diabolical animal kingdom. But instead, the practical prince of the Church against that antithesis of civitas terrena and civitas Dei to be discussed in a moment took the Roman Empire as the basis of the ecclesiastical ecumene. Almost as the later Stoics connected Rome with their superior state, with the difference though that this superior state was politically powerless in Rome. Whereas Augustine placed the Church above the empire, and could almost actually do so, placed the superior home of salvation supposedly set up by Christ above the dubious home of healing. This marks the end of the relative recognition of the earthly state in Augustine. Circumstances were not yet conducive to a more extensive leveling. The relations between Church and state were as yet so little consolidated that Augustine as accomplisher of the Christian utopia is in direct opposition to the practical prince of the Church. The shrewd though disgusted admiration for Rome gives way in the further progress of the civitas Dei to totally dualistic hatred, adopting the tension between night and light, Ormuzd and Ahriman from Augustine's Manichaean youth. If Jesus and Jesus alone is the target of this conversion, if there is only salvation history and no healing history, then the historical states, including Rome, are exclusively enemies of Christ. They themselves, not just the anarchy from which they arise, are the kingdom of the devil. This is the decisive idea in Augustine's work, beyond its compromise, and it is presented as a process. Political utopia appears for the first time as history, indeed generates it. History emerges as salvation history towards the kingdom, as an unbroken uniform process, harnessed between Adam and Jesus, on the basis of the Stoic unity of the human race and the Christian salvation it is to attain. So two states have always been struggling irreconcilably with one another in humanity, the civitas terrena and the civitas Dei, the community of sinners hostile to God and that of the chosen ones, chosen by divine grace. Augustine's philosophy of history claims to be a record of this struggle, the self decay of the earthly states, the budding victory of the kingdom of Christ are antithetically elucidated by means of forceful examples. The first part of the work De Civitate Dei, Augustine himself calls it a magnum opus et strenuum, in books 1-10, contains a critique of polytheistic paganism as such, the pagan gods. 505. And the soul. Nothing else. Nothing else at all. So acute is the tension at work within him, stemming from the Manichaean convictions of his youth, between the god of light and the god of night, between Ormuzd and Ahriman, a political tension. The city of God is an ark, often also a mere catacomb hidden over and over again. Its revelation occurs only at the end of present history. which is why even the Church does not completely coincide with the Civitas Dei, at least since the Church extended the right of forgiveness of sins to mortal sin as well, and also to apostates, since the Decian persecution of the Christians, and consequently comprises a very mixed society. Only as the number of the chosen, as the corpus verum, is the Church wholly the city of God, whereas the existing Church, as the corpus permixtum of sinners and chosen, does not coincide with the city of God, but only borders on it in a preparatory way. The existing Church does of course coincide in Augustine with the millennium, as the first awakening, the first resurrection before the second definitive one, Revelation 30, 5f. This first awakening is initiated and maintained by the Church's means of grace. Chiliasm is thereby diffused, yet Civitas Dei is not handed over to the existing Church. Instead, Civitas Dei builds itself up for heaven from Abel onwards, in fragments, and only reveals itself as complete with the appearance of the kingdom. Civitas Dei is a foundation like Plato's ideal polis, but more consistently than the latter in its complete orderliness. It is not conceived as being founded by men but as being founded in a God of order. Every utopia of order of a pure kind, so that it does not fall into the opposite of its order, namely into the merely arranged and not ordered character of chance or fate, tic, or moira, presupposes an economy of salvation which founds the order and in which the utopia itself is founded. This fundament of transcendentally communicated or inspired order, without any admixture of chance and moira, was not to be found in Plato's idea of the polis and God of the polis, nor in that of the Stoics. It was only to be found in the Christian concept of God. It is not in and not behind the existing world, but after it that the Civitas Dei, as the timeless elapsed polis in its highest form, becomes completely manifest. And the basic utopian goal of society, towards which only the Church can lead us, remains the acquisition of the divine image for man, de Civideixii. This is the radically supertemporal directing and ordering principle of the one and only best state as against the others, the systems of sin. Civitas Dei was quite literally conceived as a piece of heaven on earth, from the angle of happiness and above all from that of cleanliness, which does not make people into angels of course, but into saints, and 507. Thus into something greater according to Catholic doctrine. Augustine's dark pessimism with regard to the worldly life of the state is countered by a kind of priestishly ardent yet space-making, and even in the following period richly secularizable optimism of the Civitas Dei, founded on the existence of saints and their growth in the Church. Casting off the works of the old Adam, putting on Christ, in short the hopes for a spiritual rebirth of more and more people, thus became a utopian political issue in Augustine's City of God. And yet it is strange how these dreams are not automatically directed towards the future. They rush ahead as anywhere else, but the future apparently cloaks itself in present existence. The question thus becomes possible: is Civitas Dei strictly speaking a utopia? Or is it the manifestation of an already existing transcendence circulating in this world? Is the waking dream of a socially not yet become really developed here, or is a finished transcendental whole, ecclesia perennis, sunk into the world? Often of course the city of God seems to be only germinating in Augustine's history, and therefore future utopian. But it often also seems to be an existing great power. Great anti-power, which has come into existence in the same way as the other dramatis persona, the city of the devil. Civitas Dei is celebrated in the work of Augustine as almost present, in the Jewish Levite state and in the Church of Christ. Precisely such a powerful dream of the future as that of the millennium is sacrificed to the Church, in which it is supposed to be already fulfilled. And a major point here is that the existence of the Civitas Dei ultimately poses as a fixed pattern of grace, embracing the predestined chosen few. whether they wish to be citizens or not, whether they aspire to, dream of, or work for the kingdom of God or not. One can know more work for the kingdom of God than for any other good in Augustine's theology. It comes from grace and exists by virtue of grace, not of good works. Thanks to divine predestination, the outcome of historical discrepancy between civitas terrena and civitas dei is also fixed from the start. Just like grace, its content of light and heaven is irresistibly victorious. All this actually distances Augustine's ideal state from the truly utopian will and conceptual plan, and yet the civitas dei is a utopia. It is of course not one which wills change. According to Augustine, there is just one freedom, that of psychological willing to will, but since Adam's fall there is no freedom of moral ability to will, non possumus non pecare. But as grace stirs man not merely to do good but to be prepared to do good, so the city of God marches ahead of man and is an active utopian force within him. As an expectation predestined. 508. In the chosen few. And its basic substance is that the community of perfect individuals and saints on earth appears, as we recall, only at the end of present history. Civitas dei only wholly emerges when the secular state goes to the devil, to whom it belongs. Thus civitas dei does not merely circulate in history as a distinct dramatis persona, it is also produced, or more cautiously, turned out, by history as the acquisition of the divine image. And it hovers above the historical process as a whole. It is the eternal corporation, where nobody is born because nobody dies, where true and strong happiness prevails, where the sun does not rise on the good and the wicked alike, but the sun of justice shines on the good alone. De Civdeiv. This is certainly transcendence, but not one which has a fixed existence and thus contradicts utopia. Socialis vita sanctorum is historical utopian transcendence, since it is, in contrast to St. Paul's, located on the earth again. St. Paul also uses the expression city of God, but as is characteristic of the road from Jesus to St. Paul in the purely transcendental sense as a state in the heavens, cut off up above. Augustine on the other hand posits something like a new earth again. This is precisely why his transcendence can be utopian, for it is entwined with the productive hope of human history, experiences contact, danger, and triumph within it, and not, like pure transcendence, already a determination, I.e. fixum. Consequently, civitas dei in Augustine is only present as a bone of contention and a highly threatened pre-appearance. It will only be a utopia at the end of present history. Indeed, Augustine sets a further goal even for the perfect city of God. It too is only a preliminary stage towards this goal. For civitas dei is not the kingdom which is asked for in the Lord's Prayer. This kingdom is called Regnum Christi in the work of Augustine. Civitas dei is admittedly also called this occasionally, with apologetic embellishment, but the Regnum is never called civitas in Augustine. For it no longer stands within time. So just as the earthly Sabbath for Augustine is a utopian festival in expectation of the heavenly one, civitas dei, which only seemingly exists as complete, itself still contains its utopia within it, namely Regnum Christi as the final, heavenly Sabbath. The seventh day of creation still remains open. Above it Augustine placed precisely the most central utopian statement: we ourselves will be the seventh day, die septimus. Anno essipsierimus, de civdeixxii. This is a kind of transcendence which, when it has broken through in man, simultaneously arouses his desire, contrary to Augustine's understanding, to have made the breakthrough himself. The alleged fact that we cannot not sin, non possumus non pecare, was little hindrance here. Especially as the radical 509 moral unfreedom of the will did not even gain acceptance in the Church. The diffusing of the millennium into the Church was little hindrance, especially as Civitas Dei. Being such a high vision, constantly gave the lie to the corrupting church's claim to be the millennium. Chiliasm broke out in all periods of unrest again. The kingdom of God on earth became the revolutionary magic formula throughout the Middle Ages and the early modern era, right up to the pious radicalism in the English Revolution. Civitas Dei in the work of Augustine himself is more lasting in its definition of the power states than in its apologia for the Church, more lasting in its utopia of brotherliness than in its theology of the Father. Human beings were henceforth utopianized as brothers even where a father was not believed in any more. Civitas Dei remained a political wishful image even without God. Joachim of Fiore, the Third Gospel and its Kingdom. It all depended on whether people were serious about what they were expecting. The revolutionary movements were in this position, and they created a new image of the kingdom. They also taught another kind of history, one which animated the image and held out the promise of its incarnation. The most momentous social utopia of the Middle Ages was drawn up by the Calabrian abbot Joachim of Fiore, around 1200. He was not trying to purge the Church, or even the state, of their atrocities. They were abolished instead. And the extinguished gospel was rekindled, or rather the lux nova within it, what was called by the Jochites the Third Kingdom. Joachim teaches that there are three stages of history, and each one is closer to the viable breakthrough of the kingdom. The first stage is that of the Father, the Old Testament, of fear and of known law. The second stage is that of the Son or the New Testament, of love and the Church, which is divided into clerics and the laity. The third stage, which is yet to come, is that of the Holy Spirit or the illumination of all, in mystical democracy, without masters and church. The First Testament gave the grass, the second the ears, and the third will bring the wheat. Joachim elaborates on this sequence in many ways, mostly with direct reference to his age, believed to be a final apocalyptic age, and with the political prognosis that the masters and the priests will no longer be able, and the laity will not want, to go on living as before. Joachim's sermons thus dealt, in an early bourgeois visionary way, with the curse and radical end of the corrupt feudal and ecclesiastical kingdom. With an anger born of hope, a satis est, which had hardly been heard since the days of John 510. The Baptist. This also accounts for the strength of the watchwords in his three categories: the age of rule and fear equals the Old Testament, the age of grace equals the New Testament, the age of spiritual perfection and love equals the rising final kingdom. Tres denici mundi status, primum in quo fuimus sub leg, secundum in quo sumus sub gratia, tertium quod evidno expectimus sub ampli ori gratia. Primus ergo status in scientia fut, secundus in proprietate sapientiae, tertius in plenitudine intellectus. Two persons of the Trinity have already appeared. The third, the Holy Spirit, can be expected at an absolute Pentecost. The idea of the Third Testament, which Joachim thus elaborates in his work De Concordia Utriusque Testament, goes back in its foundations but not in its social utopian power to the 3rd century, to Origen, the father of the Church, by no means canonized by his Church. For the latter had taught that there were three possible ways of interpreting the Christian records: a physical one, a mental one, and a spiritual one. The physical interpretation is the literal one, the mental interpretation the moral allegorical one, but the spiritual interpretation, pneumato intestocent, reveals what is meant in the scriptures by the eternal gospel. At the same time, though, this third gospel was for Origen only a mode of interpretation, even though the highest, it was not itself in the process of developing, within time. Nor did the third gospel in Origen emerge from the New Testament, as one which was given as complete to the end of time. Joachim's greatness consists in having transformed the traditional trinity of mere viewpoints into a threefold gradation within history itself. Connected with this, and with even more momentous consequences, was the complete transfer of the kingdom of light from the other world and the empty promises of the other world into history, even though into a final state of history. The ideal community lay for Iambolos, as later for more Campanella and often later for others, on a distant island, and for Augustine in transcendence, but utopia for Joachim, as for the prophets, appears exclusively in the mode and as the status of historical future. Joachim's chosen few are the poor, and they are to go to paradise in the living body, not just as spirits. In the society of the Third Testament there are no classes anymore. There will be an age of monks, that is universalized monastic and consumer communism, an age of the free spirit, that is spiritual illumination, without sundering, sin and the world that goes with it. The body too thereby becomes guiltlessly happy, as in the original state of paradise, and the frozen earth is filled with the appearance of a sacred May. There is a hymn by the Jochite Telesphorus, end of the 14th century, which begins, O vita vitalis, dulcis et amabilis, semper memorabilis. O lively life, sweet and lovable, always memorable. The Libertas Amicarum is not puritanical. Its theme is precisely the exodus from fear and servitude or the law and its state, the exodus from the rule of clerics and the immaturity of the laity or loving grace and its church. So Joachim's doctrine, with its band of brothers, is not a flight from reality into heaven and the other world. On the contrary, the kingdom of Christ is for Joachim more decidedly of this world than anything since the days of early Christianity. Jesus is once again the Messiah of a new earth, and Christianity operates in reality, not just in ritual and empty promises. It operates without masters and property, in mystical democracy. This is what the third gospel and its kingdom aim to achieve. Even Jesus ceases to be a leader, he dissolves himself in the Societas Amicarum. It is hardly possible to determine all the paths taken by this extremely historically oriented dream. It spread through long periods and into far-off countries. Genuine and forged works by Joachim were circulated for centuries. They spread to Bohemia and Germany, and also to Russia. The early Christian-oriented sects show clear influences of Calabrian preaching there. The kingdom of God in Bohemia, as it did 100 years later for the Anabaptists in Germany, signified Joachim Civitas Christi. Behind it lay the misery which had long prevailed, within it lay the millennium whose arrival was in the air, thus people struck out to greet it. Very particular attention was paid to the abolition of rich and poor. The preaching of the apparent fanatics took the notion of fraternity by the pocket and at its word. Augustine had written, "The city of God attracts citizens during its travels on earth and gathers friendly pilgrims in all nations without regard to the differences in customs, laws and institutions which promote acquisition and safeguarding of earthly peace." De Civdei 19. The city of God of the Jochites, on the other hand, turned a very sharp regard on institutions which promoted acquisition and exploitation, and it practiced that tolerance which was necessarily alien to an international of the Church, namely, towards Jews and heathens. The citizenship of the forthcoming city of God was not determined by baptism but by perceiving the fraternal spirit in the inner word. According to Thomas Munzer's great super-Christian definition, the future kingdom will be formed of all the chosen ones among all scatterings or races of every kind of faith. Joachim's third, 512. Kingdom clearly continues to exert an influence here. You should know, says Munzer in his work on fictional faith, praising the testimony of the genuine Christian against the lackeys of princes and against scribbling priests. You should know that they ascribe this doctrine to the abbot Joachim and call it an eternal gospel with great scorn. The German peasant war very much dispelled this scorn. Even the radicals of the English Revolution, the agrarian communist diggers, the millenarians and FIFTH monarchy men all bear the legacy of both Joachim and the Baptists. Only when the Jochite Taborite spirit was eliminated from the Baptist movement, by Menno Simons, did the Western sects, and not just the Mennonites, become quiet, particularly quiet, evangelical communities. But even the other Ernst, that which was detached from the Baptist movement, the incipiently rational, no longer irrational utopia of the modern age, abandoned the millennium. Plato and the Stoics triumphed over Joachim of Fiore, even over Augustine. In this way a greater precision of institutional details developed in utopias, a connection with bourgeois emancipation arose, which was already fully utopianized into socialist tendencies, but the elements of a final purpose and final goal, as contained in Joachim's utopia, were toned down. They were turned in the work of rational utopians like Thomas More, and also Campanella into social harmony. A liberal or even an authoritative future state thus became heir to the millennium. The mythologizing Christian way of thinking in the medieval Christian utopia certainly did not specify the element of a final purpose, but nor did it ever lose sight of it. It persisted in the fermenting, dream-laden red dawn which filled the Jochite and the Baptist utopia to the brim and turned the whole sky into an eastern glow. This way of thinking had less elaborated social utopia than Plato or the Stoics, let alone the rational constructions of the modern age, but it had more utopian conscience in its utopia than they did. Conscience and the problem of the final what for thus remain indebted to the chiliastic utopias. Quite independently of the intolerably mythological designations of their content. And Joachim was cogently the spirit of Christian revolutionary social utopia. It was in this spirit that he taught and continued to have an influence. He first set a deadline for the kingdom of God, namely for the communist one, and called on people to observe it. He deposed the theology of the Father, relegated it to the age of fear and servitude but dissolved Christ into a commune. Here as nowhere else the social expectation was in earnest which Jesus had placed in the new eon and which had been turned into hypocrisy and cliché by the Church. Or as Marx says quite rightly on 513. Obsequiousness which the old eon needs in its victims, but without the day of judgment and the triumph over Babel, without intending towards a new heaven and a new earth. Resignation to fear, servitude and empty promises of the other world are the social principles of a Christianity which are despised by Marx and cast into Arcus by Joachim. But they are not the principles of a long-abandoned early Christianity and a social revolutionary history of heresies that sprang from it. In his expectation of the kingdom, Joachim of Fiore merely expresses the continuing influence through the centuries of the eschatological preachings of Christ, what he said about a future spirit of truth, John 16:13, and what did not seem to be concluded with the first pouring out of the Holy Spirit at Pentecost, Acts 2:1-4. The Western Church declared such things to be concluded. The only thing that was unconcluded was its compromise with the class society. The Eastern Church at least left open a continuation of this pouring out. After the Lateran Council of 1215, the Western Church put all monasteries under the spiritual control of their diocesan bishop. Even after it had adopted the Western order of the sacraments, the Eastern Church had to allow a charismatic and often heretical independence to monasticism, and the sects. The Western Church confined enthusiasm to apostles and the ancient martyrs, in order to deprive Adventist beliefs of any kind of sanction. The Eastern Church, on the other hand, which is so much less thoroughly organized, teaches a continuing presence of the Spirit outside the priestly church, among both monks and laymen. It thus lacks the monopoly of administering the host, the whole legally established or screwed-in business of redemption. Russian Orthodoxy under the Tsars was too ignorant for this anyway. It had no scholasticism, let alone the legal sharpness and dogmatic formulations of scholasticism. Instead, out of reach of the Holy Synod, a constant unwritten essence of Joachim of Fiore lived on in Russian Christianity, it lived on in the easily kindled feeling of brotherhood, in the Adventist beliefs of the sects. The sect of the CHLYSTS has a doctrine of Russian Christs, of which it lists 7, in the basic motif underlying everything, in the unconcluded revelation. Several great peculiarities were thus able to spring up in Christo-romantic fashion on Bolshevist soil. The indisputable Bolshevik and equally indisputable Chiliast Alexander Bloch gave an indication of this, thoroughly in the Joachite spirit. When in Bloch's hymn, The March of the 12, that is, of the 12 Red Army soldiers, a pale Christ precedes the revolution and leads it, this kind of presence of the Spirit is just as remote from the Western Church combines as it finds the Eastern Church at least. Theologically. 515. Open to it? Only the heretical sects, with Joachim among them, allowed revelation to spring up anew even in the West, and the Holy Spirit accordingly recommended astonishing Pentecosts to them. It recommended social principles of Christianity which, as the example of Thomas Munzer indicates, were not cringing and did not treat the proletariat as a rabble. This was heretical Christianity and ultimately revolutionary Adventist utopia. With the social principles of Baal they would not have arisen. They blossomed in the preaching of Joachim, to such an extent that a single antithesis exposed the Master's church here, they deck the altars, and the poor man suffers bitter hunger. This very antithesis sounds, as we have seen, as if it was from the Bible, from Amos, from Isaiah, from the Jesus quoted by Munzer. In fact even the ideal states constructed out of pure reason, which prepared the way for socialism from the 16th century on, are themselves, for all their rationality, still built into the third eon. They no longer keep this space occupied, but they still keep it, despite an unspoken finality. At bottom, there are no such utopias without an unconditional element. The will to happiness speaks for itself, but the plans, or contemporary images of a new moral world speak differently, i.e. chiliastically. However secularized and finally, eventually, set on its feet, the social utopia since Joachim has the Societas Amicarum within it, this Christ-likeness turned into a society. Happiness, freedom, order, the whole regnum hominis, resound with it, in its utopian application. A remark by the young Engels in 1842, Meg I, 2, p. 225f. Contains an echo from Joachim, only a few years before the Communist Manifesto, the self-confidence of humanity, the new grail around whose throne the nations jubilantly gather. This is our vocation, to become the Templars of this grail, to gird our swords about our loins for its sake and cheerfully risk our lives in the last holy war, which will be followed by the millennium of freedom. Utopian unconditionality comes from the Bible and the idea of the kingdom, and the latter remain the apse of every new moral world. Thomas More or the Utopia of Social Freedom. The bourgeois citizen got moving, went in search of his own, in which he could flourish. He was in favor of work, making way for efficiency, and the end of class differences. The work of the English Chancellor Thomas More, De Optimo Rei Publici Statusive de Nova Insula Utopia, concerning the best condition of the state or concerning the new island of Utopia. 516. Appeared in 1516. For the first time in ages the dream of the best state is here once again presented as a kind of sailor's yarn. More's island is called Utopia, no. Where, with a fine, slightly melancholic, but acute title. The nowhere is conceived as a postulate for the where in which people actually find themselves. Once assured of not being disturbed, a globe-trotter here tells his friends about the distant happy island. The sailor's yarn that More uses once again following on from the utopian fables of Euameros and Iambolos is even based on a careful report. As has been proved, in his book More used the memoir by Amerigo Vespucci of his second Voyage to America. Vespucci had said of the inhabitants of the New World that only there do people live naturally, that they are rather to be called Epicureans than Stoics, and they also manage without separate property. And the humanist Petrus Martyr, a contemporary historian of the new discoveries, praised the condition of the American islanders as one without the curse of money, without laws and unjust judges. It may come as a surprise that Thomas More, the courtier and the subsequent martyr of the Church, against the reformer Henry VIII, was so well disposed towards the primitive communism of these reports and furnished the new island of Utopia with it. The egalitarian tendencies, directed against class prejudices, of the incipient bourgeoisie must be taken into account here. Up until the Thermidor, equality was a serious watchword, however formal it may have remained, of capitalist liberation. In the century of the Utopia itself, around 1550, a democratic work had been written by a friend of Montaigne, Etienne de la Boétier's The Contrary Man or the Will to Bondage. More drew on the same content. One sentence from this rhetorical but interesting work is enough to show how little the cultured Renaissance had to be aristocratic. Nature cast us all in the same mold, so that each can recognize a likeness, or rather, his brother, in the other. One may further point to the absence of property among the upper classes in Plato's Republic, that book so highly esteemed by humanists. More, who does not follow Plato's ideal state in other respects, takes the idea of refined communism from it, but turns it from the privilege of a few into the right of all. One may point not least to the Christian Moor's love for the early Christian community. It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. No pope will give dispensation from this saying even to the most faithful son of the church. What remains striking though is the Epicureanism reveling in this world, which likewise animates the communist island. It stands as an extremely secular heaven above Utopia. Even more striking is the abolition of religious controversy. Thomas More, since 1935 a saint of the Catholic Church, seems with his tolerance almost like an early Roger Williams, not to say Voltaire. Certainly on this point he is a close forerunner of Jean Bodin. The ideologist, though for different reasons, of a non-denominational state. This surprising contradiction enabled a late bourgeoisie no longer interested in utopias to turn more solely into a churchman and to disinfect him of any revolutionary odor. Among other things, a philologist with capitalist interests, Heinrich Brockhaus, furnished a hypothesis which considers precisely this communist Epicurean tolerant foreign body in the utopia and carefully eradicates it. For according to Brockhaus, Thomas More's Utopia work, 1929, More's work, as it exists and has had a continuing influence down the centuries, as a democratic communist document, is supposed to be a forgery. According to him, More was not the author but only the official editor, or rather, More also wrote a Utopia, but what was later circulated under this name is no longer the original but a distortion of the original Utopia perpetrated by another hand. The other hand is that of Erasmus of Rotterdam. The Epicureanism of the work originates from him, not from More, as well as the communism, the 6-hour day, the religious tolerance. Eradicated by Erasmus, however, was the main sharp reforming content, that is to say the non-political, exclusively religious interest which is allegedly supposed to have motivated More in the drafting of his original Utopia. This interest is interpreted by Brockhaus on the assumption that More wanted to restore to the Church at the last moment the ascetic conscience and its salutary dignity. A year before the catastrophe of the violent, schismatic Reformation occurred in 1517. Accordingly, it is not England that is supposed to have been criticized in the original Utopia but the pontifical state, and above all, the model for this ideal was by no means the primitive commune of American islanders but the monastery on Mount Athos. Instead of England and the primitive commune, More is solely supposed to have contrasted the two centers of Christianity, Rome and Athos. Utopia is nothing other than the land of Athos reconstructed with the help of additions. Hence it was not an outline of the best state that More intended, in particular and in general, but a reform of the Church. But Erasmus spoilt this plan by spoiling the plan of the original Utopia, which already lay ready for dispatch to the decisive council in the Vatican. Thus Brockhaus's theory would like to rid More of the foul odor of communism, as well as the zest for life, as well as religious tolerance. 518. All these main ideas of the Utopia, which have become historically effective, are distortions by Erasmus. And it is not as if this was a case of an unimportant exchange of names in the province of the same work, as in the Shakespeare-Bacon controversy. For example, on the contrary, the works themselves are as different as a freethinker and an angel. There is actually an original Utopia, one indisputably written by More, and this work is simply a religious document, unlike the political tract by Erasmus. The kingdom of Utopia is not of this world either. So much for Brockhaus. The social brief of this kind of philology is quite obvious. One of the noblest precursors of communism is to have his words cut short. But this suspect hypothesis is useful in that it focuses attention more sharply than before on the collaboration of Erasmus and thereby removes undeniable difficulties. The fact that Erasmus edited the Utopia before it was printed was well known. Certain elements of lightness, indeed of ironic playfulness, which are inappropriate to Thomas More, must have been incorporated by the great man of letters. Erasmus could be tolerant, for he had said that the Holy Spirit wrote very bad Greek in the New Testament. Erasmus could be Epicurean, for he is the author of the most unprejudiced pedagogical colloquia. They contain a didactic discussion on the manners of young people in a brothel. The tone in the two parts of the Utopia is also strangely different. The first part contains fierce condemnations of social conditions in England, certainly not in the pontifical state, whereas the second part, which was after all supposed to proclaim the ideal, indulges in a genially refined mixture of playfulness and seriousness, and it avoids the expected organ tones of hope. At any rate, the Thomas More, who demonstrated by his martyr's death what it meant to believe in a cause, does not merely make the best state into a fairytale, as noted above, in harmony with late classical forms, but he inserts, beyond this harmony, elements of a courtly dramatic fable. But above all, the Thomas More who advertises in the Utopia the results of a social revolution is a different man to the one who a few years later, when this revolution had broken out in Germany, defended the existing state, kingship, the clergy. In short, the very fortress of property which was missing in Utopia. And the content for which the martyr ultimately died was not that of social, let alone religious tolerance. He died a faithful supporter of the Papal Church, whose memory has remained preserved solely in this form for Catholicism. On top of this there are incompatibilities in the work itself, especially in its second part. Dissonances by no means just between the tone of a courtly fable and communism, but between humaneness and indifference. 519. Between social paradise and the old class world. The first part had explained crime in terms of economic causes, and accordingly demanded the humane treatment of prisoners. The second part recognizes criminal slaves in the midst of Utopia, who have to perform heavy labor in chains. The warfare of the Utopians and their desire for annexation seem a related inconsistency. They regard it, More remarks, they regard it as a highly just reason for war if a nation seeks to prohibit the use and possession of land, which it does not need itself but leaves barren and unproductive, by another nation which according to the dictates of nature should draw its subsistence from it. Hermann Oncken rightly stresses in his edition of the Utopia that this martial passage no longer has anything whatever in common with the isolated and exemplary peaceful existence of the Utopians, but rather with the later practice of England, the communist and primitive agrarian ideal state, which already revealed itself as a class state in the question of slaves, now shows itself to be a state based on domination and power politics with the first signs of a capitalist imperialism which seems almost modern. Thus utopia by no means appears of a piece, by no means as if it has sprung from one single person and his socially conscious love of Christ. But the eminently English nature of many of these inconsistencies once again does not argue in favor of Erasmus but shows that more too could accommodate breaks in his work, and further that the abolition of private property, with all its consequences, is an anomaly within bourgeois anticipations which even the noblest faith in Christ cannot dispose of. Dreams of the early bourgeoisie, in which the bourgeois himself disappears as a class, cannot avoid irony and dissonances. Thus the explanatory value of Brockhaus's hypothesis is very much reduced even over and above the suspicious nature of its social brief. A series of difficulties certainly arises not just from the editing by Erasmus. No ideology is more English than that of a morally justified colonial war, as taught in Utopia. None could be further from the monastic republic on Mount Athos. The Utopia is most probably a hybrid creation with two authors, but England is already criticized by More, not just by Erasmus, and it is once again exclusively England, not Rome, that is to become the best state. The Utopia is and remains, with all its dross, the first modern portrait of democratic communist wishful dreams. In the womb of capitalist forces that were only just beginning, a future and super-future world anticipated itself, both that of formal democracy, which delivers capitalism, and that of material humane democracy, which cancels it out. For the first time democracy was here, linked in a humane sense, in the sense of public freedom. 520. And tolerance, with a collective economy, always easily threatened by bureaucracy, and indeed clericalism. In contrast to the previously imagined collectivisms of the best state, in the work of Thomas More freedom is written into the collective, and genuine material humane democracy becomes its content. This content makes the Utopia, in substantial sections, into a kind of liberal memorial and memorable book of socialism and communism. People are only made wicked by deprivation, why punish them so severely? More commences with this question, he immediately makes the surroundings responsible for the individual. The gallows are appointed for thieves, whereas we should much rather see to it that they can make a living, so that none of them faces the dire compulsion of first having to steal, and afterwards to die. Right next to this, More portrays the world which allows the poor man to become guilty and sets itself up as a judge. How great is the number of noblemen who, themselves as idle as drones, live off the work of other people, and make them sweat blood, but on top of this they gather a swarm of wastrels and satellites around them. And the end of the first part of the Utopia states openly, where private ownership still exists, where all people measure all values by the yardstick of money, it will hardly ever be possible to pursue a just and happy policy. Thus possessions certainly cannot be distributed in any just and fair way, and mortal happiness cannot be established at all, unless property is done away with beforehand. As long as it continues to exist, poverty, toil and care will hang instead an inescapable burden on by far the biggest and by far the best part of humanity. The burden may be lightened a little, but to remove it entirely, without abolishing property, is impossible. More puts all these words into the mouth of the globe-trotter, whom he introduces as a reporter from Utopia and who now, from the standpoint of the best state, regards the English one in horror. The cautious chancellor calls the man Raphael Hythlodaeus, which means windbag, but Raphael undoubtedly represents More's most radical opinions. The island of Utopia then, of which the reporter gives an account in the second part of the book, is above all a humane one because its inhabitants are so largely free of drudgery. 6 hours of moderate effort are sufficient to satisfy all urgent needs, and also to produce enough provisions for the comforts of life. Then life beyond work begins. It is a life of the happy, liberal family unit, in a beautifully kept house which unites several families like guests. So as to suppress even the semblance of private property, the houses are exchanged every 10 years by drawing. 521. Lots. In the forum there are free eating houses, educational establishments for all and temples. The economic system of utopia focuses on the primary goal of giving all citizens as much free time as possible for the cultivation of spiritual needs. Not the least aspect of this cultivation of spiritual needs is the art of eating and drinking, together with the worship of physical strength and beauty. There is a sharp rejection of asceticism at this point, to wear oneself out without being of any use to anybody, merely for the sake of an empty shadow of virtue. This seems quite absurd to the utopians, an act of cruelty towards one's own person and the deepest ingratitude towards nature. There is no sharing of women in utopia, of course. On the contrary, adulterers are punished with the harshest slavery, and with death if they repeat the offense. Yet marriages can be dissolved and are only entered into after the bride and bridegroom have seen each other naked. Since the utopians think that nature herself has marked out pleasure for us as the goal of our actions, and living in accordance with her dictates they call virtue. Admittedly, other passages in the work continue to extol monastic renunciation, the delight in painful, even disgusting and unnatural work. But despite these inconsistencies, Epicureanism remains dominant. These are the views of the utopians on virtue and pleasure, and unless a religion sent down from heaven should inspire man with more pious thoughts, they think no views are to be found which could come closer to the truth in accordance with human reason. Even Christianity does not seem to the utopians to contain more pious thoughts. They have adopted the Christian religion chiefly only because they heard Christ had sanctioned the communist lifestyle of his disciples. Otherwise there is room for all religions in a splendidly uniting tolerance, even sun, moon, and planet worship. The utopians have agreed on a common cult which every faction fills out in its own sense and with particular forms of ritual. Utopia is the El Dorado of religious freedom, not to say the pantheon of all good gods. Since it is one of the oldest constitutional provisions of the utopians that nobody's religion must cause them any harm. The founder of Utopia made this provision not merely with a view to peace, but because he was of the opinion that such a stipulation also lay in the interests of religion. He did not have the presumption to make any final provision about religion, since he was not sure whether perhaps God himself may desire a varied kind of worship and thus gave this inspiration to one person, and that to another. These sentences are certainly most astonishing from the mouth of a subsequent martyr of the Roman Church. They call into question the absolute supremacy of Christianity itself. They not only 522. Human tendency towards freedom as a minimum of work and state, as a maximum of joy. Counterpart to more, Campanella's city of the sun or the utopia of social order. The bourgeois blossomed later on, precisely by affirming new constraint imposed by the king on the small feudal lords and their splintered economy. This was the case in the 17th century, when production changed from manual crafts to large workshops, to manufacture. When it consequently moved, in advanced countries, towards a large, uniformly run economic body. The Baroque is the age of centralized royal power, and it was progressive at that time. A totally authoritarian and also bureaucratic utopia, Campanella Civita Solis, published in 1623, now corresponded to the harmony of bourgeois interests with the monarchy, instead of freedom. As in More, the tune that now rings out is that of order, with rulers and supervisors. Instead of a president of the utopians, in a simple Franciscan cloak, With a harvest crown, a ruler appears, a world pope. And what Campanella found most seductive about America was no longer, as in More, the paradisial innocence of the islanders, but the highly constructed Inca Empire of the past. Lewis Mumford, in The Story of Utopias, 1922, calls Campanella's utopia nothing short of a marriage between Plato's Republic and the court of Montezuma. After all, as noted above, Plato's Republic was the first utopianizing order, long before there was a novel of an ideal state based on freedom. In its title as in its geographical situation, Campanella's City of the Sun touches on that of Iambolo's, though the sun in Campanella's city does not shine with effortless Hellenistic Oriental abundance, but simply with centralized rigor, of the sort which was also practiced in truly Campanelan fashion by the artificial Jesuit state in Paraguay. Campanella's dreams as a whole were connected with contemporary power units. He projected these onto a utopian screen. Not in order to ideologize them, but he believed in the coming of his dream kingdom and emphasized the existing great powers solely as instruments for hastening its arrival. Although he spent 27 years in the dungeons of Spanish reaction, which did not trust him, Campanella, who is first supposed to have had relations with the Turks, wildly acclaimed Spanish world domination, and ultimately that of France, but in both cases exclusively as places of preparation for the Messianic. 524. Kingdom of the Sun. He still characteristically ended the dedication to Richelieu of his work De Censuriram et Magia, newly published in 1637, with a messianic claim. Not with courtly flattery, the city of the sun, devised by me, to be established by you in this arrogant hope. Campanella also welcomed the birth of the future Louis XIV, who was later actually called the Sun King. Looking at it in more detail, the work about the City of the Sun is a meticulous account given by a widely traveled Genoan to his host. The Gubernator Genuensis relates how on a voyage round the world he landed on the island of Taprobane, Ceylon, and fell into the hands of a band of armed men who had conducted him to the City of the Sun and explained its institutions to him. For all its boldness and the usual novelistic trappings, the account has a feel of technical engineering about it. The civitas is constructed like a contemporary plan of fortifications by Vauban. On the whole, Campanella's utopia must be understood in conformity with the world system of its creator. Apart from Bacon and the Fichte of the closed commercial statef, Campanella is the only philosopher among the more modern utopians. It was no accident that the Civita Solis was published as the appendix to a Philosophia Realis, that is, as a paralepomenon, but also as a means of putting to the test a natural and moral philosophy. Just as man is a likeness of God, so is his extension, the state. Accordingly, this social utopia descends from the Supreme Being to the state and seeks to show that the latter, conceived as perfect, resembles the radiations of a divine solar system. The communist features of such a utopia of domination may cause surprise. Only in fact it is not a utopia of freedom at work here, but one of impersonal order, conceived in terms of an international state. Its thorough administrative organization was reflected in a model island, and the contradiction between a universal kingdom and an island city is suppressed. Life runs like clockwork in a military monarchic fashion. The strictest punctuality and pre-orderedness demonstrate their technical efficiency in terms of time, administration, and economy. The incipient manufacturing system, which brought together workers and technological means of production in large workshops, is utopianized along the lines of state socialism. On the other hand, Campanella transfigures the Hispanicization of the continent at the time, the deliberate intolerance, though with contents of his own, not with those of the Inquisition. A state socialism appears, or rather, a popish one, with a lot of Byzantine and astrological pathos behind it. With the pathos of the right time, the right situation, the right order of all people and things. A commanding center establishes order in a classless but extremely hierarchical way. 525. If things are run in this way, then there are neither rich nor poor, private property is abolished. All citizens have to work, a 4-hour day is enough, exploitation and profit are unknown. Each trade is a communal enterprise, under supervision and without individual gain, the highest task is the common good. Current states are riddled with selfishness, but if there is no private property anymore, then it becomes pointless and disappears. The vices of poverty and the greater ones of wealth have vanished, the only quarrels are those on points of honor. The Solarians claim that poverty makes people low-minded, cunning, thieving, homeless and mendacious. But wealth makes them impudent, arrogant, ignorant, treacherous, boastful, and heartless. In a true community, however, everybody is rich and poor at the same time. Rich because they do not wish for anything that they do not have in common, poor because nobody possesses anything, and consequently the Solarians are not enslaved to things, but things serve them. But while private property has thus died out, the state is not diminished as well, as it is in more, but it becomes instead the highest purpose of society. Ascending from the Provenda to the Regnum, to the Imperium, to the Monarchia Universalis and finally to the Papal Kingdom. The state guarantees precisely the pleasant part of order, the distribution of goods. The Solarians receive everything they need from the community, and the authorities strictly see to it that nobody gets an excessive amount, and nobody is denied anything they need. Above all, Campanella's state also seeks its power in the present metaphysics it portrays, in the image of God, in accordance with Campanella's philosophy. The authorities reflect the primary forces of cosmic order, those three primalities of being which govern human experiences and spheres of activity. These are sapientia, potentia, and amor. Their unity is God. They reach and emanate from God, through 4 worlds growing ever more corporeal, into their respective historical existence, the mundus situalis. Within it the primalities themselves need an embodiment to create the order which can always only be one of the right coordination. God becomes the papal world ruler, also called Sol or Metaphysicus in Campanella's Utopia. Subordinate to him are 3 princes whose sphere of activity exactly corresponds to the regions of sapientia, potentia, and amor, as in a Kabbalistic space. History becomes the production of the state space, which is the only veritable, i.e. vertical one. Just as space in general is celebrated throughout Campanella, as an immortal and almost divine, all-pervading receptacle of things, which itself strives for fulfillment and fills the horror vacui, the horror of chaos and nothingness. Necessity as the expression 526 of divine potentia conquers the case of chance, contingentia, certainty, fatum, as the expression of divine sapientia conquers the individual case, casus, but order. Harmonia, above all, as the expression of divine amor conquers the case of luck, of vicissitude, fortuna. Thus in Campanella, as earlier in Cusanus, the rising bourgeoisie stands firmly in the struggle against nothingness. Unlike the declining, panchaotic bourgeoisie, wallowing in nothingness. But Campanella's order of wisdom, power and love, i.e. that of the 3 primalities, is opposed to the chaotic, to the case of chance, the individual case, and the case of vicissitude. And this order is precisely active in its opposition, since contingentia, casus, and fortuna are supposed to be merely a nihilo contract acta, simply the remnants of the dead nothingness, de monarchia, p1, from which God called the world into existence. Though in a truly emanatistic fashion, Campanella ultimately sought to conquer the nothingness or non-ends in the world by an irradiation of the ends, the soul, the solar essence. It therefore comes as no surprise that the further directive of such a thoroughly ruled world could become the myth of astrology. For it above all guarantees dependence on above. Astrology corresponded to the fanaticism of this order, it casts man along with all things among planets and the ruling houses of the zodiac. Both the domestic and the public life of the Solarians, the traffic and the layout of the city, even baths, meals, and the right moment for sexual intercourse are governed by the stars. Men and women sleep in two separate chambers, and await the moment of their fruitful union. At a specified time a matron opens both doors from outside. This time is specified by the doctor and the astrologer, who try to hit the moment in which Venus and Mercury stand east of the Sun in a favorable house, in the auspicious aspect of Jupiter. Freedom of choice and freedom in general are thus taken away from man, not in a mechanizing way but rather in the manner of a dictatorship of the stars, from above, on all sides. Nowadays astrology is just a ruin of superstitious architecture, but in those days it was still alive and accepted, a kind of class meeting house, extending with its patriarchalisms through the whole world. And only incidentally do a few exemptions not freedoms lodge in the total hierarchy, they are solely missing prohibitions. There are several such missing prohibitions. The Solarian can spend his free time with pleasant studies, walks, mental and physical exercises and with pleasures. Likewise the mount of Venus does not attain the height of the other. Pedantry, the astrological rules for sexual intercourse are only obligatory for prospective parents, the rest, who associate with those who are infertile or prostitutes, either for pleasure or 527. On doctor's orders or as a stimulant, disregard these customs. In fact there is even an illusion of liberalism at the point where the state is most seriously in evidence. On the occasion of a death sentence, the man found guilty must in this case make his peace with his accuser and witness by kissing and embracing them, as the doctors of his illness so to speak. Moreover, the death sentence in Solaria is not carried out on any condemned man until he himself has become convinced by superior reasoning that it is necessary for him to die, and until he has been brought to the point of wishing for the death sentence to be carried out himself. Rousseau's Contrat social admittedly makes a similar demand, but the difference between the attitude of the latter and that of Campanella could not be greater. Rousseau wants to preserve self-determination even in the act which destroys it, whereas Campanella uses liberality as an aid to the strongest triumph of authority. For the rightly condemned individual here wants to see himself destroyed as a deviation, or in the language of the Church, laudabiliter se subsit. Subjectivity precisely exists only in so far as it agrees to its own extermination. That is, it is even deprived of the refuge of being able to be a rebel or a persistent heretic. Thus total conformism triumphs exactly where it seems to suffer an exception. Even in its humaneness, Campanella's City of the Sun represents the most extreme antithesis to the utopia of freedom. Order is virtue itself and its assembly. The Solarians have as many authorities as we have names of virtues: magnanimity, bravery, chastity, generosity, cheerfulness, sobriety, and so on. And they are chosen for posts according to whether they betrayed the greatest tendency to this or that virtue even as children at school. Even in this harsh utopia, happiness remains the summum bonum, but it is precisely the happiness of servitude, harnessed to a divine service which with the total unity of spiritual and temporal power is the same as service to the state. So much for Campanella's future state. It contains an intoxication of constraint which is unparalleled. It surpasses Plato's ideal of Sparta by using the whole Byzantine and Catholic hierarchy which had arisen since then. Apart from the distribution of property, life is only so bad because people are not in their place, because mundus situalis, the mere situational state of life, totters into the situational accidents of its semi-nothingness. Because no concord prevails. and no agreement with the ruling celestial forces, no harmony with them. Because the state is not on an even keel. This is time and again the basic contrast to the utopias of freedom, in such various forms, from the Cynics to Thomas More, and ultimately to anarchism. In Campanella the contrast breaks out consciously. 528. The abolition of private property does not dissolve the contrast, for while in More this abolition overcomes subordination and superiority in general and posits total equality, in Campanella this equality becomes the very foundation soil on which a new hierarchy arises, that of talents, virtues, and primalities. If we clarify this contrast between More and Campanella in terms of the two more competing than connected natural myths of their time, then we can say that More, or the utopia of freedom, corresponds almost as much to alchemy as Campanella or the utopia of order corresponds in fact to astrology. More never mentions alchemy, if only because gold is despised on his island and because the refining of metals in the symbolic sense, as a refining of the world, no longer seems to be necessary there. But when More relates right at the beginning that the founder of his island first blasted it away from the mainland, and when, as More says, it is isolated precisely from the world of the plumii or leaden ones, then these passages were soon interpreted alchemically and could be interpreted like this, in the sense of the later Rosicrucians or initiated general reformers, Andrea, cum neus. Utopia is distilled from the evil world like gold from lead. Alchemy was regarded as the mythology of this liberation. Campanella on the other hand certainly does mention alchemy, even the golden luster in Sol and Civita Sobs suggested this reminiscence, but the continuous pathos of astrology in his work prevented the liberation of social gold from breaking out of its pre-ordered space and exploding it. In Campanella, the harmony of the world below was also still to be founded, but the Civita Solis remains strictly chained to the regency of the stars. Utopia does not have to be processed out here, but it is cosmic harmony, and there has been not too much but too little government in society up to now, and consequently too little astrology. Thus the contrast between More's model and that of Campanella is also a mythological one. And it extends without a mythological cloak into all following utopias. Liberal federative socialism, from Robert Owen onwards, has More as its ancestor, while centralist socialism, from Saint Simon onwards, has points of contact with Campanella, with a broad-based, high-built system of rule, with social utopia as strictness and arranged happiness. Socratic inquiry into freedom and order, with regard to utopia and Civita Solis. The bigger the words, the more easily alien elements are able to hide in them. This is particularly the case with freedom, and with order, of which 529. Everybody often has his own idea. The island on which the one or the other has settled, despite its smallness, does not diminish the extensive ambiguity of these principles. A man like Socrates pretended to be ignorant about concepts which everyone thought they understood, and he ironically sought advice from so-called experts. But they quickly became entangled in contradictions, became confused, and reflection finally got underway. Freedom too, and then constraint and order must be questioned in this way so as not to be slogans for mere, and often deceived opinions. While Thomas More assumes democratic freedom, and Campanella authoritarian order, to be synonymous with social happiness, these political issues also underwent and signified very different things both beforehand and afterwards. The problem of freedom is its ambiguity and the particularly great change in its function during the course of history. Thus we do not only have to differentiate psychological freedom or freedom of choice, political freedom or freedom of self-determination from one another. Even within freedom of self-determination everything depends on the group that is striving for it, on the respective state of the society in which the call for liberté is still a virgin one. Thus it ranges from free competition Economic Manchesterism to the struggle against precisely these liberal masters. It ranges from the bourgeois revolutionary act which established free competition in the face of barriers set up by the guilds and feudal patronage, to the free revolutionary action of the proletariat, which emancipates precisely from the emancipated bourgeois again. The call for freedom ranges from the liberty of the German territorial princes, stabilized against the emperor in Vienna, to the opposite, the abolition of the princes, and of the dominant class state as a whole. Freedom, it is demanded by the neo-feudal liberty of the princes of industry and monopolies, and it fulfills, with a radical contrast, the program, expropriation of the expropriators. The Phrygian cap covers both the national war of liberation and the revolutionary civil war against the Gessler class within the nation itself. All this shows freedom to be a concept of relation variable in its contents. Even the formal aspect of this relation is still different according to whether liberation from something or to something is aspired to. Private ownership of the means of production necessitates ipso facto the oppression of those whose labor is the only capital they possess. A call for liberté, however radically intended, if it occurs within a society based on property, only changes the dependence of economically weaker classes, below the victorious liberating class, or posits new slaves, like the industrial proletariat. The freedom of acquisition, by not becoming a freedom from acquisition. 530. To the running of affairs and the management of the processes of production. Even here it does not have any pathos anymore, the state becomes intangible, its pressure dies away. The harsh word constraint seems not so much ambiguous as downright reactionary, it scares us. And yet there is something shaky even here, however much everything looks like a screw, nothing like freedom. For we must take into account who is imposing the constraint, and therefore the maintenance of order, and for what purpose order is being imposed. If we take this into account, then it is clear that order too has several faces, and the state that is formed by it does not remain the same. There is an order of pure constraint, with which a bad community asserts itself against some of its wolves, but chiefly against all of its victims, and another order which emerges from the community itself, from its support and structure. In the first case there is no real order at all, but only regulated or rather forcibly maintained disorder. Even the capitalist community then only becomes possible by individual freedom, here that of the owners of goods, being restricted in the so-called state under the rule of law to a level which leaves the equally individual freedom of every other citizen untouched. This restriction is not taken from this freedom, although this is asserted in liberal natural right, but hovers over it, is imposed on it as a state of emergency. This state of emergency is called bourgeois order, as constraint it is opposed to those who are oppressed economically anyway and to their rebellion, as cunning it is in league with the strong and their competition. The order in the second case, in the case of a socialist economy and society, proves to be quite different. It does not then appear as pure constraint or an enforced state of emergency, nor as the condition of social life, or even of the community itself. But community is then primary in any case, and man, as Marx observes on this point in his work on the Jewish question, has recognized and organized his forces propres as social forces. He thus no longer separates off social force as political force, as an abstract political state based on order, in contrast to its egoistically economizing elements. Order then loses the constraint of individual restriction. For the situation of homo homini lupus is brought to an end. Restriction of the earning citizen by an abstract citizen of the state is no longer necessary. Everybody has the opportunity to be a human being, because nobody any longer has the opportunity to be a monster. Thus the social order loses both its character of constraint and its abstract ideality. The social individual has taken back into himself, and taken himself up into, the abstract citizen of the state. Thus community becomes self-evident, order concrete. As soon 532. As the capitalist threat on its borders has ceased, this order no longer has to maintain itself with arms, against an oppressed class, but shows itself, once the cause for oppression has disappeared, to be a mutually agreed organization and encirclement. Such concrete order is ultimately the same as the classless society, is the structure of this non-antagonistic community per se. Concrete order appears in the unessentially become as the control of processes of production and, in the essentially permanent, as the construction of a more and more central unity of goal in the human race or as the construction of the realm of freedom. This clearly constitutes a different concept of order from that of pure constraint and of restriction. Order operates in the community itself, as its immanent support. Order does not thus become a game of course, on the contrary it retains its character as organization and realm. Precisely as organization it does not therefore necessarily contradict the most important motif in Campanella's utopia of order, the abolition of uncontrolled cases of chance, individual cases, cases of luck, contingentia, casus, fortuna. The will to set things to rights from a central vantage point. And it is no accident that apart from the tolerant element as it were that expresses itself in the realm of freedom, Marxism is also animated by the cathedral element as it were, which expresses itself precisely in the realm of freedom, in freedom as a realm. The paths to it are likewise not liberal. They are the capture of power in the state, discipline, authority, central planning, a general line, and orthodoxy. And the goal which gives support to every future freedom likewise shows no affinity whatsoever with the liberalism of dissociation. On the contrary, total freedom in particular does not get lost in a swarm of frisking caprices and in the insubstantial despair in which they end, but triumphs solely in the will to orthodoxy. Thus order is likewise not a simple concept, and Socrates would have needed a lot of the midwife's art before its essence finally appeared. An essence which in any case even more clearly than freedom can only unfold in a propertyless, classless society. The essence of freedom has the will behind it, the emotional intensity that seeks to break through and boundlessly to realize itself. Whereas the essence of order has perfect logic on its side, the tangibility of what has come good or been achieved. Even the experiment of order in all possible fields and spheres lives off this in the end, from cleanliness and punctuality to the survey of the manly and the masterly, from the ceremonial to architectural style, from the numerical series to the philosophical system. In some of these arrangements the order is only external or imposed, like the laws of state in oppressive and class societies. But in other arrangements, 533. Above all in those with artistic precision and in those of philosophical systems of quality, the order already comes partly out of the material itself. In tendency it is inscribed within it, so that chaos, which is not or does not remain such, itself holds latent within it the star and the star figure. Common to the manifestations of freedom is the desire not to be determined by something alien to or alienated from the will, but common to order is the value of builtness, the elapsion in need of no emotion any more. It is this element of release and of having found its place, indeed this realm-like element, which in other worlds lying less in wickedness * than the political one, indicates best repose and indicates it as the best. As in Giotto, as in Bach. The essence of order and all essence is something different from appearance thus. Remains the utopia of chancelessness, of situationlessness. Even in the abstract orders or those of constraint in class society, this realm spirit is a tribute of vice to virtue. It constitutes the seduction or half-truth in Campanella's pathos of strictness, pathos of social construction, in harmony, which rises out of the mundus idealis against contingentia, casus, fortuna, and posits being of situationlessness. In this respect order is opposed to freedom, namely to freedom in the bourgeois antagonistic sense. With nothing but capitalist individual cases as its vehicles and the happiness of acquisition as its goal. Bourgeois order was of necessity already partly opposed to this kind of freedom. But concrete order is not opposed to concrete freedom. For concrete freedom is the socially succeeding will which has become communally clear, just as concrete order is the successful figure of the community itself. Both including freedom are now constructive. Concrete freedom and concrete order are connected in this postulate of independence, in the utopia of a situationless being, which governs the postulate of freedom and order. This connection is no unspoken identity, as in Kantian ethics for example, when it presupposes the identity of its freedom with the moral law. But rather the connection is dialectical, freedom and order turn into one another over and over again, to produce situationlessness. Freedom is brought to an end by order, which makes it land in a built space or realm, instead of freedom endlessly continuing in volitional time. Order in turn finds its end in freedom, namely its sole content, or the one thing that needs to be in order, the human will, the intrinsic self, and what of this will. This ultimately points order towards freedom, towards that which is certainly the sole substantial element of order, whether it is freedom of the oppressed class or finally of individuals who have become classless, with the collective which springs from them. Only freedom the will has a content, order the logos has no content of its own. In other words, the realm of freedom does not contain another realm, but it contains the freedom or that being for itself towards which things are solely organized and ordered. Marx equally connected and overcame the free confederative element in Moore and his successors, and the ordered centralist element in Campanella and his successors. Order is here the novum, democratic centralism, it is common organization of the processes of production, a common unified plan of human information and cultivation. Just as the detached political state dies away, so culture now loses its detached reification and hovering abstractness. It acquires a concrete framework, a concretely cohesive relief. Culture loses the arbitrary and aimless element, it gains the sharply orientating background of a what for. A new order of salvation, namely for human material approaches. Solely through this order does freedom attain its content, a defined, or at least more and more precisely articulated one. But what possibly emerges in the figure of order is and remains precisely nothing other than defined freedom. Order is in contrast solely the space, which is nevertheless indispensable, for the defined freedom content. Only the path via Campanella, conceived as a pathos of order, thus leads to a democracy of more, conceived as a pathos of freedom, in which no liberalist just milieu is possible, in whatever form, but a realm of individuals could begin who have left behind them the freedom of isolated robbery and mild unorderedness and know well the best legacy of federation and centralization, profusion in unity. This is the same as solidarity, the richly animated harmony of individual and social forces. Freedom and order, harsh contrasts in the abstract utopias, thus merge into one another in materialist dialectics, and assist each other. Concrete being free is order, that of its own field, concrete being ordered is freedom, that of its sole content. Continuation, social utopias and classic natural right. Dreams did not always have to be of things far off in order to see light. Particularly not when a demand was made for something better, instead of it merely being pictured. Something closer, seemingly remembered, certainly evident always then appeared, namely the so-called right, born with us. Which is or ought to be unchangeable and as natural right superior to all arbitrary statutes. It justifies, and even encourages where necessary. 535. Resistance to statutes, from a higher position than that of written law. This age-old Antigone motif, typically defined in matrilinear terms, gained a new luster in the 16th century, mediated by Stoic natural right. Its matrilinear features, though still clearly recognizable in the Stoics, almost disappeared, of course. Almost, but not entirely. For they are still clearly at work in Rousseau, in his praise of nature as both benevolent and egalitarian. But natural right immediately takes a tough line, by becoming revolutionary and hostile to tyranny in the strengthening bourgeoisie. It is made of sterner stuff than the social utopias, although their wishful goals are related, and temporarily replace them. Such strange bedfellows as Huguenots, after the St. Bartholomew's massacre, and Jesuits, in the fight against heretical states, prepared the way for the theory of bourgeois revolution by legally justifying tyrannicide. Natural right as against the written kind acquired from then on its politically and methodically distinct form. Alphas, Politica, 1610, taught that resistance to unjust masters was not rebellion but the protection of one's own violated rights. In doing so, he used the Epicurean doctrine of the contract which people voluntarily entered into on founding a state. There was no talk yet in Epicurus of a termination of this contract. But Alphas uses it to justify resistance. If the contract is broken on the side of the authorities, if they no longer govern in accordance with the will and welfare of the people, then it is no longer binding on the other side either. The people then rightly resist the authorities who have become unjust, they revoke their authority. The logicized dream of what is right in Grotius, De Jure Belli et Paces, 1625, appears with the theory of resistance tempered down, but with an increased distinction between positive and unwritten law. This dream saw the beginning of modern natural right as a system. That is to say, the drive and its intention, with which a communal contract was concluded here, appear together as the principle from which the tenets of natural right are deduced a priori. The origin of the state which justifies it in this way is the aptitus socialis, the drive towards an ordered and peaceful community. Consequently, injustice becomes everything which disturbs this community or makes it impossible, like breaking promises, and the appropriation of other people's property, and justice, a justice which must be eternally demanded, remains everything which keeps this community going in accordance with the initial principle. This ideal justice is clearly bourgeois democratic, not only in the protection of private property, but above all in the call for universality, for the general validity of these tenets of justice for all. In this respect Grotius' theory is more advanced than his political 536 opinion, which in many aspects was still class-bound, still represented the private interests of the republican aristocracy in Holland. But theoretically Grotius definitely seeks generally correct reason in commands and prohibitions, the recta ratio, as he says with Cicero. In his interpretation of the ecumene of his natural right, which was equally valid for all men, he clearly followed the Stoics. They had, after all, first portrayed natural right as being the same at all times and in all nations. Beyond human arbitrariness, beyond changing opinions and beyond interests, which shaped positive law, Grotius takes up the Stoic doctrine of the consensus gentium as an empirical proof of natural right, and the doctrine of the commune's notions, which only have to be brought to scientific consciousness, as a priori notions. The agreement in the certainty of what is right is thus founded in the nature of reason, in the reason of nature as the causa universalis, lc. Proleg 40. There is no dispensation from this rational law which universally prevails, although repeatedly obstructed by particular interests. It is like 2 times 2 equals 4, and therefore could not even be changed by God, but would indeed be lex divina even if God did not exist, lc. Proleg 71. The strange thing is that the a priori construction did not even result in quite the opposite when the content of its principle was changed. As in the case of Hobbes, Deciv. 1642, Leviathan, 1651, the original advocate of the Royalist Party in England, the fiercest champion of absolute central power and yet a democrat. The basic drive and intention natural to man are now no longer. The aptitus socialis, which is friendly and optimistic, but boundless selfishness, hence homo homini lupus, hence bellum omnium contra omnes as the state of nature. The same selfishness consequently concludes the state contract not as one of unification, but of subjugation, of the deliberate suppression of wolfish nature. This nature is entrusted to one person who keeps it and now only uses it de jure, for oppressing all subjects, for establishing peace and the security which seeks self-preservation. In accordance with its principle, there is no law at all outside the state, and within it everything is law that the ruler commands, though in accordance with the principle of peace and the security of all auctoritas, non veritas facit legem asterisk, Leviathan, cap 26. Of course democracy emerged here too in the end, even a more unlimited kind than in the aristocratically class-bound politician Grotius. An awkward democracy certainly, but one which nevertheless caused Charles II to exclaim of Leviathan, "I never read a book which contains so much sedition, treason, and impiety." If people come together with the intention of setting up a state, then this basic act is itself a democratic one. But we understand that to be the will of the council, which is the will of the major part of those men of whom the council consists, Deciv. 5, 7. The nullity to which all are reduced in the face of absolute state authority further breaks down feudal class differences. All people are equal, because all people are nothing in the face of the ruler. The generality of the law proves complete in this paradoxical way. But above all, Hobbes did not portray absolute kingship as demonstrable, but solely the absolute sovereignty and unity of state authority. The latter was feasible even in republican form. Even in his work Deciv, Hobbes had compared the democratic state with the aristocratic one as having fundamentally equal rights. Also, the definition of monarchy as received wolfish nature was incompatible with anointed dignity by the grace of God. So strangely did the bourgeoisie smooth the way for itself here, interpreting those who ruled over it totally cynically. And Leviathan, the state, is a monster. The enmity of the nobility and the church towards Hobbes certainly did not prevent all future natural right from appearing as anti-Hobbes in its wording. This is clearly the case even in Locke, Civil Government, 1689. He returns to Grotius, the origin of society. And therefore the measure of its correctness, is once again mutual goodwill, not mutual fear. Here, in Locke, not in Rousseau, the natural goodness of man is monstrously exaggerated. One does not know how an emergency and despotic state could ever arise at all. Where Hobbes introduces a wolfish capitalism, which did not even exist in his day, into his portrayal of the state of nature, Locke introduces a utopia which is reminiscent of that of More. The state of nature is peace, goodwill, mutual aid, protection. This felicitous element continues to have a normative influence in the established legal position, and above it, the state of nature has a law of nature to govern it, which obliges everyone, and reason, which is that law again a literal agreement with the logos nature of the Stoics teaches all mankind, who will but consult it, that being all equal and independent, no one ought to harm another in his life, health, liberty, or possessions. Clearly nature is a guiding idea throughout here, but still not a contrasting idea to bourgeois society. Also the whole nation, undiminished so to speak, is still by no means the vehicle of the ideal of rational law, but only a representative part of it, in classes or in a parliament built on the class system. Only in the final, fieriest figure of classic natural right, in Rousseau, contrat social, 1762, does the nation appear with total power, undivided into classes? Unrepresented. The citizen wanted to see that things were right himself, did not wish for anybody to take his place any more. As 538. The upper classes have disregarded his will, he does not want to engage any new suspicious advocate to distort it. Hence Rousseau's Swiss preference for small states. Small towns, where the public will can declare itself and intervene directly. Hence his mockery of the English Parliament and the democratic farce which the upper classes act out with it. The Genevan's insight is amazing on this point. The English nation, jeers Rousseau, thinks it is free, but is so only at the moment of elections. When these are over, it is a slave, it is nothing. The completely new feature of Rousseau's natural right is the doctrine of the inalienable nature of freedom. To preserve it and it alone is the purpose and measure of the true state. And just like freedom in the individual, sovereignty is untransferable, indivisible, irreplaceable, illimitable in the nation. A person can therefore no more enter into slavery on a contractual basis than a nation can place itself in the hands of a prince. Any addition of a contract based on rule consequently drops out of the contrat social, it remains even more than in Grotius a contract of unification. And Rousseau's great question reads, how can a state be created in which there is not a single unfree person any more, in which the individual in the community does not sacrifice anything at all of his fundamental right to freedom? Trouver un fermi d'association qui défend et protège de toute la force commune la personne et les biens, de chaque société par laquelle chacun est innocent à tout, en obéit pourtant lui même et reste aussi libre que auparavant. Tel est le problème fondamental dont le contrat social donne la solution contrat social I. 6. The answer to this tremendous question is understandably less exhaustive, in keeping with the bourgeois class content. It reads, as relinquishment occurs in everyone, in the whole community, the individual himself remains an equal part of this totality and gets back from the complete wealth of freedom it has received exactly as much as he has given up. Through this reciprocity freedom is supposed not to be given up, and the constraint which is adopted by the state contract is supposed to be none other than the general will constraining its member to be free, on le forcera d'être libre. This response is as formally arithmetical as it is over-subtle. In concrete terms it means little more than the guarantee of individual free enterprise by a syndicate of free entrepreneurs acting in solidarity. The general will, the volonté générale, now becomes as it were only the moral natural right still missing in the mere, morally neutral state of nature. For it can only be inferred from Emile and other works by Rousseau, but by no means from the contrat social, that man, and consequently the nation, is good at all events. According to the contrat social, man in the state of nature. 539. Is ni bon ni méchant, he is also only made the latter by an evil society, by the social arousal of selfishness, by the inequality of property, the separation of the classes. If, then, according to the contrat social, man is neither good nor bad in himself, his articulation and organization in the volonté générale is nevertheless simply good. Volonté générale cannot err. 2. 3. It is the language of real justice. 2. 6. It is reason itself, by which it is determined with the same necessity as the law of nature in the physical world. 2. 4. And the general will, otherwise directed towards a rough equality of private property, may possibly also know all about socialism, at least according to Emile. Here the man who was otherwise the ideologist of private property almost touches on the basic communist motif of most utopias. The sovereign power, volonté générale, has no right to touch the property of one or several individuals. But it has every right to appropriate the property of all, in a simultaneous act. Of general dispossession, Emile v. This is admittedly, if not the only place, then one of the few places in which systems of natural right contain the idea of expropriation. It was suggested to Rousseau by Morelli's Code de la Nature, 1755, besides Mably, the most important forerunner of utopian socialism, with complete egalite in economic life. But the strength of classic natural right lay not in the fact that it rebelled economically but that it did so politically, in other words, that it eroded the respect for authority. It built subjective public rights into the so-called basic rights of the individual, codified in the Droit-Stillhome of the French National Assembly. These Droit-Stillhome, liberté, propriété, sûreté, resistance à l'oppression, asterisk are the postulate, in places also even the legal superstructure, of an overdue bourgeoisie, of a breakthrough of the individual capitalist mode of economy against guild barriers, a class society, and a controlled market. But this ideology in fact shows a surplus which aroused enthusiasm. The ideal of freedom aroused this enthusiasm, in so far as it was not completely covered or discharged by mere freedom of movement or by free competition. It committed itself in revolutionary natural right to the individual, and to the nation as an aggregate of individuals, only the personal pathos employed was far older, derived from Christianity, from its metaphysical estimation of the individual soul. The Droit-Stillhome themselves are also just as influenced in historical and literary terms by the religious idealism of the young American states and their constitution as they are by Rousseau's natural right. All this exploded the doctrine of the divine right of authority, in its own field. But it also exploded the legal system of a police state, according to which only the state exists sui juris, in its own right, whereas the subject merely exists alteris juris, by derived right. The whole cleansing power of natural right only becomes clear against the contemporary background of arbitrary despotism. Beaumarchais and the young Schiller put Rousseau in context. The spirit of idolizing princes, which at that time was not found only in police states, was combated by natural right. It stands diametrically opposed to Versailles. In the face of the double barrage of a state contract and natural human rights, the particularly precious material of kings and masters was rendered defenseless. The old framework of injustice collapsed, reason and nature became the banners beneath which a world of human dignity proposed to come marching in. This dignity was interpreted purely individualistically at that time and could not be otherwise, corresponding to the private mode of economy that was breaking its way through and to which it was still related. But for this very reason this dignity, as one of individual freedom, was aimed precisely at feudal oppression, and also at the patriarchal system of enlightened despotism. This kind of hostility to the state broke through even in Prussia at that time, even if only in literary terms, in W.V. Humboldt's Ideas for an Attempt to Define the Limits of the Effectiveness of the State, 1792. Chapter 15 decrees, ineffectively of course, both in the aristocratic book itself and in Prussian reality, even if the state constitution, whether through superior strength or violence or habit and law, insists on a certain attitude in its citizens, there is a different attitude as well, voluntarily chosen by them, infinitely varied and often changing. And it is actually the latter, the free working of the nation amongst itself, which protects all possessions, the longing for which leads people to enter into a society. The actual state constitution is subordinate to this purpose within it and is always chosen only as a necessary means, and since it is invariably connected with the restriction of freedom, as a necessary evil. Junkerdom, which still lies before the progressive tendencies of bureaucracy, and the hopes of Rousseau, which already combat the incipient military state and denounce it, are strangely combined in this book of liberty. but it simultaneously reveals a consequence inherent in the dream of dignity itself. Natural right as democracy means an aristocracy bestowed on everybody. Free working of the nation amongst itself is not trading here, was not conceived as a market, but invoked as an agora in the Greek urbane, utopian urbane sense, so that everyone may walk upright. The idea of everyone walking upright is of course an illusion in the very class society in which natural right blossomed, but the heroic illusion of a world without corruption and pressure, with human dignity. Natural. 541. Rightfully constructed this world as a world of still bourgeois humane, socially guaranteed, not just permitted, licensed to want. Enlightened natural right in place of social utopias. It is very constructive to consider from this point of view the attitude which classic natural right adopts to the social utopian project, with which it has an affinity. Anyway, it does not claim to be merely wished like the latter, its dream is not lavish. What was right emerged among its champions with sparing dignity, not pictured but sharply thought out. What has been thought out by deduction claims to be binding, absolutely valid. Instead of the nowhere of reason there appears its deducible everywhere. That is why natural right also intervened much more closely, and also partly of course more approvingly in the current circumstances of the time than novels of an ideal state. Though, as we have seen, these also have their age within them and the immediately following age above them, yet they skim over both at the same time. Whereas natural right sharpened, took aim, demanded there and then, intervened in bourgeois constitutions, wrote new ones. International rights were drafted by Grotius along the lines of his natural right. Indeed, the French Revolution drew its most vital impulse from Rousseau and particularly also the wording of its principles. Paragraph 6 of the Déclaration des droits de l'homme decrees word for word from Rousseau, la loi est l'expression de la volonté générale. Even in Germany, which never brought off a revolution, natural right still influenced reform legislation like that of Stein-Hardenberg and, mediated by Anselm Feuerbach, the liberal Bavarian Criminal Code of 1813. Even the General Prussian Common Law of 1794 borrowed at least the form of its organization from natural right attribute of the benevolently patronizing police state to formally inevitable reason. This influence is admittedly bought at the price of natural right also being less of a social utopia, insofar as it is more alert to half-realized tendencies than to future ones, especially to radical future ones. Because this is the other way round in social utopias. Because they do contain the tendency to the immediately following stage, corresponding to the timetable of utopias indicated above, and express their excessive wishful dream largely in this merely relative one, but in doing so seldom forget the excessive wishful dream, which in almost all social utopias is a communist one, because social utopias thus transcended into the unconditional and treated existing overdue material only very immediately or incidentally or instead as clothing the unconditional. They inevitably did not have nearly as much influence on the liberation of the bourgeois forces of production as the much more localized natural right, and they hardly occur even nominally during the French Revolution. As a whole, justice is a topic much closer to the class society than utopia is, and there is certainly no Christian, let alone chiliastic utopia in justice. Jesus expressly denies that it is his job to administer justice, Luke 12:14, and the vernacular retains the old saying men of law ans poor. And only the natural right of the sex, i.e. that which was not legally implemented, by going back to the primal state of paradise as a standard, kept aloof from amalgamation with the law of property, the law of bonds, debt, punishment, and the like. Inherent in implemented classic natural right is the budding entrepreneurial interest. Hence its almost continuous protection of privacy, hence its liberalist eggshells. But, as noted above, this is joined by the excess in the ideal of freedom, that male pride before royal thrones which does not wholly coincide with ideology in favor of free competition and individual economy. And from this excess the great bourgeois revolutionary expansion is ultimately derived which natural right afforded to subjective public right in its influence on empirical circumstances. Social utopias therefore have nothing to set alongside this, because they hardly deal with revolution itself, because they already assume that its imaginary result has happened. However much more future social utopias contain, this future is certainly more one of happy human flora than of demands that have been forced through. Things are different in the trenchant concept of justice which has been developed in terms of natural right. Since it has a provocative ambiguity of postulation about it right from the start. Justice as individual justification and justice as the alleged representation of a general interest, as an objective legal prescription from above, these two elements have a strange equivocation in the identical expression, justice. This was not as yet the case when subjective right merely represented a claim by creditors to debtors and merely a justification to force other private individuals to meet an obligation. At this unpolitical stage justification and legal prescription, facultas agendi and norma agendi, were still opposite sides of the same coin. Justinian's legal code saw in private law and constitutional law, the law of the state, merely two positions within the same area, instvi, for publicum jus est, quod ad statum ariae Romani, privatum, quod ad singularum utilitatem pertinet. Public law is that which refers to the Roman state, private law that which refers to the benefit of individuals. If, however, tension arises between an economically progressive class and the state as the representative of an economically outdated class, then justice as justification and justice as an objective system of laws no longer look like opposite sides of the same coin. Then neither of them are equivocal anymore in terms of content. The two legal branches become separately manifest, and on the one sits the nation, on the other the authorities. Then natural right can develop a postulative revolutionary force of which social utopias, with their mere invitation or even incitement to their pictured happy goal, were incapable. It was precisely classic natural right which equipped subjective right with the whole excess of the ideal of freedom. Right becomes essentially the right to something, and furthermore from the point of view of what has formerly been governed. Subjective right ceases to be a mere permitted exception, a mere exception from the sphere of being governed. Natural right made this exception the rule and main point. Facultas agendi demolishes the previous authoritarian norma agendi and sets up its own democratic legal norms. The theory of the French Revolution ultimately developed out of this, as the liberation of the bourgeoisie, but also, as Kant says of the Enlightenment, as the emergence of human beings from an immaturity which is their own fault. And a further point appears here as to why the social utopias in the 18th century were unable to provide the same kindling force as natural right. The latter showed, in the framework of the overdue resistance movement, the stronger moral pathos. The utopias are less approving of the circumstances and the immediately due tendency within them. They are more alert to radical future tendencies, as is demonstrable from Diogenes down to the last pre-Marxist blueprints of an ideal state, but they also stake more on human flora as opposed to the iron aspect and to character. The accents are different in which the best constitution is expressed, in social utopian terms on the one hand, in terms of natural right on the other. The social utopia predominantly aims at human happiness and considers, in more or less novelistic form, its economic social form. Natural right, with only the partial exception of Hobbes, aims predominantly at human dignity and, in as reasoned a deduction as possible, derives from the concept of an a priori free subject of a contract the legal conditions in which dignity is socially secured and maintained. Only Thomasus, Fundamentum Juris Naturae et Gentium, 1705, teaches happiness as a target of natural right, but even here happiness is never without backbone. Hence a social utopia like the Stoic one, in which natural right prevails, shows far more pathos of male pride than comfortable institutions or occupied seats. Because of this republican character, compare 544. With Owen, Fourier, and Saint Simon, did the picture change again, when More and Campanella found worthy successors. For the natural system of capitalism was disturbed by quite astonishing problems. Ricardo and Sismondi developed the first theories of crises within this system. It was therefore precisely the economic tendencies of the age which slowly started to find that a good many things in the old communist cloud cuckoo land were not quite so remote or fictional. But between Campanella and Owen there is characteristically a space almost devoid of original social utopias, in keeping with the requirements of bourgeois emancipation. As has become clear, natural right came much closer to them. It is much nearer to ideology, even if by no means coinciding with it. The inheritance of natural right, the thought-out facultas agendi, was not amassed by social utopia, it is merely entered into by that utopia, under banners which are not capitalist anymore. On the whole, as noted above, the dream in search of justice was by no means lavish. Instead it remains conceptual, never departs from hard work and cold theoretical effort. A novel of an ideal state may perhaps still have been able to develop the theory of an original social contract, but not the strict conclusions on which natural right intrinsically depends. In any case, the original contract is not essential to natural right. After all, the former is first found in Epicurus, who needs no natural right at all, whereas the copious natural right of the Stoics knows nothing of a contract social. In any case, the theory of a contract is the weakest in terms of logic in natural right, since the contract, as a highly developed instrument of law, already presupposes the whole legal sphere which is first supposed to be formed and legitimate by the contract social. So what is and remains essential to natural right is not the original contract, this component that seems as if it is from a prehistoric novel of an ideal state, but the rational construction of the best constitution with an axiom of nature, with a nature based on principles and capable of being deduced, not with a tropically fruitful and transfigured nature, as on the sunny islands in the novel of an ideal state. The rational unity of natural right thus demanded the development of all conclusions from a single principle if possible, the will for usefulness or the will for community or the will for security. It did this in the strictest deductive fashion, in accordance with the law of non-contradiction and of sufficient reason. The model for classic natural right was mathematics, and natural right came closest to this example among all the geometrically treated sciences of this period. Certainly, the social utopias were constructive too, but loosely, they were 546. Constructive, so to speak, only through the imagination of pure reason, not through its logic. Classic natural right, however, represents at least since Pufendorf one of the most conscious attempts at applied logic, and from this angle its relation to the social utopias is like that of a strict canon to a song or like that of a drama by Racine to a vaudeville. And it was the mathematician Leibniz who asserted the following to the lawyer of this period: one can draw firm conclusions from every definition, by using indisputable logical rules. And one does precisely this in the construction of necessary sciences based on rigorous proof, which are not dependent on facts but on reason alone, as is true of logic, metaphysics, arithmetic, geometry, the science of motion and also the science of law. For all these do not have their foundations in experience and facts but serve to account for the facts and to regulate them in advance, and this would be true of justice even if there were no laws in the whole wide world. Leibniz, Hauptschriften, Miner, 2, p. 510f. The calculus within the rising bourgeoisie therefore serves not only the mathematical analysis of the turnover of goods but also in a less outwardly formal way the antithesis to facts which hinder the rise of the bourgeoisie. Here, in natural right, pure reason is revolutionary. And instead of b superscript 2 owing to facts it posits security in nature. In a nature which is composed in a highly varied way, in one with rationally coherent laws, and then of course, also, in Rousseau, in one of opposition to all artificiality, in nature as simplicity, wildness, unspoiledness. Rousseau's concept of nature has almost completely lost the character of rational laws, instead it is closely connected with all the enthusiasm at that time for simplicity and democratic generality, with natural language, natural poetry, natural religion, and natural education. All these ideals were monstrances in the axiom of nature. Thus, from this point of view as well, natural right acquired a luster, which social utopias, after their chiasm was toned down, could not match for a long time. But as far as the revolutionary effect of natural right at that time is concerned, it certainly remained historically limited and extended less than social utopias into the future. Consider the close links of natural right with immediate currents of society at that time, with thoroughly individualistic ones as well. Could social revolution borrow something from these? The case is undoubtedly complicated. Marx very often treats natural right as if it had been put on file for good, on bourgeois file. On the other hand, bourgeois reaction throughout the whole of the 19th century speaks of natural right only with contempt and hatred. Does not this hatred do credit to natural right? Does it not indicate a possible inherited 547 substratum in it, one worth thinking about? And if its older opponents, from Hugo, Textbook of Natural Right, 1799, to Bergbohm, Jurisprudence and the Philosophy of Right, 1892, condemned natural right from the standpoint of law become historical, modern sociologists like Pareto or even Gentile do the same from the standpoint of their vitalism or of the fascist theory of elitism. This is something that speaks very much in favor of natural right. Its rationalism is still dangerous to the hereditary whip and a strangely lively enemy to industrial feudalism. Natural right therefore seems to have not only confined itself to the almost achieved tendencies of its time, or to those which already have one foot in the door anyway. Despite its bourgeois substructure, despite the static unity of its abstract ideals, it has that very excess which makes all revolutions appear related to one another. Thus the declaration of subjective public rights in totality that has occurred in terms of natural right occasionally displays economic individualism less as a substructure than as a temporary measure. The declaration of subjectively public rights posited these as a cotter, into which rights against the employer could also be inserted, not just those against the authorities. Hence the right to strike, the right of combination, the principle of equal rights for all human beings and nations, in short the former code of bourgeois human rights, on the state of which Stalin still had this to say, the banner of bourgeois democratic freedoms has been thrown overboard. I think that you, the representatives of communist and democratic parties, must raise this banner again and carry it before you, if you want to gather the majority of the nation around you. There is nobody else who could raise it. Natural right was a declaration of these rights. It made it possible to express them, that is and remains its legacy. Even its pathos of the free individual seems like a warning against any confusion or mixing up of collectivity with the herd and herd character. The very reference of concrete order to the will content of concrete freedom maintains the legacy of natural right against every collective conceived in merely abstract and isolated terms, against a collective which is contrasted with individuals instead of springing from them, from classless individuals. The goal defined in communist terms, from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs itself clearly preserves a mature natural right. Even if without recourse to nature and perhaps without the permanent necessity of a right. So the problem of natural right, the problem which formerly had a revolutionary character, not of course the eternal law of the capitalist so-called constitutional state, is not yet settled, although it does not precede Marxism as precisely as the social utopias. 548. Do, either in chronological or factual terms. These utopias instantly emerged again when questions arose which could not be reconciled with legal exposure. The dream of protected human dignity did not in the long run replace the more urgent, if not more central dream of human happiness. Fichte's closed commercial state or production and exchange in accordance with rational law. It is surely deprivation which most makes people cower in an undignified way. The poor man is totally incapable of holding his head up as high as his pride demands. So what if it were above all right for every person to live as pleasantly as possible? If proper justice were brought to bear precisely on happiness too and on its starving opposite? If dignity itself regarded deprivation and misery as a situation which follows from it least of all, indeed is incompatible with it? These were questions which were bound to lead from considerations of original rights to economic considerations, far beyond older concerns and moderate pangs of conscience or respectabilities, along the lines of a fair price and the like. There thus arose the new phenomenon of an economic, not just political legal claim, a critique of the market in terms of natural right. In its wake arose the strange hybrid, a legal social utopia. Fichte elaborated it. His work The Closed Commercial State, 1800, appeared as an appendix to jurisprudence, but also, in a distinctly utopian manner, as the sample of a politics to be supplied in the future. The differences in method and portrayal between natural right and social utopia are not removed but toned down in Fichte's hybrid. A better constitution is here both sharply thought out and visibly pictured. Both portrayed as absolutely and universally valid and yet once more transferred to a kind of island, namely into an enclosed state. A legal claim a priori announces its arrival throughout, a claim not just to dignity but expressly to happiness. Indeed to socialist happiness, without that species of male pride which in natural right, among other things, had cloaked free enterprise. Live and let live, that is the rule according to which natural right here lines up socially, not individualistically. According to which it lines up above all eudaimonistically, as in social utopias, everybody wants to live as pleasantly as possible, and since everybody demands this as a human being, and nobody is more or less of a human being than anyone else, all are equally right in this demand. Werke, Mener, 3, p. 432. And the state is not presented as a protector of the property which it finds. 549. And leaves unequally distributed, but on the contrary, it becomes the destiny of the state first to give everybody what is theirs, first to set them up in their property, and only then to protect them. LC, p. 429. Thus deduction from pure legal maxims and social utopia here merged into one another, with the early intention of uniting both. As early as 1793 Fichte had written to Kant that he was fired by the great idea of tackling the problem of Plato's Republic, of the rational state. And the fruits were a total paradox, state socialism in the spirit of Rousseau, portrayed in both a deductive and coloring way. This was of course joined by a third element which sought to detach Fichte's procedure, that was otherwise so little empirical or amicable to the given, from previous utopianizing and from previous natural right. A glance at existing conditions was added, with the intention of acting practically within them, without belonging to them, and of drawing them closer to the ideal state. The speculative politicians, says Fichte, have remained fictitious, and as surely as there is order, consistency, and certainty in their ideas, as surely do their regulations, in the way they have been drawn up, only fit the state of things presupposed and invented by them, in which the general rule is portrayed, as in a sum in arithmetic. The practicing politician does not find this presupposed state of things waiting for him, but a very different one. It is no wonder that a regulation does not fit the latter when that regulation is not designed for it in the way it has been drawn up, LC, p. 420. Though what Fichte uses to replace the pure world of ideas is as is natural in a Germany so little developed in economic and political terms, once again ideas with general abstract definitions, except that these are further defined for a given actual state of affairs. If, however, idealism does not become practice in this way, it does develop as criticism in the work of Fichte, the angry man of virtue. Fichte takes up the indirect criticism which the image of a utopian land of happiness implicitly portrayed concerning conditions at home. And he takes up the direct criticism which the rationality of natural right explicitly applied to the irrationality of the existing constitution of the state. This made Fichte's criticism all the sharper as he completely transformed natural right into rational law, i.e. severed it from all primordial and prehistoric fictions. There is in the work of this great nature-hater no freedom at all in and through nature. Existence in animal or primitive society is not Arcadian, but coercive and despotic. Only social life makes it possible to think of freedom. An Elysian goal remains, not one given as workless or existing somewhere, but rather, in connection with Fichte's radical idealist philosophy of active deeds, a generated goal. 550. This in a constructive, but partly also in a technical working sense, unless either the forces of our own nature increase enormously, or unless the nature outside us transforms itself without our assistance by a sudden miracle and destroys its own previously familiar laws, we cannot expect that prosperity from it, we can only expect it from ourselves. We must earn it ourselves through work, LC, p. 453. This is a kind of introduction of the theory of labor value into a utopia which no longer lives off raw materials or even manna. But the pathos of active reason nevertheless remains so idealistic in Fichte that it does not develop its social utopia economically but syllogistically, in the form of logical conclusions. In this too the exercise of natural right is stronger than a genetic development from the point of view of the work process. Fichte's work thus begins with a major statement as the first main part, what is right as regards commerce in the rational state. This is followed by a specific minor statement as the second, critical main part, on the condition of commerce in current actual states. This is followed by the concluding statement as the third, ideally resulting main part, how the commerce of an existing state is to be put in the constitution required by reason. The whole thing aims at freedom, but at freedom which only finds room through economic restraint. It is an open question whether the ethical individualist Fichte became an economic socialist because he saw his ethical individualism threatened by economic individualism. But even in the case of Fichte himself it is evident that socialism is what has been sought in vain for so long under the name of morality. The individual person is still taken throughout as the basis in all this, everything follows from him. From him alone as a thinking being the shape which justice has to take is developed. Original rights are those of the rational individual, and it is his I think which not only has but develops these rights. Fichte distinguishes three original rights: the individual's power to dispose of his body, his property, and his sphere as a person. These are supposed to be boundless freedoms, and they are only limited by the freedom of all other individuals, and hence by nothing alien to the original rights. In order that people are able to live together, the freedom of the individual must be rendered finite, but in such a way that it may be restricted firstly only by freedom and secondly only for the sake of freedom. Striking conclusions are drawn here. From the original right to property, not at all private capitalist conclusions. In Fichte there is no right of ownership of things but only of actions, so that nobody else is to be authorized to cultivate this piece of land, or only one group is to be allowed to manufacture shoes. 551. Old guild rights are thus functionally renewed, as the guaranteed ability of the individual exclusively to pursue a greater art. In the case of land there is absolutely no ownership, it belongs to nobody and to the farmer only in so far as he cultivates it, and is consequently not an idle feudal lord. After Fichte has thus brought possession and ownership out of the law of property into a kind of law of production, he progresses to logical socialist conclusions. Precisely because of the original right to property, it must be given to everyone by the state. If someone does not have enough to be able to live, then he does not have what he is entitled to have, he does not have what is his. In the rational state he will receive it. In the division which was made by chance and force before the awakening and the rule of reason, everyone certainly did not receive it, because others took more for themselves than was due to them, lc. p. 433. And further on in the state socialist text, the task of the state has been only one-sidedly and half understood up to now, as an institution for keeping the citizen at the same proprietary level at which we find him, by means of the law. The more deep-seated duty of the state first to establish everyone in the possession of what is due to him has been overlooked. But the latter is only possible if the anarchy of commerce is abolished in just the same way as political anarchy is gradually being abolished, and the state closes into a commercial state just as it is closed in its legislation and its judicial offices, lc. p. 483. Fichte thereby extends, in his postulated ideal state, the generality of the law which had abolished the rights of class and privilege to a generality of job creation. In addition, as a means towards this, there is the elimination of free enterprise, the shutdown of free competition. In addition there is the abolition of the open market, in short, the destiny of the ideal state to be a controlled economy. This in a Germany which still hardly exhibited one exponent of free enterprise and which therefore invited more easily than the advanced Western states a kind of pre-capitalist anti-capitalism, as has already become apparent in Fichte's work Guilds. The romantic transfigurations of medieval society which Novalis had expressed shortly before this, Christendom or Europe, 1799, also probably had an influence here. A single common interest, said Novalis, connected the remotest provinces of this broad spiritual realm. Fichte, so little of a romantic in other respects, was in any case one of the first to touch on the backward-looking anti-capitalist utopia which is not entirely lacking in Saint Simon and which still emerged in Ruskin or William Morris as a kind of Gothic socialism. It would be erroneous, as Mering says, in the case of the closed commercial state to think of a mere idealization. 552. Because the permitted production and manufacture is already calculated in the basis of the state, lc. p. 443. So Fichte's state believes that it does not have to take on domestic bartering, it contents itself with the social supervision of the implementation of contracts entered into. It contents itself with this if only because the really supreme or state class in this utopia, as in Plato, consists of teachers and scholars. But these have Fichte's theory of science in mind, not bookkeeping, financial exchange, discount credit. The state's monopoly of foreign trade is also simply conceived as a defensive measure, as the protection of the production budget against the uncontrollable influence of the foreigner. And precisely from this will towards overall control there now follows the most radical conclusion of the plan, that most reminiscent of the Happy Isle again, autarkia. The world currency of gold and silver is abolished, a domestic currency of worthless material takes its place, which cannot be hoarded and which is unsuitable for the purchase of foreign products. Perhaps, says Fichte, there will then be no furs and silk clothes anymore in a utopian Germany, and certainly no Chinese tea, but nor will there be any economic wars and wars of conquest. Foreign credits are to be handed over to the government, an amazing anticipation of foreign exchange legislation. In fact, Fichte even indicates the home production of substitutes for cotton and other imported materials, an amazing anticipation of synthetic chemistry. The Chinese wall, the patriotic wall, thus becomes utopian. There is a specific goal which the government must resolve to attain before completely closing off the state, namely, that everything which is being produced anywhere at the time the state is closed off is produced from now on within the country itself, as far as at all possible in such a climate. LC, p. 532. This idea of autarky is known to have kindled reactionary fervor in the semi-fascist Brüning period of the Weimar Republic. It recommended itself as a means of running the economy without gold backing, without international clearing, of preparing a war economy. But it recommended itself to Fichte on account of the closed unity which every system of organized work needs as long as it is not introduced in other states as well, and then of course on account of patriotism. Under the influence of the Napoleonic Wars, Fichte increasingly abandoned his initial principle, ubi lux, ibi patria. But the so-called transition from cosmopolitanism to nation-state in Fichte's utopia must not be overestimated. Even the Germanness only proves and justifies itself here so as to be most universally human, or the strongest humanum. The basis of Fichte's distinction of Germanness from foreignness, even in his speeches. 554. From the unbroken continuation of which those sovereigns and creators in the kingdom described will emerge, Werke, Mener, 4, p. 615. Though Fichte explains little or nothing about practice, how and by what means it may come even to the beginnings of a closed commercial state, let alone such an enthusiastic art of reason. In the Germany of that time no proletariat had yet appeared, and it was already a great deal for Fichte to admit and condemn the fact that the combined mass of owners could forcibly prevent the weaker individual from proclaiming his legal rights. LC, p. 475. Even this slight hint of social revolution, as the expression of legal rights, was abstract at that time, was almost as speculative as Fichte's entire design itself. Thus his designer is content with the fact that the whole thing may remain a mere school exercise without success in the real world. He is astonished at existing conditions and finds in this astonishment that philosophical spur which could only become a practical one much later on. Although Fichte considers his socialist conclusion, like all that have been correctly deduced, to be conceptually necessary, state socialism in this world is still only considered to be abstractly possible, only to be demanded by the rule of law. Anything other than proposals and demands was not submitted by Fichte's later disciples either, by Rodbertus for example, the ancestor of academic socialists. And even Lassalle, who was influenced by Fichte in many ways, did not get beyond reformist agitation, despite proletarian contact. In fact, Lassalle endorsed the current state more than Fichte, especially the authoritarian Prussian state. Workers' productive cooperatives with state credit were to form a transition to the future socialist society. Fichte's utopia certainly could be misused on behalf of this substitute for revolution. But a socialism in the Germany of 1800 has a historical freshness and distinction which cannot be misused at all. It exhibits precisely the brilliant naivete, the intuitive youthfulness, which were lacking in a Lassalle around 1860, and which were lacking in the later reformism even as an excuse. The closed commercial state remains the first system, deduced from original rights and pictured in a utopian way, of organized work. More than this, Fichte's work considers socialism to be possible in a single, sufficiently large and autarchical country. Federative utopias in the 19th century, Owen, Fourier. Misery did not remain idle in the meantime, it grew disturbingly. While its bearers had so far been peasants, they were now joined by the worker. 556. Precisely the more economically advanced a country was, the more gruesome the situation of its poor became. The serf had things hard enough, suffering seemed to have reached its height. But even the worst period of deprivation for the medieval peasants is surpassed by the misery of the first factory workers. The early factories were the same as galleys. A starving, sleepless, desperate proletariat was chained to machines. Entrepreneurial profit knew no mercy nor let-up, daily work lasted 18 hours and over, a filthy work beyond compare. Never were such a large number of people so unhappy as in England around the turn of the 18th century. The first man to come out against it was a doctor called Hall. He saw the country rotting to the core. In 1805 his work The Effects of Civilization appeared in it. Besides medical and moral indignation, there are several utopian proposals for improvement. The poor, says Hall, barely receive an eighth of the proceeds of their efforts. It is the trend of the times to make the rich ever richer, and the poor ever poorer. The only salvation is to reduce industrial development, but not in order to bring back the so-called good old days. Hall already saw that all is not yet won if the factories disappear but the lords of the manor remain. The soil should be shared out again in equal portions among all the families in the country. Beyond machine wrecking there thus arises a future full of free peasants. If this protest against the misery in factories had met with little response, emanating from a mere philanthropist, the appeal of a factory owner himself met with a much greater one, above all since it was linked with an extremely useful example. The example that a well-fed and not discontented worker accomplishes the same and better work than a galley slave in half the time. Robert Owen had made this discovery, but not only this one. Owen, an anima candidissima, a man with a simplicity of character that was childlike to the point of sublimity, and at the same time a born leader of men, as Engels says, also became one of the first utopians of the 19th century with a federative socialist objective. Preeminent among his many works are The Social System, 1820, and The Book of the New Moral World, 1836. In the former he turns away from patriarchal social welfare towards communism, and in the second work he seeks to recommend it to his professional colleagues, from the standpoint of kindness. But if the utopian thus saws off the bough on which he is sitting as a capitalist, it was absurd to demand the same of capitalists who were not even utopians as a sideline. Owen still considered social well-being to be attainable through reforms. He rejected strikes, even the struggle for political freedoms. He sought reconciliation. He expected dukes, ministers, and manufacturers to renounce. 557. Called private property, marriage, and positive religion the trinity of evil, all three are idols, and only create human unhappiness. Thus the agrarian skilled basis reproduces nothing of its old social forms, despite the old village structure that was planned. Federated groups of 300, at most 2,000 people will cover the earth, with a collective readiness to help in and among themselves. Though the only settlement which covered the earth in this way, New Harmony in Indiana, associated with the neighborhood ethic of the American pioneering age, perished even more decidedly than the London Exchange Bazaar for the age of sectarian colonies was over. In an age of mature capitalism such small structures were not able to transcend their capitalist environment. In fact they remained, at least in terms of technological production, a long way behind it. But Owen did not primarily want to improve production, in order to pave the way for an improved human situation. From the outset he wanted to improve the noblest means of production, man, and to lift him, cleansed, out of the dirt of the factory. Hence the restriction to small, humanly achievable spheres of life. Hence not least Owen's pedagogical dream on a large social scale, the dream of forming a new humanity. According to Owen's theory, human beings do have a character which is innate in outline, but this outline is finally determined only by the circumstances in which the individual ends up. If the circumstances come out all right, then the person also comes out all right, he becomes cheerful and good. This healing is therefore to be best accomplished in small federated communities, without division of labor, without separating urban economy and agriculture, without bureaucracy. Precisely because of the pedagogically humane goal, which seemed to need close human contact, there is no coherent large-scale manufacture in Owen's wishful dream, but the international disintegrates into federated islands. All these good things were to come, to be founded all at once. Life so far was for Owen a single motionless night, the new life is abruptly set off against it. Owen thinks almost completely unhistorically. This distinguishes him from the other great federative utopian, from Charles Fourier. Even his first work, Theory of the Four Movements, 1808, criticizes the present on a historical basis. Fourier later rejected this work, yet it remains the basis of his other major works. Both treatises on the Domestic Agricultural Association, 1822, and the New Industrial World, 1829, contain, like his first work, criticism of contemporary life, history, and choruses of the future all in one. More specifically, there are four epochs according to Fourier, the earlier striving towards the later one in each case. 559. And the later one can no longer be rescinded. The first epoch is that of the happy early communist age of instinct, the second that of piracy and direct barter economy. The third that of patriarchy and the development of trade, the fourth that of barbarism and economic privileges. The latter continue in the fifth epoch, which still largely coincides with the fourth in the age of capitalist civilization, which is the present. It epitomizes Fourier's historical force that he does not criticize this present like all earlier utopians from the standpoint of an ideal state, but as a product of degeneration at that very time and place, as an intolerable intensification of barbarism. Fourier proves that civilized order raises every vice practiced by barbarism in a simple way to a complex, ambiguous, equivocal, hypocritical mode of existence. In this historically sound fashion, he becomes not just a satirist, but a dialectician. Although Fourier does not represent, any more than Owen, the class interests of the proletariat in the sense of the class struggle, he does not believe that bourgeois society can be improved as such or through its own resources. Without any knowledge of Hegel, and more than a generation before Marx, Fourier discovers the extraordinary proposition that in civilization poverty springs from affluence itself. Misery is no longer regarded, as it is in the work of bourgeois economists even decades later and even in America today, as a temporary condition which would be removed as a matter of course by the cornucopia of growing riches. On the contrary, misery is the dialectically necessary reverse side of capitalist splendor, posited along with it, inseparable from it, growing with it. That is why capitalist civilization never can nor will eliminate poverty. The same dialectical genius made Fourier keenly alive to the tendencies which are forcing their way to maturity and to sudden change within the present incoherence industrielle itself. As far as the more immediate future of capitalism is concerned, Fourier predicted as early as 1808 the ultimate end of free competition, the formation of monopolies. With a quite incredible perspicacity he prophesied, in an age which had only just broken the guild barriers and saw the beginnings of free competition, the bankruptcy of economic liberalism. Fourier hoped here that even before the formation of monopolies a social upheaval would abolish commercial anarchy and grant mankind a guaranteed existence beyond capitalism. This guarantee was also inherent in the tendencies of capitalist civilization, so that Fourier stipulates, civilization in itself, in accordance with the will of nature, strives towards guaranteeism. Clearly though, Fourier's historical dialectical mediation broke off here, at the end of his critique, and prophecy. Purely subjective wishful fantasy dictated its images to the 560 future. The goal was a cooperative organization of the manufacture and distribution of goods. Strangely enough, Fourier saw the beginnings of this in the existing savings banks, in cooperative insurance companies and similar bourgeois caricatures of a socialist guaranteeism. Although Fourier foresaw later stages of production, specifically the formation of industrial monopolies, he simply feared them and did not, like Saint Simon and especially Marx, welcome them and include them in his utopia as riper stages. Fourier's outlook and evaluation here remained fixedly petit bourgeois, and moreover anarchist sympathies made their presence felt in his federalist guaranteeism. Like Owen, he planned small communes, so-called phalansteres, in fact even without the total abolition of private property, an anomaly in utopias. Instead, the man of the future is also to be allowed to gain his independence by acquiring a small fortune. Certainly not for the exploitation of others, there is no private ownership of the means of production, but rather with the aim of preventing individual nullification in the collective. Even the phalansteres are nothing but individually autonomous communities, manageably intimate communes of 1,500 people or a little more. Every phalanx preserves within it a careful balance between individual and collective. Even amongst themselves, the phalansteres are only associated, although under a fantastically embellished world leadership. No other socialism than the personal federative one is permitted here. The business of agriculture and skilled trades in the phalansteres, and the absence of large-scale industry, was to preserve for the community the sweetness of a pastoral in the midst of a socialist front. 2 hours' work are enough, so that work should remain a pleasure, and an abundant change of occupation is likewise envisaged in keeping with the butterfly passion of human beings and the makings of at least 30 jobs, which everyone has in him according to Fourier. At this point the utopian becomes almost American. The resourcefulness and versatility of the pioneer is introduced not into the prairie, of course, but rather into the safe garden cities of the future phalansteres. Also, just as in Owen, all this freedom without the division of labor and this pronounced federative utopia serves not so much a lavish production as the victory of our basic passion, according to Fourier with a sudden astonishing optimism. This is the Christian love of mankind. Capitalist civilization does of course already bear within it the tendency towards the new phase of society, just as every epoch has inherent within it the one which follows, despite the feared monopolies, those which are already to be nipped in the bud by socialism, but with more than historical, with geometrical necessity. Fourier's future 561 state flows from the supreme principle of Christianity. Fourier conceives his commune as a music of sheer Christian harmony, and the voices which clamour for this higher federation are not only individual human beings, but also the individual drives within those human beings. Thus Fourier even designed a kind of anthropological counterpoint, with 12 passions and no less than 1,800 characters. All of these flourish into a universal love of mankind, once society is attuned and dissonant deceit removed. A rich unison altogether is the destiny of man, for himself and in relation to the world. His industrial destiny is to harmonize the material world. His social destiny is to harmonize the emotional moral world. His intellectual destiny is to discover the laws of universal order and harmony. Accordingly, Fourier's utopia constructs out sheer connections in which consonance necessarily reigns. Utopia is medicine and instruction for agreement. Without poverty, without that division into jobs which carves up man himself, Here the federative commune, the happy structure could almost come from a kind of early Walt Whitman America, though without capitalism. Centralist utopias in the 19th century, Cabet, Saint Simon. That which brings happiness instead of misery does not always need to be friendly itself. Likewise the plan which means to abolish the harshness of life is not always soft. In Owen and Fourier the better life appears as individual and federative, its framework is loose. The centralists, however, who now emerge, closer to industry, make freedom organized, and stress the power of solidarity. They do not think in terms of settlements but of large economic complexes, and instead of Owen's district councils a strict system of administration arises. One could even say that a stricter order arises in freedom again. Freedom is no longer affirmed as economically individual but solely as social, i.e. orientated towards common goals. It is thus more than indicative, it is decisive that the centralist utopians no longer furnish their dreams with field, house, and workshop, with a caste of peasants and craftsmen. But they affirm the collective means of production of industry, they deny only the subjectivism with which these are used and administered. Cabet was one of the first to turn to workers in this way and was felt to be a spokesman of their powerful future. 562. Though he too still believed, that the tension between rich and poor was based on a kind of misunderstanding which could be cleared up without a class struggle. He no longer put his trust in the zephyr of a humane torrent of words, of course, but instead he hoped that the crises would suffice to appeal if not to the capitalist's conscience, then to his common sense. But apart from this, Cabet's utopia lies thoroughly on the strict, unsentimental, organizational side. His voyage to Icaria, 1839, only appears to provide a new dream of an island settlement. His Icaria was modern and complex instead. In this spirit Cabet first used the word communist, in his program of 1840. Heine introduced the neologisms communist, Kommunisme into German. No Communitätsparteils are to cover the earth. Icaria is a uniform, highly industrial creation, supported by a mighty nation of workers. Cabet praises industry and its revolutionary power, by plain fire and simple water the aristocracy will be blasted into the air and smashed into the earth. There are the four ancient elements, but steam is a fifth and no less important than they are. For it is creating the world of the future, it is separating our present from the past. The future state, which was to spring from organized industry, was devised with all the elegance and precision of the decimal system. A dictator was to create the political standard meter. The decimal system itself signifies the most clearly arranged logic of order. The projected country is divided into 100 provinces, of roughly the same area and population. Each of these provinces is again split into 10 communes. Provinces and communes are ruled by the working brain of their city, at the very top by Icara, the center, a crystal completely rationalized throughout. The day is meticulously regulated, a 7-hour day of early risers, a campanella day, filled from top to bottom with work uniforms and committees. There are only official newspapers and no other aid to organized criticism either. Engineers and civil servants govern a technical world. The contrast to Fourier's phalansteers could not be sharper. The clock of duty ever set the same asterisk was totalized in no other utopia with so little aversion, with so much idolization of exactness. But throughout an element of reality alongside this idolization a socialist planned economy prevails. An industry committee fixes in advance the number and kind of goods which have to be produced in the year. Thus production manages without the crises which destroy welfare and make their system a hell for the capitalists themselves. The capitalists were not, however, inclined to allow themselves to be rid of their disease by having their lives taken. There is no voluntary Icaria. Thus Cabet experimented for bad and all, wholly against his doctrine, with settlement plans of the most minimal kind, exactly like Owen. Icaria was designed as a glorious workers' state with a metropolis in the middle. It became in reality a laborious colony, established on the banks of the Missouri by communist pioneers. Despite steam power, extensive mechanization, and attempted model factories, it perished, swallowed up by swamp and prairie. In any case, Little Icaria was always conceived as a substitute. The real Icaria lies on the Seine, was conceived as the perfect France of the decimal system and the departments, from which, after all the medieval mess or confusion, even the accidents of private property have been removed. Steam overturned things at that time more quickly and more thoroughly than anyone had dreamed. Not yet for the better, as far as the workers were concerned, for the time being that was only a hope. It was championed particularly by Saint Simon. He glows with praise of industrial life even more than Cabet. But then Saint Simon again interpreted this life, in so far as it was an active one, too broadly, too indiscriminately. He also utopianized the employer along with the worker. This contemporary of Fourier did not have his dialectical perspicacity. Thus he failed to notice the creation of misery by wealth, the contrast between proletariat and bourgeoisie. Thus he backed a working class per se, as the working parts of the nation these also included, because their interest in profit did not seem to be idle at any rate. The capitalists, peasants, workers, traders, employers, engineers, artists, scientists, all types without inherited feudal privilege belonged for Saint Simon to the creative part of humanity, and consequently to its future. Saint Simon did not yet comprehend the bourgeoisie as a separate class. And hence, although all his life he wished to stand on the side of those who are most numerous and most poor, a peaceful balance between capital and work likewise seemed to him to be possible. What today is demagogy or the harmonizing stupidity of the backmost table reserved for regulars, was at that time still bedazzlement by young, up-to-date industry, by the modernity of all those who were occupied with steam power, with industry and progress. Workers and employers were simultaneously at the head of the development. Thus they stood out equally from rotten feudality. Property earned by one's own efforts, without the right of inheritance, was different from that handed down by titled landowners, by parasites with 20 ancestors. The power of wealth by virtue of one's own labor was more progressive than the 564. Formidable by means of a cross-mixture of socialist manners and political police. Saint Simon's splendid insight, a true frontal idea that big business itself contains socialist elements degenerated into such questionable notions and concealed itself among such strange notions as these. Saint Simon lags far behind the social criticism of his contemporary Fourier, but he far surpasses even the federative socialist in his premonition that it is not association but organization which brings us closer to socialism. Yet the Count's hatred of our former masters in so far as they are brazen tyrants is as genuine as it is modeled. It is no accident that Saint Simon presented himself under two titles, namely both as a soldier under Washington and as a descendant of Charlemagne. As the former, as a fighter of lords, he portrayed the drawbacks of industrial concerns, which he cannot deny, exclusively as preserved or revived forms of the old serfdom. Accordingly, Saint Simon considers every exploitative employer to be a neo-feudalist, i.e., it is not industry which is the primary source of exploitation and oppression but simply the feudal disposition within industry. According to Saint Simon, even economic liberalism appears as such a disposition, skillfully borrowed and transformed, that attitude in other words which we are used to regarding as the extreme opposite of the guild and class world of the past. Liberalism is stated to have been this opposite even in its beginnings. It overthrew feudalism, but in many ways only with the aim of putting itself in its place by equally merciless means of oppression. The true motto of the leaders of this party is, Oat. Toi de la KJEMY met asterisk with this statement. Saint Simon in fact superbly described in advance the new robber barons, and also the neo-feudal power ideologies and luxury forms of capitalism in the 19th and especially the 20th century. Only Saint Simon believes that the total extortion of the weak is not essential to the industrial system, so if the right of inheritance and other lordly forms of unearned income are abolished, then the blessings of industrialism can begin at once. So much for the pure hatred of feudality. But it is followed by the second form of this hatred, namely the love-hate of feudality, and the condemnation of liberalism provides an astonishing bridge to this. Count Saint Simon, the alleged descendant of Charlemagne, lived in the middle of the Restoration period if only for reasons of the capacite administrative, but especially of centralism, he was not impervious. Asterisk get down so I can set myself up there. Bloch again refers to the ultra-conservatism associated with the restoration of the Bourbon monarchy in France after the fall of Napoleon and until the Revolution of 1830. 566. To authoritarian ideas. Thus on the other hand he thought he discovered precisely in the pre-capitalist system, and the Catholicism connected with it, considerably more tenable elements than mere hostility to the people and oppression. The prophet of industry never shows any mercy to feudalism, but the prophet of the centralized collective sees in the Middle Ages, restricted as it is, the better Europe. Saint Simon coincides at many points here with the Restoration thinkers of his age, with the haters of revolution and traditionalists like de Bonald and de Maistre, with the reactionary anti-capitalists and preachers. Compare this with de Maistre's hope, tout. Annons que nous marchons vers un grand unite asterisk or the other one, from his A Study of Sovereignty, full of the Holy Alliance, le gouvernement est un vrai. Religion, il dogmes, ses mystères, ses prêtres. This is a mystified pathos of order, firmly in the style of Campanella, and now Saint Simon also describes an arc towards it, in the midst of industry, an industry to be organized. Namely by overthrowing the feudal lords, liberalism only did half the work even where it did not take over their positions, for its product is negative or the mere destruction of what has been. Economic and other subjectivism, contained in the Manchesterist principle, in laissez-faire, laissez-aller, dissolved and atomized society. In the midst of the unleashed upturn in industry reign chaos and anarchy. Saint Simon's intention was to eliminate them and to put in charge of the unleashed forces of production that capacite administrative which has nothing in common precisely with Jacobin ideas. Which creates order instead, an overall view from the heights of a central institution, a new hierarchy in fact. This is in Saint Simonism a highly momentous, highly paradoxical encounter between reaction and socialism, united in their hatred of individual economic freedom. Not only is the caricature feudal socialism encountered here, which the Communist Manifesto derides in the French and English legitimists, but the nasty reverse of the paradox continued its influence right up to Lassalle's flirtation with Bismarck, right up to the various alloys of Prussianness and socialism, of state capital and socialism. But the centralist Saint Simon took up illiberal romanticism while completely ignoring its reactionary application and naturally without a reactionary brief. He wanted to change the function of illiberalism in order to reach right through it to the light and the humane value of bondedness. Like Fourier, Saint Simon was also convinced that no earlier epoch could be restored as such. And like him he took his conviction from a system of phases of history itself. So in spite of everything the soldier of Washington finally triumphs over all kinds of inherited descent from Charlemagne. And through the historical consciousness which here seeks to signify progress, and by no means restoration, the waters of the past have extinguished the fires of chivalry, and Notre Dame, a born ruin, became a real one. For history passes through three stages here: a theological one which presents the world as having been created by gods, a metaphysical one which deduces it from abstract natural forces or from ideas, and a positive one which grasps it through the analysis of facts and on the basis of immanent causes. Now modern industrial society is the positive one, therefore it has totally emerged from the religious and semi-religious mythology of the first two stages, and therefore it can no longer return to the essentially religious metaphysical idea of life at the heart of feudalism. But it can still regain on the basis of knowledge the social and spiritual bond, substance, which formerly existed on the basis of faith. Industry and science have taken the place of feudality and the church, materiality that of religious metaphysics. But materiality itself demands a central structure in which, and here again, we have a secularized Middle Ages thought to have been detoxicated. It can distribute a variety of intelligent sacraments through the capacite administrative. St. Simon's industrial system, 1821, and above all his last work New Christianity, 1825, thus aspire to a strictly hierarchical division of industrial functions and a centralized end to amateurish disruptive freedom, to freedom as anarchy. Intellectual authority, which was vested in the clergy in the Middle Ages, passes to the researchers and scholars. The organized industrial state becomes, and moreover immortally, eternally, the church of intelligence. A social high priest, a kind of industrial pope, will be at the head of it. The spirit of a rejuvenated Christianity will guide it. These are all ideas which recurred a generation later in the final period of Auguste Comte's philosophy, and they fill over and over again the fantastic dream weddings between sacred socialism and profane Vatican. Protestantism is here a laxly individual half measure, deism a laxly agnostic generality. Without hierarchy there is no religion, and hence none of the new intelligence either. The English natural scientist Huxley called this sort of thing Catholicism minus Christianity, and from the school of Comte there then came a correction which was a confirmation. The positive future religion was Catholicism plus exact science. If this is true of Comte, it certainly is not true of Saint Simon, of course. His social papism was by 568 no means intended to do without Christianity. It was not based on hierarchical architecture alone, but on a sharpened, thoroughly organized Christian humaneness. The precursor of all these churches of the future or of intelligence was, despite Comte's anti-deist frame of mind, naturally a deist, and moreover in the spirit of so-called natural religion, John Toland. In his Pantheisticon, 1721, he had not only already demanded, like all deists, a religion which by completely disposing of other worldly revelation agrees with scientific reason. Toland also erected to his natural God, the universe from which everything is born and to which everything returns, a cult of his own, that of truth, freedom, and health, the most valuable possessions of the sages. And above all he installed, just like Comte, new saints and church fathers, namely the exalted spirits and the finest writers of all ages. This is already the church of intelligence. Saint Simon added the industrial pope in the age of factories and romanticism, and of course certain continuing correspondences of bondedness which did not exist before, the correspondences between socialism and church organization. Apart from this, the pathos of social organization, here also that of a social state industry, is conceived in a gloriously illiberal way all the same. Saint Simon's utopia is considerably closer to Campanella than to More, and contains within it all the advantages and also dangers of a collective idea which is not provided in its centralizing organization with democratic federative elements, and does not in fact build up with them in a spirit of solidarity the strictness of the organization itself. Individual utopians and anarchy, Stirner, Proudhon, Bakunin. Does not the life which is free of violence seem the best of all? Being one's own master, independent, unrestricted, growing wild, or at least growing to standards of one's own. Even Saint Simon said on his deathbed, "My whole endeavor is summed up in the one idea of securing for everybody the freest development of their talents." The guardian, even the social one, who turns out to be the best is the one who, at a stroke, no longer exists. The anarchists, of course, who deliver this stroke, in utopian fashion, always display, despite all their defiance, petit bourgeois behavior. Not because of their background, which is predominantly of this kind, but because of their immediate goals. For these often seem to come from an independent private world like that of a man of leisure. Stirner, Moore. 569. A wild old primary school teacher, then a lion, began with the call for the ego as such, for the owner of oneself. This owner is one of the heroes in Marx's Holy Family. That strange work, The Lone Individual and His Property, 1844, wants to free the individual, and nobody else, from the last quirks or ghosts which have been left over from the other world. Thus, from the standpoint of the completely private person, it is the social and moral quirks which have been left over. The lone individual scorns to have himself trained any further for such ideal service, for a service to his neighbor, to the nation, to humanity. The lone individual is already a human being. He does not need to become one first by fulfilling so-called general, and therefore spectral duties. Every superego disappears, and every demand it makes, I do not live for a job any more than the flower grows and is fragrant for a job. The ego is its own superego and also its own utopian state. It maintains with others of its kind at most a contact or association, just as long as the latter aids self-benefit. As soon as the association becomes fixed, as soon as it threatens to become a society or even a state, it must be terminated by the lone individual. In short, the lone individual who only enters into the contrat social for himself is a free outsider, not merely in existing society but in every conceivable one. He also demonstrates, of course, how much society and the fact of being an outsider are correlatively connected. The lone individual is himself only a social phenomenon. Stirner's individual and his association has much in common with that of the cynics, apart from absence of needs. The cynic also became a complete cynic. Naturalist drama particularly liked to portray such lone individuals, only they did not turn into a future state of their own, but into scornfully unhappy bohemians, or moving bankrupt ones, or simply cynics of the living lie. Braun in Hauptmann's Lonely People, Ulrich Brandl. In Ibsen's Rosmersholm, ruling in The Wild Duck. And the counterpart of the lone individual, in the same sphere, is the Philistine, his total freedom, if it is no other than that of the private sphere, contains just as much total limitation. The released individual, even as a social dream, gets no further than the society of private entrepreneurs, or even small investors, which delivered him. The lone individual and his property, this inscription logically adorns not only the coat of arms of libertinism but also the house sign of Philistinism. And the latter is wholly the case with the anarchist Proudhon. Originally, of course, in its infancy as it were, Proudhon's song still sounded rough. In fact, his lyrics, which soon became so petit bourgeois, appeared to be full of power, an attack on property such as had not yet been made before. Proudhon's first work, 570. 1846, but above all in his major work on Justice in Revolution and in the Church, 1858, Proudhon develops this notion of consistent future harmony. It will bring a social existence which has found its center, its middle class, and runs as smoothly here as a wheel around a hub. It will bring a society without friction, therefore without power, and therefore without a state. All this is constructed on the basis of the two axioms, on the individual independence of the producers conceived as small holders, and petit bourgeois, on the reciprocal appreciation of the individual and of the mutualite or mutual aid which springs from it. Private property, which is derived from the axiom of the self-satisfied individual just as much as it guarantees this individual freedom again, must of course be purified. It is polluted firstly by the phenomenon of minted money, and secondly by the interest on capital loans. Both desecrations of private property are to be remedied by means of an extensive social credit, precisely in the spirit of mutual aid. To be more exact, in the shape of an exchange bank which issues circulation vouchers instead of money, to the value of the goods deposited. Proudhon's utopia thus seeks to abolish capitalism and the proletariat at one and the same time, and hence not first capitalism for example, by proletarian action, and then the proletariat, by the self-cancellation of this final class into the classless society. But a levelling or harmony of the center occurs, the bourgeoisie and proletariat dissolve into the petit propriétaire rural ou industrial. Marx once speaks of the petit bourgeoisie as the stratum in which the contradictions of two classes simultaneously blunt one another. This very situation is immortalized in Proudhon's ideal, the deproletarianized, decapitalized center. Or as Marx said more specifically of Proudhon and his proclaimed equality of possessions, he removes national economic alienation within national economic alienation. Though anarchy in particular certainly does not remove all contradictions, namely that of the bourgeois bough on which it is sitting and which it is sawing off at the same time. The anarchists do of course reject the external features of bourgeois justice, state constraint and laws, but they allow its internal essence to persist, the free contract between independent producers, or those feigned to be independent. This becomes very clear in the case of Proudhon in particular, as the theorist of the lone individual and his association in the case of Bakunin or Kropotkin. This sort of thing is blurred in the larger world of fire or love. Proudhon, in his general idea of the revolution, declares at one point, "I want a contract and not laws. In order for me to be free, the whole social edifice must be rebuilt on the basis of the mutual contract," p. 138. Later however, 572. When it is a question of something so essential to the contract from the start as fulfillment, the anarchist has to add in the same book, the norm according to which the contract is to be fulfilled shall not rest exclusively on justice, the second axiom, but also on the joint will of the people who are living together. This will shall even enforce the fulfillment of the contract with violence if necessary, p. 293. No axiom had mentioned violence, not even a joint will. But no social utopia can in fact be founded on the contract, as the center of bourgeois civil law, without the consequences of the violent society coming to the fore again. Anarchism cancels itself out in this contradiction. The individual of the free contract, however much of an ideal petit bourgeois he may be, cannot manage without constraint. That which emanates from the basic legal instrument of a society based on property cannot land up in nonviolent associations. An American disciple of Proudhon, the anarchist Josiah Warren, did admittedly confess, still wholly in the spirit of Stirner, every man should be his own government, his own law, a system within himself. But the radical slogans of freedom ultimately dissolve in the ideal of the family hermit and in the cultural backwater of bourgeois conformism in which he feels at home. The outcome of Proudhon's utopia would be the all-pervading power of the provinces and hence, since precisely the middle classes are immortalized as the majority, a dictatorship of mediocrity. The threat of this dictatorship of mediocrity is incidentally to be found everywhere where a democracy is based on broad middle strata of society and inevitably absorbs their parlor infection, a mixture of resentment and lack of culture. There is then in the spirit, though not in the letter of Proudhon's work, a kind of draped communism transplanted into the petit bourgeoisie. Proudhon's anarchy, with its Philistine content and the cheapness of the common sense that corresponds to this content, bears within it in any case a system of bohemian babbitry and also revolutionary kitsch.